you get an email from Takia Johnson for your DISC assessment. So you have some space to be able to go through that. And once I turn it over to D'Alba, she'll talk a little bit more about that, but it's let everybody know.
So if you have time to
We'll start as soon as Irving and April get back in.
Okay.
If you have time to click through now, if not, we'll just take a break and have you take it at that time.
Congratulations.
I thought you said.
All of us, to us all.
Those same glasses.
I know it. I was going to say twinning, who's twinning if you had them on.
Okay, so not
Does it feel good?
Got
Was it
it.
good? Was it okay?
Thank you.
Robust.
I felt that there was some robust conversation.
There was some conversation.
Wouldn't that be a good way to describe it?
Yeah, well,
Listen,
I know that. I know.
you got up there and said, calm down.
I assume mics are live, if anybody.
Not yet, we still down.
I'm just waiting on one councilman.
I told Trey to give me the shh.
Right. Well, I'm proud of you. I know you guys got it. I'll be at the next one for sure.
Thank you.
Felt like cleared the way.
They have good questions, though.
I mean, you're always going to have something.
It's some transition.
Yeah, so it wasn't, definitely wasn't adversarial. Yeah, but it was, questions were definitely real questions.
I want to understand.
I'll be coming to the third one. My budget meeting is the night of the, just my budget is the.
Where'd you get your juice, Cece? Where'd you get juice? You brought juice with you?
What's that mean, Ernest?
All right, let's go ahead and get started. Everyone at the table, who are we missing? Welcome to the Greensboro City Council 2026 Strategic Planning Retreat. Over the next 2 days, we will have an opportunity that doesn't come along very often, and we are going to be planning for the next 10 years in Vision 36. Now, having said that, we all need to understand that we will not be able to do everything that we talk about today tomorrow. There are things that will be planned out, have timelines, but I think it's very exciting with all of the new council members on board with their ideas and, you know, ways that we can move things forward in the city, and I think it's very, very important. This will tell the city of Greensboro that we are thinking ahead. We are not just going day to day, putting out fires and fixing this and that, but we will have a strategic vision that will carry us through. First, I do want to thank staff, city manager, all the assistant city managers, the staff who set everything up in the room today, and those in attendance, our sound team, everyone else, and any of the public that may be here. So thank you all for being here, and I will turn it over to Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and very good morning to all of you, Mayor and members of council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to plan this day for you. A couple things for housekeeping. I will tell you first, today looks different than what it has looked like in the last couple of years. One notable difference is that you don't see a lot of staff, a lot of departments, because we got those things to you in the last month or so, and today is about you. So what we wanted to do is really set up a day so that you all can strategize, have dialogue amongst you. In a moment, I'm going to turn it over to our consultant, D'Alba Wilson, with D. Wilson Agency. But before I do that, I do want to make sure that we highlight some of the things that have have taken place through the previous year. So our team has prepared a short video. Before we show the video, I do want to say this. A huge thank you to the ACM team, to Kia Johnson, who probably needs about a week off after this because I've probably driven her crazy. Our clerks team, April Albritton. There are a few other folks in the back. You'll see our executive directors as well as others. One quick reminder also that this meeting is open to the public. So there are a few folks that are leaders in different sectors in our community that will be here at some point. I will recognize them. If you'll throw your hand up in the back, I remember from Tree Vixens here as well, who's been a very big support of our efforts and conversations that have been driving. So as we move through and we begin the retreat, I want to start off with a reflection of 2025 and some things that we can discuss moving forward.
Each city council brings with it its own perspective, questions, priorities, and choices. Before deciding what comes next, it's important to recognize the work that has already been done and underway. This is the 2025 City of Greensboro Year-End Review. In 2025, the city focused heavily on housing, safety, and neighborhood stability. We introduced the Road to 10,000 initiative to increase housing capacity in Greensboro by supporting the development of 10,000 housing units by 2030. This year, we completed or permitted more than 2,700 units toward that goal. City Council also approved more than $6 million to support affordable housing developments like John Demery Way and at the former Regency Inn site. These projects represent meaningful progress in expanding housing options for residents across a range of income levels, including rental housing, permanent supportive housing, and new single-family homes for purchase. Together, these developments will provide stability and opportunity for families, seniors, and residents in need of supportive services. Community safety efforts continue to expand beyond traditional responses, with teams focused on behavioral health, support for the unhoused, and violence prevention partnerships. We introduced the Comprehensive Community Safety Plan and developed GSO CAN, a collaborative action network to advance community-driven violence prevention solutions. At the neighborhood level, city teams worked on code compliance, cleanups, and corridor improvements. These efforts responded to neighborhood needs and priorities. In 2025, we kicked off our corridors efforts by officially designating East Washington Street and Randleman Road as corridors for targeted investment and improvement. 2025 also included significant work in infrastructure and mobility. Transit investments introduced 3 new battery electric buses for the fixed route fleet, microtransit options through Flex Connect, and strengthened regional connections. Transportation and water projects focus on safety, reliability, and long-term capacity. The Greensboro Long Range Transit Plan was recognized by the North Carolina chapter of American Planning Association. Sustainability initiatives address energy use, fleet efficiency, and environmental resilience. We completed the second year of implementation of the city's strategic energy plan, secured a grant to support tree canopy restoration, and continue pursuing LEED for city's recertification. Much of this work represents planning and implementation cycles that span multiple years and remain subject to future policy directions. Beyond major initiatives, much of the city's work focused on the everyday quality of life for residents, from clean streets and reliable services to accessible parks, libraries, and community spaces. This year also saw notable economic development activity. JetZero selected the Piedmont Triad International Airport for its first commercial aircraft manufacturing facility. This project is the largest job-based economic development project in North Carolina's history. Other major employers also selected Greensboro to create or expand their business, like Hoffman & Hoffman, a legacy federal credit union, Barrier One, Integrated Power Services, and Connect IAS, bringing large-scale investment and job creation. At the same time, workforce development programs focused on training, reentry, and youth employment. In 2025, arts and culture continue to contribute to both our community's quality of life and economic impact. We supported more than 350 local creatives through grants, residencies, space access, and curatorial opportunities. We also delivered more than 200 performing arts engagement opportunities in more than 20 neighborhoods. Behind every program is the city's operational capacity. In 2025, Greensboro maintained strong financial ratings, received national recognition for budgeting and reporting, and worked toward modernization of our internal systems from emergency communications to technology tools that support staff efficiency. These systems form the backbone that enables policy decisions to be implemented. This is our year-end review. This is a reflection of where the city was in 2025. The work that was in motion in the environment that our city faces at the start of this new council's term. What continues, what changes, and what begins anew. That vision is set with you as we work toward a successful 2026 and a Vision 36. Thank you.
Nice. Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, as we start out the next 2 days, I wanted to give you all a reflection and really kind of kickstart the conversation. And now I'll turn it over to Diablo Wilson, who you all have met and who will be our consultant and our facilitator for the next 2 days. So Diablo, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Morning.
Everybody this morning.
Great.
Awesome. It's so wonderful to see all of you again. We've been really looking forward to this day. I also want to acknowledge my colleagues in the room, David Howard, who you've met, and also Kevin Monroe's in the back. So we're really excited to be here with you today. I'm going to go through some formalities really quick so I can get them out of the way, just for grounding, okay? It's so easy to come into spaces like this and get updates and leave with a lot of information and wait for your staff, your wonderful staff, to do things for you. That's not this day. This is your season. The next 2 days are your days. As you know, we really appreciate all of your partnership and your leading in and your insights, your feedback, and your visits around this framework that we're putting together. It is your framework. It is your vision. We are very fortunate to be a conduit for that, but we're really facilitators of it. We've done a lot of work. We've done a lot of homework. We really feel strong about what we put before you. Hopefully, you've all read through the summary of findings that we provided for you, and we've had the opportunity to walk through the framework with some of you. Over the next couple of days, it's really structured so that you are able to learn from some of your local industry experts around some of the topics that we put before you. So in terms of grounding, there are a couple things we want to talk about. One is just to remind you of the purpose here really is about alignment for you all. So we've done a lot of work. We've had lots of conversations, great conversations with each of you, collectively and some independently. But now it's really your time. So it's going to be a pretty casual 2 days, hopefully, and a very interactive 2 days in which we're asking you to work together with your colleagues. It's a really good time, hopefully. We'll do a little bit of team building as well, but primarily based around Vision 36 for a lot of it, but a lot of group work and talking among yourselves so that you can understand what everybody else is thinking around the table, begin to synthesize some of that and really align. If we come out with the approved framework by the end of tomorrow, that's great. If not, that's fine as well, because that's not the goal. The goal really is to help understand you all to get your hands dirty around what we're putting before you and to align on your thinking around that collectively as a collective body. So the approach is that every session connects on the other, and every session connects back to Vision 36. And at the end of each day, we'll have opportunity to synthesize, or in the middle of the day, we'll synthesize on what you're thinking. And so the process stands on listening, learning, and leading for each of you. Also, also want to remind you of the 7 cornerstones. You would have seen this in your summary findings. This is straight out of the book, your summary findings that you have in terms of where we're focused and what the information is that we're putting before you, where that is focused. Economic engines and competitiveness, mobility, transportation and connectivity, culture, livability, and social infrastructure, urban form and quality of place, and then global engagement. And so, as you know, there are a lot of assets that you have here already that align with those, and that's what a lot of the work is going to be around as we go throughout the next 2 days. Additionally, I want to align just on some working agreements with the group. I'm going to ask you to adopt these, or you can negotiate if you need to, but I think it's important for us to be on the same page in terms of our rules of engagement over the next 2 days so that we can be effective. The first is that to respect everyone's voice in the room. I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. The second thing we ask is you assume positive intent. Sometimes you think you know a person, you've read something, or you've experienced something, but we assume positive intent because what we do know is that you've all really dedicated your lives to serving this community. So that doesn't go without notice, and so you're certainly here for a good reason, and we're going to assume positive intent throughout the next 2 days. Practice both and thinking. What does that mean? That means 2 things can be true at the same time. So you may disagree on a certain point, but just because you disagree doesn't mean that it's true. So try on that hat, consider, listen to understand, be aware of your intent and the impact of your actions. Again, certainly things in rules of engagement that I think you all are familiar with as well. Offer transparency in all of your interactions. It's not lost on us that this is a new board, and so transparency and being honest. I'm going to ask for psychological safety and with all the cameras around you, so to the extent that that is possible. But certainly this is likely your first time as a new board to have this type of engagement, and we certainly want you to be able to take advantage of that and leave closer and knowing each other better at the end of the 2 days as well. Listen to understand, and one of my favorites is really to look for what connects rather than divides. Again, most people often are wanting the same things, but we often get caught up on the approach and how we get there. So let's not get caught up in the middle, but keep our eyes on the end goal, right, and what we're ultimately trying to accomplish. Listen to understand, commit to limited or no use of technology. It's important to be present in the room. And honor your time with your colleagues. I will ask if we can, we understand that the conversation is getting really rich, that we think about limiting our comments to 3 minutes at a time, just so that we can be succinct and make sure that we get around the room and get everybody's voice in the room. Focus on strategy. This is not planning. This is not operations. You have a whole team to operate for you, but your responsibility is to govern and set policy, and so we want to make sure we keep the conversation at that level. You should keep all of your actions at that level, certainly, but we definitely want to keep your conversations over the next 2 days at a strategy level, because this is the time that you have to do that, and then detach from the past and outcomes and really just be present, right? So examine new things and new thoughts and new possibilities in the room. All right, anything to change or add here? Everybody's okay with adopting these in terms of rules of engagement for the next 2 days? Very good. There are, we have a model for board development. It's called Governing as One, and it's really about how do you take elected, so appointed board officials and really make one team, because you are a team. You certainly represent your own districts, and obviously some of you are at large, and you were elected by different groups of people, but in here you have to function as a team, and sometimes it's hard to do that when you are representing different interests. But it's really important that you work to a place to get there, because the most important thing about that is that as a team, you're able to work more effectively together. Team doesn't mean that you have to think about the same things. You don't have to agree on everything. You don't have to think the same way. But it does mean that you have aligned on how you're going to get there together. You've aligned on what you're ultimately trying to accomplish as an end goal. And that is really important. And so David's going to come up and talk a little bit about some of the framework for our model in Governing as One. And then after that, we're going to take a quick break to allow you to do a DISC assessment. We're going to have some fun with your DISC today. Have anybody's taken DISC before? How many of you taken DISC before? Okay, very good. Many of you have. Very good. Thank you, David.
Good morning. Happy to be here with you. So we're going to talk through just kind of the way that this governance as one model works. Just a little bit. It won't be new to some of you all, but let's just start with the fact that this is all about sharing the same language as we start this journey. So if we think about this from a relational foundation, let's talk about these four focus areas, if you will. The first one is shared purpose and strategic focus. That's just what it sounds like, aligning on why we exist and where we're going. That's about having clear and shared understanding about mission. That's decisions anchored in collective purpose, individual agendas, and this is actually in your book too, as well as individual agendas set aside for the whole. Again, many of you have served on boards beyond City Council, and you understand how important having strategic focus is. That's kind of the purpose of today, to make sure we come out of this with some of that. The next one is all about some of the things that Diallo just talked about, and that's trust and relationship building, knowing each other as people, creating safety. That's all about making sure that you start off with understanding that people have different motivations for being here, but the purpose for everybody here is to make sure that they do what's right for the community. Trusting in that from the beginning so that you know each other's people and understanding their backgrounds and motivations, assuming positive intent. And this last one is really important. That's making sure that you have psychological safety to speak candidly. We spent time with all of you all, and I think none of you all have that problem of speaking candidly. But making sure that you do it in a way that is psychologically safe for each other so that you can continue to do it as you build that trust and build those relationships. The next one is all about teamwork and collaboration, which we're doing here today, point of the retreat. I know you guys worked together on the campaign trail, and you've worked together now for about 2 months. But as you kind of move forward, what does that start to look like? That's working across differences while staying aligned. That's valuing diverse approaches and styles. All voices have opportunities to contribute and support decisions after they're made. This is where we talk about those meetings after the meetings, and then the meeting after the meeting, and actually how things can kind of go awry because you don't stick with where you kind of got to. It's trusting the process and trusting that where you got to is probably the best thing for all, and working with that and working within that. And then there's this whole idea of constructive deliberation. That's discussing, that's debating, that's deciding productively. That's welcoming and exploring dissenting views, and that's focused on productive conflict, focused on ideas, commitment to decisions once they're made. And again, the rest of it is kind of built on what you're responsible for, and that's the bottom of the screen. You know that you have governance. You need to do it with clarity, understand what your role is, understanding the difference between your role as a policymaker and the role of staff, and making sure that those lines are clear. That's making sure that you're involved with the stakeholder and community accountability. A lot of you guys are new, and I know you want to make sure that you're going back and telling the folks, I did what I said I told you I would do. That's the accountability back to the community. The fiduciary part of this is not always the most fun part of it, but it's the necessary part of it, and that's overseeing the resources with diligence and integrity. Making sure that you're informed on financial matters when you're making decisions, and making sure that conflicts are disclosed and managed. And then lastly, is the continuous development, learning and adapting and becoming better. I mean, it's all about when you know better, you do better. So that's about evolving into that area. So this is the structure of governing as one, and it's just to kind of do a base to say this is where we go from this point forward as we move through it.
And then what's important to note also, and Dave, you're going to
do the microphone.
What's important to note also is that we're starting at the top box, the relational piece. So that's what today is all about. If we get the governance, the bottom part tomorrow, that's great. But for the next 2 days, we really want to focus on the relational piece, because that's the part that's going to be the most important with the work that you have before you, that you have some connection established before you and be able to work effectively together.
And I don't know if you've heard of this whole premise before of how teams develop. We're working around all of these lights and stuff up there. Sorry about this. This whole idea that you start off in any new project by forming, and then you move to storming, then you normalize things out, teams hopefully are ready to perform. And then when you're done, you can go home. So again, one is all about teams meeting to get to know each other, understanding roles. Storming is that next level of working through conflicts that arise as you get to know each other. Open communications is essential during that part of this. Norming is when you kind of leveled out and you're establishing the norms of how you guys will collaborate and work and what your projects are and kind of what your goals are. Performing is just kind of the best part of it. That's the part the trainings team are going to enjoy the most because now they're focused on actually delivering on the things that you talked about. And then the last thing is, you go home feeling good about it. Because now you actually are doing exactly what you told the public you would do.
And you guys are somewhere, given that you're 3 months old as a collective board, you're still in the forming stages and probably have been experiencing some places of storming right now, but still very much forming and understanding your new norms as a board together, being new to each other and also new to the board collectively. So it's important to also understand where you are as you're grounding in this work and give yourselves a little bit of grace because you're still getting to know each other, understanding work styles and how to approach the work together while you're trying to do some really, really important work at the same time.
And it's also for new council members, you guys have been in the public before, but I don't know about you. When I first got elected, I went to the mall the day after. I didn't look, I had shaved. And I got out the car and somebody said congratulations. It became very clear to me that I was going to be on all the time when you walk out the door. My wife hated it, man, because we couldn't go to a grocery store or any place without somebody saying, hey, did you do this? Did you do that? I mean, just the reality of being an elected official and what it means. These pros around the table tell you they've gotten used to it. It's nothing like somebody walking up to you and say, hey, I met you 3 years ago on the street, and they want you to remember their name. I mean, it's just a new pressure, getting used to that. I mean, I'll teach you how to do that if you want me to teach you how to do that. But I mean, just getting used to that public scrutiny that comes with, someone told me a long time ago, I told Albert, it takes a lot of ego to think that you should be one of 9 people that represent a city of 400,000, 300,000 people. I mean, most people don't understand the pressure that comes with that. So just getting used to that part and that forming is April Brady. It's going to be okay. She took a deep breath. Just getting, because I'm not trying to scare you. I just want you to get used to the fact that forming is just an interesting stage to go through.
And the recognition of that is important too as you continue to do the work so you can offer grace to yourself and also to your colleagues. Because you really are getting to know each other. So even if you knew each other in the community, getting to know each other around this table with this body of work is a different level. And so being graceful with yourself in that, which is why we're going to shift a little bit and go into DISC. I love this tool because it's a great mirror to help you understand who you are. It is not a personality test. It's an assessment and an analysis of your leadership style, but your leadership style in terms of how you prefer to go about accomplishing your work and your tasks. So it's a preference. It's about your preferences. It's not personality. It's not who you are. It's not about your values or your judgment around systems. It is simply when you wake up in the morning and you put your feet on the floor, are you starting and thinking about details or are you thinking about strategy? Are you thinking about people or are you thinking about systems? And depending on where you fall, that means you're D, I, S, or C. And as you come into this space and you're working with people who are opposite from you, you may say, I don't like working with her. I don't know why he needs all that information. And you think it's the person, and it's not the person, it's just the way they work. And that's what we're going to learn about today, and I think it's maybe the most helpful thing I can do for you at this point in your journey as a collective team. And I need to stay with Mike, sorry.
I'll pick it up.
Is to help you understand at a baseline how you prefer to go about your work. It's as simple as that. It is not a judgment. It'll be very different. For many of you, you won't understand it, but it's like DNA. For those of you who've taken the DISC before, you may understand that. It's like your DNA. It's just who you are. So the goal is to understand that about each other so you can, when you go into negotiate, collaborate, work together, you understand where each other is coming from. And I don't have one of my favorite circles in here, and it's really Stephen Covey's concentric circle around the circle of control. You guys familiar with that? You have your circle of influence, your circle of concern, and in the middle there's the circle of control. And we know what's in the circle of control. It's one thing in the circle control, and it's simply you. That's it. You can only control yourself, your thoughts, words, and actions. So we ask people to watch their thoughts, words, and action all the time. And so when we talk about be aware of your positive intent and be aware of what you bring into the room, we're really thinking about, asking you to think about what you're thinking about. Check it yourself. Is it true? Is it real? Is it necessary? Where is it coming from? Is it based on judgment, or are you dealing with what's before you in the moment? But then, therefore, also thinking about what you're saying and therefore what you're doing. Sometimes we don't often think about what we're thinking about enough. We just kind of let our mind run away, and we're down a path that we don't need to. And so often we need to really just exercise a different level of emotional intelligence and awareness about where we are. And the DISC is just another tool for self-awareness, really. So you should have an email from Takia with a link in there. We're going to take a quick break. It should take you only about 10 or 15 minutes to do that. I think everybody's had breakfast and coffee. If you need anything, let us know. The other thing I was going to ask you, sometimes when you're committed to 2 days, you may remember that you left the stove on, or you need to pick up dry clean it or something. If there's anything that's kind of preventing you from being present in the room, just write it on a paper and pass it off to us, and let us handle it for you if we can, just so that you can be present, okay?
Set the stove, we can't.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to give us a security code, perhaps, but if there's anything that prevents you from being in the room that we can help with, just let us know. Does everybody have your link? Okay, we're going to take about a 10-minute break for you to take your DISC assessments, and you're going to get it in your results in your box immediately after you take it. I'll also get a copy, and then tomorrow or this afternoon we'll actually be able to do a team report as well, so we can see the team on the DISC, which will actually guide help you see the culture of this team today as well. Yes. Hey.
Can this be labeled as confidential so that I don't particularly want my DISC assessment to be
Thank you for
posted?
saying that. I left a very important piece out. Please do not use your real name. Use pseudonyms.
Okay.
So, yeah, don't use your real name. Use pseudonyms, please. So we've had people use really fun names, whatever you think you want to do. Corvette. You can literally go back and start over. Thank you for that, Tammy. That was a really important point. Thank you. We've done this with councils before and public boards before, and that's how we've gotten
And have
some level of.
use our real email address?
Yes, but that's not public.
Okay, so it's not going to get posted to a portal or anything?
No.
Is there something in here that's like,
No, but it's just your results. And some people don't want their results public, and that's your call. So I don't publish your results of your DISC assessment.
okay.
When you see how
scary, but-
effective it is, well, it's also pretty effective too. So
Yeah. I don't need George Hartzman posted.
I'll see if he posts mine.
That's the name I was going to use.
Well, let me pick the other.
I think you just earned yourself a heart.
I just heard myself, what?
this is live.
Needed to be updated anyway.
Talking about Adam.
It needed to be updated anyway.
Yeah, the disco music is not helping right now. ADHD is good for me.
Whitney. I'm still waiting on a couple people to finish. I think everybody's not done. $10:35. Oh yeah. I thought you said 10:05. I was like, what? Okay. Got it. So now we're down to the correct number. I'm going to walk through a couple of slides really quickly, but very quickly because we'll do a lot of this when you get in your groups as well. We're going to try to stay on time because we do have a panel coming in afterwards. The DISC assessment is used as a tool for behavioral understanding. I'm going to pull my slide up here so I don't have to worry about looking behind me. Behavioral styles and preferences, and I do want to reiterate that. It is not a personality test. It literally is about your preferences in terms of how you'd prefer to go about accomplishing your tasks and your work on a daily basis. It is categorized in 4 main styles: dominance, influence, steadiness, and conscientiousness. And by understanding these styles, you really are able to improve your communication, your connection, your relationship with others, because you understand more about yourself, and then you therefore can adapt your own approach with others who are not like you or who have a different style than you. Just a little bit about the different styles. Dominance is about how you respond to problems and challenges. People who are high Ds tend to be direct and guarded. I's are about how you influence others to your point of view. I's tend to be direct and open. Steadiness for green is an indication of how you respond to pace of the environment. Those who are steady tend to be indirect and open. And then those who are conscientious, C's, high C's, are all about how you respond to rules, procedures, and procedures set by others. So C's are your rule followers, and we'll get into a lot of that later. C's tend to be indirect and guarded. So just from this one page along, if you can see, if you have all of these different styles represented on your team, you can see where there may be some miscommunications that can easily happen based on just how you approach work. The important thing to note is that if you look at your report, you'll see on page 19, you'll see 2 things. You'll see 2 charts on page 19 of your report. You'll see that there's an adapted style and there's a natural style. The adapted style is what we're going to work with in this context because that is who you show up as at work. Your natural style is kind of like, who you were born to be. And then your adapted style is who you become, who learn to be when you have adapted to your style of work, to your culture. It could change by culture. And you can often see that your style often aligns with your profession. Right? So we need accountants to be high C's, right? So the numbers can be right. We need our attorneys and our legal counsel to be high C's so that that we can tick and tie the numbers there. So you'll often see alignment in that way. The other thing I want you to note is that you will see that there's often a presence of all 4 for each of you. Very rarely do people flat out. I have seen some people, I've been doing this for a couple decades, so I have seen some people flatten out in a couple of areas, and that's a little bit scary. But ideally, and I've only seen this a couple times, when you've had people who you really want to be in the middle. Because if you're in the middle, that means that you're able to adjust and adapt to all kinds of environments because that's your starting place. So I want to make sure that you note those 2 things before we get into specifics about the work. I won't go through these details at this point because I want to get into groups so you can actually do some work together. But I do want to call your attention to this and let you know that I'll send you some slides and we'll talk about this through a little bit as well. So at this time, what I like to do, and I haven't seen your team report yet, so I don't know where the dynamics are. I have seen that you're kind of skewed in one or the other. But you'll see that there are posters around the walls for D, I, S, and C. I want you to look on page 19 at your adapted style. And your high C is going to be, your high C. Your highest number on your adapted style is the group that I want you to go in. Now, it's okay to do that because it doesn't mean, you will see that some of you may have, maybe equal in terms of your higher number. Just pick one. If you're very close and it's almost the same, just pick one. And if we see that we're skewed, we'll balance it out in the room. But at this time, what I'd like for you to do is to go to your corners. There's a D, I, S, and C on the walls. there. So if you look on page 19 and the adapted chart and go to the one that correlates to your highest bar, and we'll come around with some instructions.
If you're near one of the papers, they need to grab chairs near where you are right now. If we can move around to us a little bit. So why don't D stay here?
They can stay.
They can stay.
Yeah, they can stay. It won't be long. No.
So D just, yes, that way.
Yeah.
And remember the microphone's on.
Yeah. So one of the things that we'll take advantage of at this time is actually getting to know each other. And you're the lone D? Oh, we got 2 Ds. Okay, so far. Okay, a little bit balanced. And no one that's topping out at S. So far. Okay. It's a reflection of the culture. I'm telling you. So if I may have your attention really quickly, we're going to do this really, really quickly. We've got about 20 minutes, and we'll revisit this this afternoon as well. But at this point, we want people to help us understand what it's like in the day in the life of your disc style. And I'm going to show you some examples that we've gone through before with others in terms of your journey, your life, your experience being a high D, I, S, or C. This is important because for a person who is not led or does not have a high presence of that style, it is sometimes actions or behaviors or thought processes that they actually cannot conceive because they don't think that way. And so we want people to understand is your experience. As you experience the counsel coming from your disc style. So what's it like a day in the life of your disc style? Here's some examples. So you can see here with C's who are cautious and reflective. They described it as being thorough, contemplative, patient, thoughtful, critical, reserved, private. D's say, get it done, make it big. D's are typically pretty direct, action-oriented people, very visionary thinkers are your D's. We have no presence of S, and that's never a good thing on a team or an environment or culture because, again, you want balance. You want balance in all things. So I'm going to ask you to just take 5 minutes and do a round robin in terms of adjectives that describes what it's like to be you on your journey as a D, I, S, or C on this council. And I'll come around in just a second and help with any questions. Start over here.
Do you want me to
Yes, I will come up. Thank you. You guys have questions? I know I'm probably getting way too vague questions. Way too vague.
Just want an adjective about our day.
No, about your experience. Right. So C's are quality control people. You like numbers, you like quality, you like accuracy. And most high C's, right? So high C's are going to be your quality control people. They're going to be the people who you want to cover your numbers, you want it right the first time. High C's also very contemplative, so you often hold on to things before you let it go because it has to be perfect before you release it. Those are C's. And so help them understand because D's don't understand that at all. Because D's are 70% is good enough for a D, so they're not going to understand why you're holding on to them. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And so just like who are you as a C and how do you experience this counsel as a C? You need more information, you need more details. I knew you were a C when you were talking about that.
Yeah, me too. I was like, oh yeah.
You need more details.
Yes.
And so those are the kinds of things. Because that's what's playing out in the room, but there's no language right now to explain what it is. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And so this helps other people see you from a different perspective and also understand what it is that you need
as you interact and you go out about the council and vice versa. Because when you're talking to a lead, you're going to have to bring it up. You can't go into the details of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you. Slightly higher.
He was being
but not
indecisive.
bad.
Okay, so let's,
I'm coming right back.
Okay.
You know what you're doing, though. It seems like
More or less.
Okay, I'll be right back. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm Deanna.
Hey, how you doing, Julius Monk?
I thank you, Dr. Monk. I called you Mr. Monk the other day.
Oh, it's okay.
It's good to see you in person. Okay.
So we're describing ourselves?
You're doing good. That is. No, this is perfect. I do this for a living. I knew your eyes already. Already did. So what is it like for you as an individual in the context of this council? So you probably have to restrain yourself a whole lot before A4 got here, because you are a very outgoing person, and you can see that the majority of the board here sees. So there's your quality control people that like data, accuracy, they're contemplative, you're more vocal, they're less vocal. So what is that like experiencing you? Which is, one is that you like energy, joy, fun, all those kinds of things. But what does it feel like for you in the context of this room? Do you feel restrained? Do you feel, do you want to bring more ideas to the table? Do you want to be more free-flowing on the council? What is it like? How do you describe yourself to them?
It's just right. You don't overthink it. Right. He be trying to
in context to,
And it's just words. It's just words. See, they're doing cognitive, logical, factual. It's adjectives to describe you. So you're helping them understand you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
When you come to the table. You both are also very pretty, very, I would say, lighthearted, if I can use that word. And when you kind of just come to the table as you are.
yeah, I'm hilarious. I'm actually pretty good.
I think they're down to
They're having no problems. They have.
Yeah, we will get in trouble. Good, that's good, that's good. Very good. You guys will have all the cheat sheets for the council now. You know exactly how to handle them. Excuse me. All right, I'm going to see Tina needs some help over here. Excuse me. And then we'll take about 3 more minutes. This is going to be your planner. Yeah, and you're also team focused.
Yes.
Because your essence going to be so you're going to be team focused.
So here's the.
You're going to be a consistent builder. Are those good things to describe you?
Yes.
You're a consistent builder, you're team focused. You like to hear everybody's voice in the room, you want to hear everybody's opinions and thoughts about when we make decisions.
Yes.
And sometimes you can be slow to make decisions.
Yeah, that's
Because you want, that's not too good.
that's not me.
Yep, team focus, being, essence of the most loyal. Essence of the most loyal. And if you describe yourself.
Yes.
Essence of the most loyal of all of them. You care about, you want to make sure everybody's okay in the room.
Yes.
You want to make sure everybody's okay in the room. All right.
We're boring. This is my job.
You need to be that way. What you do, and you're certainly in GSA. You needed all of this, right? Put all the numbers. You needed to.
Boring over here.
Yes. Well, that's a great thing, but the thing about it is,
Boring is what she is.
like, why is she true? That's who she is. Excuse me. Okay, we're going to really quickly do some call outs and have you guys report out, and then we're going to do what's called a gallery crawl for feedback really quickly, because I think we need to stay on track here, on time.
You want to go? No, inside, yeah. That way. Okay.
We're going to do a really quick gallery crawl, a really quick call out. We won't do feedback in this round because we've got to be on time for the panel. And then we'll move right into the next phase, okay? Explain to the team who you are.
We are D, the dominant team. No shock there, probably. We have described ourselves as being direct, decisive, visionaries. We take risk, goal-oriented, motivated, assertive, outcome-driven. We like to collaborate. We are advocates. We have a high work ethic, often misunderstood. We are steadfast, task-driven, deadline-driven, and purpose-driven. We need next steps. We have high expectations. We are contemplative, outcome-driven, assertive. I think I've done those. And last, we are low tolerance for BS or waffling.
Very good. That's very accurate of D's. Thank you. Again, we'll have an opportunity for feedback and questions later in the day. Thank you.
We're the I's. I think I stands for influential, and so we have a lot of empathy. I think we're hilarious. You guys agree? Very open, contemplative, not overthinking, borderline, active, engaging, and I just think that there's like always a holistic human approach to most things. And relatable.
People like us. Thank you. All right, and our lone S on the council. And you should know that our highest is actually a C, so as we think about
off by one number.
Off by one number. So as we get to culture, we'll make sure to talk about that as well.
What I've got here is I'm a planner, think through and rehearse, strategize, deliberate, guarded, think of unintended consequences. What else could this mean? Very loyal, team focus, build consensus, and I'm a make sure everyone is okay and heard kind of person.
Very good. Very good description of S. Thank you. Who's your spokesperson here? Thank you.
So C's, we're a little boring. We are cautious, logical, thoughtful, focused, practical, thorough, data-driven or fact-based, because some of us are not data-driven, and we are people-oriented.
Very good. So really quickly while we transition, I think we have about 5 more minutes, 10:35. I want you to visit the D-I-N-S, and put an orange label, each of you, groupthink, orange label for the adjective that does not work for you. Does that make sense? Or that you understand you have a question about the others, not yours. So you're going to do a gallery crawl and go to the D, I, S, or C and say, why do you not need details? Why don't you like details? Or you may say, I need you to want more details, and then you put a sticker by that one. I think when you read the names, when you read what's there, it'll make sense. Right. And I'll come around. Your colors, pink.
You know what? That's okay, bro. She's the pink person.
There you go. Thank you. All right, really quickly, we've got time to do this and be on schedule.
Okay.
Right, what you don't like.
Each of us individually?
Yes, on the one.
I know.
And
Let's go visit these ones.
go visit the
Want to go D?
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to give you guys this color.
Okay.
Think about it. Thank you.
Direct.
Yes. Okay, very good. Thank you. Oh, there, let me click in there. 15? I remember. We're going to skip our break. lot of this is going to be posed more as conversation as well. So please, let's just have a conversation. So they're kind of awkward questions. I thought we had to answer this question. We're done. We're already there. But I did enjoy some of the yeah, I don't know.
I got the last spot.
I was here 7:30, so I guess pretty generous this morning. Okay, we're gonna ask everybody to make their way back to their chairs so we can get started. Really excited about this panel. Very excited about this panel. Oh yeah. That's perfect. Thank you. I can't wait till you guys get into your disc a little bit further, and I can already tell this team discussion is going to be a lot of fun. So thank you so much for doing that and taking time to get with your partners. So at least you know who's aligned with you now in thought, right, and in approach around some of the things that you're doing. But I'm excited for this next panel. If I could have your attention, please, we'll go ahead and get started. I'm really excited about this next panel. It's my privilege to moderate this morning's discussion with them. I enjoyed meeting this team earlier this week and learning about so many great things happening in this space in Greensboro that we hadn't touched on yet. This panel is called From Research to Revenue, and the reason is simple. Greensboro has assets that most cities would envy. David says it all the time. A world-class community college, 2 universities on the path to R1 status, aerospace industry that's with a global footprint that's envious, a school district that has made a public promise to every graduate, and a workforce intermediary working to connect all of it and do an amazing job at it. So the question is not whether the pieces exist. The question is whether we build the connective tissue between them fast enough. Are we doing that fast enough? This group is doing a great job of connecting and collaborating together. We want to understand how the city could support some of the work that's happening there. What Vision 36 asks of the city is to keep moving forward, to take the assets that are here today, understand how we can continue to build upon that and keep moving forward. And that's what the panel is going to pressure test for us a little bit today. Let me introduce our panelists, Dr. Tony Clark, president of Guilford Technical College. Thank you for being here again this year. Dr. Alan Boyette, provost, executive vice chancellor at UNC Greensboro. Wendy Proteet, president and CEO of Shift Ed, and Dr. Julius Monk, deputy superintendent of business and operations for Guilford County Schools. Awesome, thank you. Let's get into it. Reality check. Dr. Clark, when you think about, and I'll ask this of you two also, Ms. Poteet. When you think about, look at employer demands in advanced manufacturing versus what you're currently doing, what programs have the strongest alignment today, and where's the biggest gap that you see?
Advanced manufacturing. So we have many programs that are related to that. We have our FAME program with Toyota, which is an apprenticeship type program. Of course, we have a Guilford apprenticeship partnership. So I think overall we're pretty aligned with industry. I think we always have to keep up with industry and make sure we understand their needs and we're addressing their needs. But I think we do a pretty good job with that. I think our challenge is working with Shift Ed and Guilford County Schools is to make sure that everyone's aware of all the great opportunities in advanced manufacturing. I mean, obviously the city council is aware of all the great announcements that are going on and how we build that workforce for the future. So that definitely takes a partnership with Guilford County Schools and Shift Ed, and we're very excited about that. There's also, thank you.
There's also a regional partnerships that we're working with too. So I think it's recruiting and getting the word out about great opportunities, and not only with Guilford County Schools, but also with our adult population. Those people looking to retool and reskill and get a maybe more promising career than the one they have. So that's also a big target for us. But as far as keeping with industry, I think we do a pretty good job at that.
Very good, thank you. Perspective, Mr. T?
Can everyone hear me?
Yep, you should be okay.
I think I have to echo what Anthony just said. I think we are pretty aligned where that happens.
Oh, I did? Oh, okay. Sorry about that, didn't know that.
I'm sure I could have talked loud enough. I didn't know. I think we are pretty aligned where business comes. I think I echo what Anthony said. I think where kind of the fragmentation and the gap is really when we start to think about that handoff from education, from the education piece of the employer and that handoff, and what do those transition points look like. Everybody on the panel today anchors, what we see as our community with higher ed, with the school district, with Shift Ed sitting in that intermediary space. But I think where we could do better collectively is the communication part about all of the things that are taking place, and also thinking about and understanding the fact that not one of these institutions owns that full journey from classroom to career. So really thinking about how do we best tool ourselves to partner in collaboration, and what that looks like when we do that in a way that the transition points at every milestone are being addressed, and being addressed very early on too.
I'm going to try to, can everybody hear me? Is this good enough? Dr. Breakout, when you think about R1, pursuit of R1 status for UNCG, tell us about the emphasis of that and describe that for us and why that's important for Greensboro.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Let me first say that we're already there. So we're waiting for the National Science Foundation to catch up in its higher ed reporting system. Oh, thank you. But as I said, it's not in writing yet. We're waiting to be recognized. But UNCG does about $77.5 million in terms of research expenditures. That was our total for fiscal year 24. The R1 criteria is at least $50 million in research expenditures and at least 50 PhDs granted. We've been twice that for a decade. So we are already there. So if there's any concern about UNCG turning away from its regional mission in support of Greensboro as it pursues R1 status, that's not a concern. 90% of our students stay in the state. Most are from North Carolina. 42,000 workers here are UNCG alumni, live in or within 25 miles of Greensboro. That's a commitment to this region, and that won't change. Now, looking to sustain R1 status, though, is a challenge. If you're reading anything in the media about what's going on in Washington, you're probably aware that the funding streams are changing. So while UNCG has historically been exceptionally strong in funding from Department of Education, public health, mental health, we are broadening our array of research activities, our research infrastructure, to expand into a number of STEM fields, looking to work with federal agencies that have deeper pockets and appear to be in demand these days, or at least favored in Washington. So think of Department of Defense, Department of the Interior, Department of Energy, those sorts of things. But I see UNCG continuing to grow, but continuing to provide benefits for this region. What we do is engage students. What research does is help us retain students, retain faculty, retain investments in this region.
We're excited. As I said before, that's why R1 was on the status. And when you mentioned it, it was a colleague of yours that mentioned it in a conversation with North Carolina A&T. And we just took hold of it because we understand what that means for Greensboro and the people of Greensboro. We have R1 institution here. So the fact that you have two is just really remarkable. Really remarkable. Dr. Moore, can you talk a little bit about what all this means? You're at the front door with K-12 for all of this. From a university and also from a workforce development standpoint. Can you talk about what you're doing there today and where your gaps, what are you struggling with, and how can we help?
Sure, and thank you for having us today. I think for us, you know, we talk a lot about career and technical education, and for us, we want to make sure that we're hitting both sides of that conjunction, right? So when you hear about R1 status and people wanting to become teachers and doctors and lawyers, that's the career part of education, but then there's also a technical aspect, which I know that a lot of people want to hear about, the advanced manufacturing, which signature programs do we have, and we have 2 of them right now. That we run on our campuses, but we also partner with GTCC for some of those things. And we want our students from, I mean, it's birth throughout here in Gifford County to have exposure to those things. We believe that it starts in kindergarten with just exciting their imagination about what they could be. I mean, you think back to whenever you was in elementary school and you started forming the idea, I can be a police officer, I could be a firefighter. That's when those things happen. And then you just learn more when as you get to middle school. Maybe you start exploring a little bit more about what it means to be those things. And we have a partnership with Shift Ed with this program called Youth Science. So in 7th grade, our students start taking aptitude tests. Man, I wish I'd have had that because, and I actually took it to understand what our students were going through, and it said I should have been a doctor. So I shouldn't even be sitting here, right? Not this kind of doctor, a different doctor. Wow. But it shows you what the aptitude could be, and then by the time you get into high school, you start experiencing some of those things. And that's where the rubber starts to hit the road as it relates to how are we preparing you for if you want to go to college to be something that requires that, or if you want to start your own business. It's going to be very important for Greensboro, Gifford County, to have entrepreneurs to fuel the economy here beyond just the big names that we hear that's coming here. We want people to enlist. We have great JRTC programs, whether it's the Army, Navy, or the Air Force, right? And so for us, it is about making a well-rounded citizen for Gifford County, for the city of Greensboro.
What I'm hearing is that you want all students to have a path.
All students have a path to their dream.
Whatever that path is, you want to have the wraparound supports and services in place for them.
Absolutely.
So that you can support them on whatever path they choose. One of the things that really impressed me about the conversation with you all earlier this week were that there were so many through lines and connections there already. How did that come about, and can you all each talk about where those connections are for people who don't know? And then how did that come about, and how do you sustain those connections, because it also can get complex with the different programs and those kinds of things. And I know, Wendy, you're in the middle of all of it.
Yeah, I'll try to take this one. So I think everybody up here, we really do have good relationships from organization to organization. We have a very strong commitment to Gifford County Schools. We service Gifford County Schools with probably 20 different wraparound programs from kindergarten all the way through high school. Just to piggyback a little bit on what Julius was talking about was the youth science piece. Connecting those aptitudes is very important. When you live in certain zip codes, you can only be or want to be what you see where you grow up, right? Some of the kids that take these aptitude tests, they score really high, advanced manufacturing, which is an anchor here for us in this city. They have no idea what advanced manufacturing looks like, how many jobs are available in advanced manufacturing. And for African American females in that disaggregated data, they score the highest in that category, but they have almost no interest in that at all. So comparing what they're good at and getting them to that and the interest level is very important. But all of the programs have a through line from thinking about the Guilford Guarantee, which I know Julius will talk about, and those credits coming out of high school. What does that look like a year after they graduate from Guilford County Schools and they head over to Dr. Clark for what those associate's degrees look like? And then what does a +2 look like for them to articulate somewhere like UNCG? And how do we keep our talent pipeline secured right here in Guilford County? Y'all will excuse me, I say Guilford County all the time. I have been barred from just saying Greensboro because the organization that I operate runs across the entire county footprint. But we are grounded in Greensboro and understand the importance of the city piece to this. Also, I just want to point out and kind of tie back in before I hand it over to my colleagues up here, the importance of connecting industry directly to students and not just connecting them in 12th grade. It's too late at that point. So what we focus on with Guilford County Schools is to really offer that exposure to students very early on so that they understand what's happening at GTCC and what's happening at UNCG and A&T in elementary school, not when they get to 12th grade and it's too late. We figure out what that pathway is and how to get them there, and I think we all are aligned on what we want the outcomes to be. I think some of the fragmentation that we talked about is how do we quarterback that and who kind of stabilizes that for us organizationally and as partners.
Well, Pathways is really what we're all about at GTCC, and actually if you look at the strategic plan that I handed out, you'll see we have 3 Ps in our mission statement, and it's people, pathways, partnerships. So we are a guided pathways college, which means that when students come to us, we link them up to their career path, what they choose, whatever path that is, and we focus on getting them through that path. We don't want them to waste time. We don't want them to waste money. And but the pathway doesn't start with us. It starts with Guilford County Schools and Shift Ed and all the work they're doing. So this past year and this current year, we're working on 4 key pathways with Guilford County Schools: pharmacy tech, aerospace aviation, fire science, and mechatronics, which is advanced manufacturing. So pathways is what we're all about, and building those take time, and then you have to maintain them and nurture them, and we're continually working with Guilford County Schools and Shift Ed to do that. I will say our biggest transfer partner is UNCG. Most of our students, when they're transferred, they go to UNCG. Also to let you know, the Greensboro campus on East Wendover, we've made a commitment to really revitalize all our campuses outside of Jamestown. And this spring, we're seeing an 18% increase in the enrollment on that Greensboro campus. We're going from 1,500 to 1,700 students, so we have almost 300 more students on that Greensboro campus. And also the Union Square campus that we have on Elm Street and Gate City Boulevard. We have 140 nursing students there every semester. All right, so we are educating students in Greensboro. Our enrollment last year was just over 31,500 students when you looked at all of our programs across 5 campuses. So we have a lot of pathways that we work on, and we're always trying to get students to follow those. And you know, it's great that we're starting earlier and earlier to do that. And but I will say this also: we are dealing with human beings, and they change their minds. And sometimes, you know, I always tell you, I had employers say, you know, I need 20 welders, and it isn't like I can go to the closet and just say, oh, here they are, you know, we got them for you. You know, we have people that we're dealing with, and they make choices, and sometimes they're good choices, sometimes they're choices that could be a little better, and sometimes they change their mind. So we have to be flexible too, and make sure we're serving people as they go ahead through their life's journey, and make sure that we're helping them choose whatever path they choose.
Tony, UNCG is grateful for every one of those transfers from GTCC. They're a critical part of our almost 19,000 students. The panel was asked Monday, I guess we talked, to think about this notion of pathways to education, pathways to the workforce. I started thinking about that, and I realized what a knowledge gap I personally have about that, what we need to be doing. And so a thought occurred to me, and that was to call the director of our Education Reform Lab at UNCG. SERVE is the name of it. It used to stand for Southeastern Regional Vision for Education. Now it's like IBM or NCNB. The letters remain, but it has no meaning any longer. It's moved on past that. But let me share with you some notes I took from talking to our director there, talking about where the pipelines exist, and importantly, where they break. A lot of things I really didn't think about, but are important. Research shows that it is not the case that there is a single primary place where these pathways break down. Instead, they tend to break at transition stages, okay? And so as Wendy was talking about how important it is early on, and Joy was talking about, you know, the importance of starting at K or pre-K. pathways break down when young people are not aware of their opportunities, what industries exist in their region, what job patterns might be available to them. And I think we can do a better job of reaching out and informing young people in Greensboro what career paths might be. We also see that the pipeline can weaken sometime in the transition from high school to post-secondary education. A reference was made to advanced manufacturing. You can think of all these high-growth, high-tech, high-demand sectors. If we're not impressing our students on the importance of mathematics, certain analytical skills, that career pathway might be shut off to them if they haven't developed those at a critical stage as they're developing their junior high school experience, and then coming prepared to college. At the university level, we're finding that in those industry sectors where we have a strong relationship, where members of the corporate sector will be part of our advisory boards, where they will help us to embed internships, practical experiences, experiential learning, we understand what the industry need is and we can prepare graduates. Where that linkage is weak is where a pathway breaks down. We prepare a graduate and they don't have the right skills for that. So we're increasingly working to get better aligned to erase these pathway gaps to the extent we can.
A college president can always talk, so you got to be a little careful here. But I do want to mention we do track the graduates from Guilford County schools that come to GTCC. And last year, 16.8% of the Guilford County school graduates came directly into GTCC. The year before that, it was 14.7. So we are making, but Dr. Oakley is not satisfied with that, and neither am I. So we're working really hard to get that up into the 20s and beyond, because we track the students that graduate from or take CCP classes, our dual enrollment program, and there's about 16% of them that they don't enroll at GTCC, they don't go to a four-year school, maybe they get a job, maybe they go to the military, or maybe they're eating Cheetos on the couch, I don't know, but they're we're not linking to them. So there's opportunities as far as Dr. Boyette mentioned, to get the word out and about all the great opportunities for students, but also to the parents and to nonprofits in the community that can go ahead and educate their participants on opportunities to continue to improve their skills and start a career that would be of interest to them. So there's all type of entry points that we can talk about and work on that the city could help all of us as far as continuing to educate citizens about all the opportunities that we have.
Well, kudos to the great job that you're doing. I'll ask one last question before I open it up for questions. We had invited an industry partner here today, but unfortunately we had a cancellation at the last minute. But we understand the importance, first of all, the national model around just starting from the cradle, from the crib to college to industry is just the improvement, purpose building, a number of different models, and they're very effective. So I'm so excited to hear that is so strong and here in the city, in the county. Talk a little bit more about the last piece with the job placement. I know there's workforce development that's happening a good deal. I know there's already connection directly at K-12 is what I think I heard. Certainly with all the universities, and also with you, Ms. Poteet, somewhat quarterbacking a little bit for some of them maybe. Can you talk a little bit about that last piece with just landing the job? There's so much obvious industry here that you could point people to. How is that working, and how are the industry partners supporting and helping you all?
I would love to talk about this because Guilford County Schools actually employs a lot of its students that go through the technical portion of our educational program. So, for instance, we had a couple of diesel mechanics to work on our buses that go to our schools. In our building services area, whether it's HVAC or plumbing, we have students that participate in that area as well. And I always remind people, some of the challenges with the technical part can be a perception of how maybe we remember what CTE meant. But as they talk about advanced manufacturing, if you ever go to an advanced manufacturing plant, you will see it looks very different than what you might remember when we were growing up from a manufacturing plant. And I think the other part is, sometimes there's a negative connotation with using your hands for employment. But I always tell people, cardiologists use their hands, brain surgeons use their hands as well. And I don't know about you all, but my AC went out one summer and it was like 90, 100 degrees. And I would pay anything, any amount of money for an HVAC tech to come out and make that repair. So I think part of what we have to do to connect those employers is say that we are not only educating our students in reading, writing, and arithmetic, but we're actually giving them those skills that is going to make them employable, those credentials that our employers are looking for to know that when they step foot, of course they're going to train them in their way, but they're already going to be ahead of any other student. I can tell you that right now. If you go to Gifford County Schools, you're going to be light years ahead, whether it's for education or being employable.
I'll add on, just always thinking about gaps and kind of acting in that quarterback space, as you said. Being able to see the whole field is very important when you're in a quarterback role. As an intermediary, we always try to figure out where's the gap, where can we plug in and offer more support. So one of the things we developed at Shift Ed, working with the school district and thinking about these youth science assessments that we talk about so highly, it's great to take the assessment, but then what? Like, what do we do with that? We're helping the kids, figuring out what that career pathway is. It helps the school district to create these mandated career development plans that are required for students to progress to 9th grade. They have to be redone in 10th grade. So it mirrors what has to be done in the school district, but also thinking about the industry portion of that. We need to make sure on our end that we are connecting the industry to these students. So how do we do that? There's a platform that exists that all students in Guilford County that take youth science, they upload their assessment onto a platform called Your Path Career Discovery. And that Your Path platform directly intersects with businesses so that they can connect directly to the students and those 14 workforce pathways that are identified on the platform. It gives the students the ability to look at a Cone Health or a Bloom Construction or all of the different pathways that are available to them and what companies are promoting, what's the day in the life, what does a mentor from that organization look like, and then also talking to companies about how do we co-design these work-based experiences. Like, we can think that students need one thing and the businesses might need something completely different. So if we are working with industry to co-design those things, we know it's a benefit for the students and how they are learning those jobs and those industry partners. And we also know that the companies are also getting what they need from us. So we sit in a position in Greensboro, being right in the center of the state. We intentionally built the job platform to include every school district in the state of North Carolina so that we can recruit industry that has access to all of these students, but it's positioned right in Greensboro. And with youth science, we just signed a contract with youth science where anybody that wants to use youth science in the state of North Carolina now has to go through Shift Ed to make that happen. So we have positioned ourselves to really be a leader in that talent pipeline development for industry, not just in Greensboro, but regionally as well.
Other thoughts?
So, three things come to mind right away at the university level in terms of connecting with the workforce. With NCA&T, UNCG really creates the professional workforce for Greensboro. I mean, think about the number of people you know in business, the number of nurses, teachers, other healthcare professionals. They largely make connections through NCA&T and through UNCG, and we provide that essential workforce. But secondly, we create jobs through our own startups. So 4 UNCG companies come to mind right away where we're working. But finally, UNCG is home to a number of specialized facilities you can't find anywhere else, and our industries in the high-tech sector come to our campus to make use of these facilities. NMR, high-tech specometry machine. I'm a political scientist. Specometry doesn't come clearly, easily to me. We bring them on campus and build partnerships, get them to know our faculty, and through them, our students are going to be working in those labs. And it is often the case our students end up working with these industries that come to visit us.
So we work obviously with many industries across many disciplines. We do have advisory committees. So our technical faculty aren't just responsible for teaching. They're responsible for recruitment and connecting to employers. So, if enrollment's not up, we turn to our technical faculty and say, you got to get students. And then if employers come and say, we can't find, we put them to the technical faculty. So they're busy, all right, because they're also teaching and advising, doing those other things too. But we have many like our Honda, our Quick Careers program, our aviation program, it's a 8 to 10 week program that prepares students to get a job with Honda as a production worker. They can also get a job with other companies, but Honda's the primary one. They come there 10 weeks, they take a test. We have a 95% pass rate, and then they're qualified to get hired at Honda. All right. We have our FAME program I mentioned with Toyota. We have about 50 students in that program that are designated to each company. So we don't put the student in the program. The company puts the student in the program. So if they want 2, they put 2 students in the program. If they want 20, they put 20 in. All right. Honda's more than 20. The other companies are more than 2. But there's about 8 or 9 companies involved in that. Of course, we have the Guilford Apprenticeship Partnership with, and those students are coming in. They're apprentices. They already have an employer, and they're working towards that. Of course, on our Greensboro campus, we have our truck driver training program. Of course, we are putting $5 million into a new dry pad out there, so we'll be able to expand that program. That also has about a 90% placement rate. So a student can come 16 weeks on the weekends, 8 week full-time, graduate, and have a job that pays $50,000, $60,000 driving a truck. On the Union Square campus, of course, we have our nursing program. Just had a meeting with Cone Health last week about doing a bridge program for their LPNs to become RNs. So that's also what we do. One thing I think, and I'm sure this has been talked about, but I'll just mention it again. We have our aviation programs. We're putting a new building at our Cameron campus, which is by 63 or 68 and I-73. There are going to be great training programs there. We need transportation. Right now, a student can go to the hub, I guess, the Greensboro GT, and get on a part bus to take them up to the Cameron campus and then come back. But it's not an easy path to get there. And and I know the city's working on that, but I do want to highlight that these opportunities are out there, but there are some barriers that we need to work on to make them as accessible as possible to all the citizens in the city. So, yeah.
I'm going to end with the question about innovation, but I'm going to open the floor for questions right now. I do want to note that Dr. Clark does have to leave in about 15 minutes, so if you have a question directly for him, he has a previous commitment, so we do appreciate you being here today. Any questions from the council? Yes, we got Urban first, and then Councilor Parker.
Well, I'm just curious about.
They're not live, but they'll pick up on the feed.
I'll project. I'm just curious about. Sorry. So you spoke to, I guess, the pipeline between, and I'm looking at kind of before and after. So before the pipeline in like childcare and things like that, and afterwards in like professional development, and how is that informing your work, and how are you working together with some of maybe the services that we provide throughout the city so that we can serve folks better?
Yeah, I'm going to make a brief comment and I'll pass this along. I was tempted to talk about this earlier, following up on Dr. Clark's comment about, we're dealing with people. People make decisions. They make decisions at a certain point in their life. They say, no, I want to do something different, and changes their mind. Well, what we're talking about here are personal circumstances, judgments of individuals, or circumstances that they find themselves in. So often when we think about pathways at the university, we confront personal challenges in the pathway that we really struggle to figure out how to help. UNCG is known as an institution that really works hard to advance social mobility of its students. There's great ROI for students who come to this institution. But we have students with great financial pressures. We have students with housing instability. We have students with family obligations, with mental health challenges. So we do our best to provide services on the campus, but also, and we're grateful for them, to connect to resources of the triad to help those students. So it's a combination of things we can do and things that we are really stressed to figure out how to help these students. On the back end, the pipeline, it's critically important that Greensboro continues to develop its professional organizations, its professional networks. A student who graduates and is employed, again, the pathway is broken. If they're not aware of networks they should be in to advance their career and to grow. So we see that, I'm glad for the question, at both ends of this pipeline.
I think Councilman Parker and then Councilman
I ran on education as a city council responsibility because of what you all are doing. So I really appreciate you joining us today, because there is a significant importance between workforce development, but also notably thank you for being our historic employers of our current residents. I think that's worth noting. I benefited from having an associate's degree, and I do want to lift up the fact when you said that the city is working on it. The Guilford Guarantee was something I was super interested in. I think it's April Albritton and Reggie from Transportation that has been developing a pilot program that we take responsibility and support you all's efforts in providing transportation. So we might not be cutting checks to Guilford County Schools because we're the city, but certainly I'm curious of how we continue sharing resources and communications. I'd like for that to be well, now it's public. If you didn't know, that's something that we're piloting, but more, even a flyer. I'd be interested to see how we as a city can further amplify that that's something that we're doing. And so I wouldn't be in this seat without my associate's degree, firstly. So there is some, I give great thanks for that. And that kind of workforce development is something that I think will lend and be curious about how we can strengthen the transportation piece. And then I was going to say one more thing, but if you'd like to speak to that.
Well, I would just say the Guilford Guarantee is a great initiative, and we're fully supportive of that. I know ShiftEd is too. But it also includes the year after. So if, of course, Dr. Oakley wants to get 100% people in the Guilford Guarantee to get the industry credential, the college credit, or the internship experience. But if they can't, we're also looking at it being within 1 year graduation, which GTCC is obviously very tied into. I just want to recall, I think we had a prep session for this. I remember I was on a call, and the question was, 5 years from now, what's the key? And I said the key is integration between all the community partners that work with the city, all the nonprofits we have nonprofits come to us and say, we want to do this, we want to do that. It's overwhelming sometimes. So, the better we can integrate all the different organizations that are working to improve the lives of the city of Greensboro residents, the better off we'll be. But I think I'll turn it over to these guys who probably are doing more work in that area.
Thank you, and thank you for lifting that up. One of the very first times I met the city manager, he had just started not too long after that, and that was one of the things that we brought up, and he and his team, probably less than a year, got it done. And I think that shows what it means to have good government. We're supplying you all with great citizens. That is literally our mission. is providing responsible citizens that are prepared for career or higher education. And our vision, which is why Dr. Clark was talking about that year after, is it doesn't stop with transforming their learning while they're with us. It's also their life outcomes, right? And so that just shows that connection, not only for what you learn, but where you learn, and then what do you do with that after you receive that education. So I appreciate you for lifting that up. And it makes us feel good knowing that there's more than just money that can be associated with contributions to our students, to our citizens. And it also, though, demonstrates the power of the collective and finding where those gaps are and then filling in however you best can.
And I was remiss to not mention City Manager Davis and that effort and that our further commitment of working across both systems and intergovernment. So I appreciate you. There's one more thing. Oh, and Miss Lindy, I told you I was going to come back. When we were newly elected, we came and had a wonderful walk around of the programming that you're offering. And I told you that I was further going to connect you to UNCG, my alumni. So if you meet Dr. Boet, he's right here. Thank you. Please, because I was afforded the opportunity to earn a master's degree in library information studies about 12 years ago, and I kind of wanted to lift up at that time and be curious about where this might fit in the ecosystem. Is that it was a historically dominant white woman profession. I didn't have that because my mentor, Bridget Blanton, our library director here, is here with us today. And so 12 years later, those numbers have changed to where this librarianship, when you say this teacher or policeman, no one thought I would be a librarian then be sitting in a council seat. And so that kind of non-traditional trajectory of a non-traditional student kind of really evolved with the intentional investment and diversifying fields. And so as we talk about pipelines, are there those intentions that still exist with making sure that every pathline is diverse? There is no glass ceiling being created because if we talk about the cradle to career, we don't want to necessarily funnel people into certain things. And I'm kind of exemplary of that intention. So I just wanted to see where it lived today.
I will say historically what you're talking about, I think Julius talked about the connotation of the stigma placed on the technical aspect, like working with your hands. I think where we misstepped years ago was when we placed that stigma on students and we tracked students into certain things based on what they looked like. I know for our school district and our superintendent, it is very intentional that everybody has the same access and the same exposure. And while we say everybody, we also know, and I'm going to say a bad word apparently in this country today, equity is important. We have to make sure that the students that need the most are receiving the most support. And that's not very hard to do in a majority minority school district. So what I've said to people is we're going to keep our heads down. We're going to continue to do the work the same way. But it's very important that everybody understands these pathways, and the breakdown is the transitions and not making sure that our kids know what the next steps are. And I think from parents just speaking, they have said, like, I don't know, my kid's going from 8th grade into 9th grade. I have no idea all of the things that are available to them. So one of the first things Dr. Clark said was communications. Like, that is one of the most important ways to think about what we look like 5 years from now, is how we are communicating out all of this resource-rich community efforts that are going on. So I truly believe that the communication is part of that, but it's also about, how do I say this nicely? The innovation in things is not about continuing to create new pilots and new programs, and it's really about thinking about what we already have and how do we align those efforts. And the funding piece to that ties to, let's stop doing the same thing and thinking we're going to get different outcomes. That's the definition of insanity. Y'all know that. start funding the things that actually have impact. Start funding the things that are speaking to the outcomes that we all want to see. So when we talk about 5 years from now, we've moved down the line and we can see the trajectory of social mobility starting to change for students and families within our community. So that's kind of where we sit in that intermediary spot.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Ross.
Yep. Thank you all for the panel and discussion today. And I think that I'll pick up on the last things that Ms. Poteet said in terms of outcome and impact, because I really do think that's important. And just to state the obvious, our community and residents have put in quite a bit to create and attract the jobs that we are seeing. And that's something that I think we all want to keep and do keep front and center. And so as I think about those future workforce and the opportunities that are here, something we also recognize is the importance of the loss of the 40 to 50,000 students that we see coming through this community every year. And that brain drain really does have an impact. I think it would be our collective failure if we are not able to leverage the jobs that are coming here by putting in and creating pathways and opportunities for our existing students, as well as our young people that are here, as well as those adults who are looking for a new path. Part of what I think about is really wanting to see and sort of overwhelming the senses for people in this community to understand how they get access to those jobs of today as well as the ones of the future. I'm curious as to whether you have explored or if there would be consideration for bringing some of the certification and training programs to within community, thinking about whether it's warehouse spacing or I know obviously with classrooms or in the schools we have them, but I am thinking how do we take sort of the good programming that you have on your infrastructure at your schools, et cetera, and sit those in community so that people can really get that access as easily as possible. I think there's a lot of strong talent here, strong talent to be developed, and like I said, I really think it would be our failure if we don't overwhelmingly have opportunities for our existing residents in addition to those that we'll be welcoming as future residents as well.
I'll answer this one from the Shift Air perspective. So the YourPath platform that I talked about earlier, and with YouScience, the anchor for our YourPath platform is Cone Health. And one of the things Cone pointed out to us was exactly what you just said. It's great that we're working with the students, and it's great that we're building pipelines, but how do we address community need? One of the things that we have rolled out in our fiscal year this year is the YouScience assessment for community members. So taking those assessments and actually working with the United Way, working with different organizations to give adults the ability to really think about, like, what do I want to be when I grow up? Like, what is a different pathway for me? If any of you want to take this assessment, please let me know. I can get you a link. It is very eye-opening to see what it looks like, but I think we realize that it would be beneficial to open that up to the full community. So there are 5,000 assessments available on an annual basis for us to address that community need too.
I appreciate that. You know, I was, and I've told this story many times, and I'll tell it many times before, but my mother benefited from a program that was in community. You know, she cleaned floors, and she was able to go to a space down the street that was a former grocery store in which she trained to be a bank teller, as well as get her GED within a couple of blocks of home. I think it's being very intentional and hands-on in terms of creating that space for community that really will sort of help make the difference, and that's what I'm looking at.
Yes, and thank you all for all of the work that you're doing and the impact that you're having. If I heard Dr. Clark earlier talk about, I think it was the 16% approximately students that don't transfer out of GCS into GTCC. In our community, obviously, as a council, we're heavily involved in the growth of the city, the growth of jobs, the growth of wages. So that number hit me. It really struck me, because those are folks that, if things aren't done well, then they're going to put pressure on the community, pressure on themselves, pressure on the community. and this is probably more so for Ms. Poteet and Dr. Monk and yourself, but what are some things that we're doing or we can do, we can do to reach out so that they don't fall off, that they don't not have options, not have the success that they want, and then also, unfortunately, put additional pressures on the city and the resources and the county?
Well, that's a great question. I think it starts once again with the transition points and the integration and communication between Guilford County Schools and GTCC and the universities, getting to the students and letting them know what opportunities are available to continue to either to go get a job, to continue their education, and if they've not been successful in school, how can we go ahead and find out how we can make them successful? And that's a tall task. I don't have the answer for that right now, but we're working hard with Guilford County Schools as part of the Guilford Guarantee to go ahead and make sure those individuals can continue their lives in a successful way.
Thank you.
Let me add one thing. You talked about the connection of Guilford County Schools to the community colleges and community college to the university, and Dr. Clark was very kind in citing the extent to which students transfer easily to UNCG. I just want to comment in part, because I think it's relevant to your question here. We don't just rely upon the Comprehensive Articulation Agreement, which is a statewide program. GTCC and UNCG have a program called Titan to Spartan Connect. And that allows us to go to Dr. Clark's campus, his students come to ours, and we provide advising and reach out. And it's only through that kind of, it's labor intensive, but that kind of really hands-on experience that makes those connections work.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that it's totally your responsibility. It's a collective responsibility. We just need help to make sure that all of our community is strong. Those who are having challenges, having that outreach. We had the FAME, we had the advanced manufacturing, which is great, but it doesn't fall out, and we're reaching for these 15,000, 20,000, 95,000 jobs. We need folks ready to fill those jobs.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Crawford, the mayor, and then we have time to wrap back around now.
So Adam and I went to a tour of Toyota, which was really eye-opening, because I hear manufacturing, I'm 53, I think of people on a assembly line, killing their feet, just monotonous work, and it was very inspiring to see that it's not my grandmother's manufacturing, right? I also know that these are well-paying jobs and can uplift a family almost immediately. We know that kids that are in school now are some of the kids that were delayed by COVID. We also have kids who are delayed by housing security. Someone brought that up. And then there are delays dealing with poverty. And so I hear pathways, I hear like the transitional periods, but how can the city help make sure that these kids stay on the pathway, are prepared, right? They're taking this analysis or this assessment, but they may already be behind, and they could be so much more if we were making sure that they were up to speed. So just thinking about like what could the city do through mentorship or tutoring or after school programs, what can we do to assist you all in making sure these kids who have a bright future but may be behind because of some obstacles that they didn't put there themselves?
I'll start off and anybody can jump in. So I'm glad you brought up tutoring and things like that. When we were coming out of COVID, part of our strategy to combat some of that learning loss was to have what we call learning hubs and tutoring that we offered. At the time, we had an infusion of federal money, which a lot of governments and educational organizations had. That's gone now. ESSER funds are gone. We're totally dependent on what we receive for our per pupil allotment from the state, from the county, and things like Title I through IV from the federal government. How we've been able to fill some of the gap, which has gone down from being able to have access to close to $15 million to do tutoring throughout the county to down to like $3 million, where we're only doing it at Title I schools. While we have a great number of Title I schools, that's still leaving a large part of our student population without those resources. We get a lot of that through philanthropy, which is great and it's good to have, but it may not always be consistent and always there. And so I think that is a great role that city government can provide is, if you want to include in your budget something for the Greensboro City Schools to go towards tutoring, we would love to have that. If you wanted to have a program where you were sending volunteers our way, we would love to have that as well. One of the things, and we've been talking a lot about CTE, but I also want to talk about our occupational course of study, our OCS students, which may have some developmental delays and things like that, where we also provide them with workplace experience. They come to our central office a couple of times a month, and they provide restaurant-style coffees and shakes and all of these things that you would get at Starbucks and some other places, was teaching them a lot of skills, not only the culinary skills but also the business management skills. And so there are ways like that in which you could support the way that our students are gaining access to both educational experience, book knowledge, as well as real life work experience. And all of us in here at some point are going to want to sit back and put our feet up and let somebody take care of us. We're going to need people to replace us in government. Right? We don't talk about that a lot, but it takes a lot of expertise to run a city, to run a school district. And so while advanced manufacturing is important, we still need people to do good government as well. And so all of those types of ways that that the city can help support us in that effort.
Okay, we'll go to Mary Velocity.
I was fortunate enough to be on the 10-year plan at UNCG and spent much time there.
My son was on the 7-year plan. So.
There you go. And one thing that was incredibly helpful to me was having an evening time program that I could take my classes, get my master's degree at night. We have a whole host of adults that are working full-time. Maybe they're in the service industry, maybe they are first responders, paramedics. They have a very short lifespan as a paramedic and then need to move on. Where are we in helping those folks go on to their next step? They can't, they're a parent, they're the head of a household, they can't stop working for 2 years or for however long to go to nursing school or whatever their next step is. Where are we in terms of meeting those folks and helping those folks on their career path, and what needs to happen to help facilitate that?
Yeah, at the university we have several programs that are targeted toward, it could be someone who's never been to school, but largely we're talking about these, what we call partway home students. They started, dropped out, and are now working in a career, but they realized that undergraduate degree, or even coming back for a master's degree, is really important to them, both personally or for career progression. So we have been growing year after year our asynchronous online programs. You can take it at any time.
Oh, okay.
Beyond that, the current initiative is looking at part of term courses. So, we're used to saying sometime in August the fall semester starts, in January the spring starts, and then you may take a class in the summer. We're looking at programs that will be built on 7 and 8 week courses with multiple start dates. The heavy lift in that is getting our administrative systems to work. We're used to a cashier's office says, here's your bill, here's when it's due. Well, if you're not starting until some point later, how does that work? But that is the goal that we have created, to create these sorts of programs that not just work for the university, but work for those we're trying to serve. And increasingly, that is the society we're trying to serve.
Great, thank you.
We're almost out of time, but I do want to get the two final questions in. Councilmember Blackman and the Mayor.
I'll be quick. Or was it the mayor? I'll be quick. I just wanted to, I work for Guilford County Schools, and I wanted to just talk about being there for over 25 years, the difference in the way we communicate to families. I would love to see some intersections happen among communications, especially with the city. I remember the yellow folders that used to go home once a week, and parents were conditioned to check those folders to find out not only what's going on in Guilford County Schools, but also within the city, events that kids could families could take advantage of on the weekends. As we've gotten into our web age, a lot of times we just post things on the website and expect families to be guided by that for information. So when we talk about some of that disconnect with families being able to connect to different pathways or different avenues that they may have access to, I'm wondering if we beefed up that intersection of communication between our different entities, would that show some increase in attendance among our students who take advantage of not only shift ed opportunities, but as we move up into these pathways. I just know I was very dependent on the yellow folder, but I know now getting information out, we do have technologies, but we have to meet every parent where they're at, and some do not navigate right to that technology first. I still love a good book over an audio book, and so we have people that have differences, and I just wonder if we could think a little broader about how we put out communications to families. Thank you.
Our last question.
Yes, I was just going to make a comment and then the question. So I agree with Ms. Block. You know, there are a lot of families that would prefer to see something written, and I know that computers were all the rage and going to help us with everything. We have the same problem in the city, you know, communicating with people on how they take communication. So my question and comment is I appreciate all of this, and I really want to commend the entities that are thinking of the child who doesn't, you know, he's round and he doesn't fit in the square peg. Because I was lucky enough to be able to go to Spark NC when it was rolled out, and they help, you know, do their own curriculum, and it's AI and it's innovative technology and it's all of the things that they are going to need for these new technology positions. So I was very impressed with that, and hearing the students speak really gave me hope, because it was telling how they were in that mode of being depressed and not wanting to do anything, and then I'll use the term at UNCG, it sparked them because they found something they could be passionate about. So I think every child has that in them somewhere, and I do appreciate the programs that are coming out. How can we as older Americans or older residents of the city of Greensboro or even the city help guide those students? And I know we've talked a little bit about the mentoring. You know, maybe they can help us in some of the technologies, you know, things like that. So I know that students do a lot of community service, and I'm not saying specifically the city, but, you know, how can we let them reach out to broaden them even more in their community?
Yeah, thank you for that. And our students do what's called service learning, so they do a lot of community service. But I think that you're lifting up the infinite possibilities that exist between all of these organizations in the city of Greensboro. And I don't know about the rest of them. I'm excited about getting started on some of those things. And I know that the manager saw him taking notes. I'm sure he's going to send a nice long email to Dr. Oakley and say, hey, let's get back together and start working on some of these things. You know, I remember spending time with my grandmother and her teaching me so many things that I couldn't have never learned in school. And I think that's what it takes. If we're going to be a true community, that road is going to have to go both ways. We're going to need our citizens to come inside of our schools, and we're going to need our students to go out and into the community. And I love what the other councilwoman said. I forgot her name, but when we talk about, because our students don't come to us with no problems, no issues from home, but whenever their home life is better, when mom has a job and a career, that is going to make their education better. The family is going to be better. The immediate community is going to be better. The city of Greensboro is going to be better. And so this is a beautiful convening of so many people. And this is why industry is going to come here. It's not just going to be because we got low taxes, all the kind. They're going to say because when you come here, everyone in our family unit is going to be taken care of.
Right. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
That was a good thing.
And in the context of vision everything that you've heard here today really being at the apex of innovation and what's next over the next 2 years, taking this and really elevating all the work they're doing into innovative approaches that take us over the next 10 years and beyond. You know, AI, we got bots now doing things for other people, so we have to keep our eyes on that as well. Can you give us one closing sentence on AI as we close, or innovation, not AI, innovation in general, and your thoughts there? Just really quickly.
I think when we think about innovation, we oftentimes try to think about what we can create that's new. What's this new shiny thing? I go back to what Julius just said. When people come to this community, they will see what we have. So if we want to be innovative, let's think about how we use the resources that we already have. How do we align those resources? How do we think about collective impact and shared data and the shared outcomes that we all know we want to see? And how do we align ourselves? Instead of us working in these pockets and silos, when we align ourselves and we're going in one direction, we'll get there much faster.
This is very innovative, and so thank you for having us.
Very quickly. So just before coming over here, I read the article in Triad Business Journal about current labor market nationally and in the Triad and the impact of AI threatening some tech jobs. This issue comes up regularly at the university, and there's this great concern: is AI going to take my job? The message we convey is AI will not take your job. The person who embraces AI and knows how to use it will take your job.
Very good. I love that. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. It's amazing. Really appreciate you all so much. We're going to take a 5-minute break to transition. I don't know. A 5-minute break while we transition and get the other panel ready.
Appreciate it.
Wendy.
for the last panel. Really excited to introduce this next panel, Flight Path to Scale, Transportation and Advanced Manufacturing as an Economic Engine. As you know, these are completely teed up out of the Vision 36 playbook here. So we really teed up panels for you today that align with a lot of the things that we research and we understand in terms of opportunities for Greensboro. And I'm really excited to introduce our partner here, Marvin Price, who's the Executive Vice President of Economic Development at the Greensboro Chamber, who will introduce the panel. Thank you, Marvin.
It's always a humbling experience when you have to bring down a mic because you recognize that, unfortunately, you are not the tallest person in the room. So this conversation is supposed to be informative. And while we are doing the business of the city, I want to make sure you guys understand that I never want you guys to take me too serious. So we're going to have fun. We're going to be informative. But understand I might throw a random dry joke in there. So with that being said, we have some dynamic people on this panel. Dr. Stephanie Luster-Teasley is over the engineering school at the North Carolina A&T State University. I say it every single time because I messed up once and I'll never live it down. We also have Tim, who is leading HR for Toyota Battery Manufacturing in North Carolina. And we also have the man, the myth, the legend, Kevin Baker, the best airport director this side of the Mississippi. So, I have some questions that I have prepared, and they may sometimes look just a little bit perplexed because maybe, just maybe, I threw a curveball in there, but we'll see. So let's start off. Regions that succeed long-term are unmistakable in what they represent economically. If an international executive had to choose between Greensboro and two competing U.S. regions, what clear economic advantage would you justify in them choosing us? And if that advantage is not obvious today, what could we do deliberately to build that case to make it unmistakable? Anyone can jump in. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I think there are several examples that represent what you just asked us, Marvin. And the primary example that I think of is whenever the Greensboro Chamber contacts the universities, the first thing we do is we talk about the workforce, we talk about our curriculum, we talk about how we're training talent in North Carolina, and in particular how Greensboro truly is a location that is desirable for people to live, people to grow, to bring their children, and people to work. And North Carolina A&T quite often has engaged with the Greensboro Chamber. We've also engaged with the Rockingham Chamber. And employers really want to relocate to Greensboro just because they see the viability. I remember my very first presentation when I became dean. I was invited to PTI for one of the presentations, and just being able to talk to the companies and convince them why Greensboro really was a key factor of why I really felt honored to be at North Carolina A&T and being part of just several universities or community colleges or the K through 12 that will feed into the future of the workforce that comes from Greensboro. And so for me as an educator, it's an easy argument to convince companies why they need to relocate to Greensboro.
I would say that this is, as opposed to the hypothetical of the CEO who might locate here, I'd look at it from the perspective of those who have. Why did they choose us? Because you have a set of assets collectively here that we all know and love. We all live here. By the way, when I moved here originally, my wife and I agreed to come down here for 2 years in 1998. Okay, so that tells you something about how, what we thought about the community. I think when people come here, they see all all of the assets that our area has. And, I would start that at 100,000 feet, we're the center of the state, center of the East Coast, proximate to, 90% of the population of North Carolina, and I'm talking about the Piedmont Crescent, of course, along 4085, and, a 2-hour drive or 2-hour flight from most of the United States. So, and then, you boil that down into a roadway system that cannot be, I don't think there's a better roadway system existing in this country. A great place to live. Look at the weather. Look at us outside. We've got a good day for me to say that. But, low cost of living, low cost of doing business, assets that are just, and people who want to work, a great community spirit. I think I could go on. You all understand it better than I do. We just have a set of assets that can't be replicated elsewhere, in my opinion.
Hey, good afternoon. Happy to build on both of their points. So for Toyota, all these elements were critical. The topics you were discussing before us, educational system, that's very critical for us to find a diverse workforce that we can then hire from and have it be sufficient to support over 3,000 jobs eventually. The logistics is very critical for us to move product with just-in-time inventories. We would suffer with delays otherwise. So having that extensive, well-maintained logistics, having access to airports and to seaports is actually very critical for our international business. And then renewable energy, and that educational system that you're talking about. As the HR hiring manager, that's very critical for my metrics and very important for us in the inroads that we've made into the community to make sure that that's a successful partnership has been critical to our success.
I can just yell it out. Okay. No worries. So, Kevin, every airport reaches an inflection point where incremental growth is no longer enough to compete nationally. What structural constraints most limits PTI's ability to move from just a regional asset to national logistic node?
I'd say we're already there. On one hand, I keep hearing stories around the state of a thing called triad envy, which I just absolutely love. I love telling that story over and over. I mean, go back 5 years and imagine that somebody in Charlotte would say, "Man, we're envious of the triad." Love it. But there are certainly times whenever an airport can start hitting upper limits of growth potential. We have a plan that is designed to be a 50, 100-year plan. It will be very expensive to acquire all the land that's necessary to implement that plan. But it was expensive to implement the plan that got us to where we were able to say yes to companies like Boom and Jet Zero and Marshall and others. And you just have to eat that elephant one bite at a time. And so I think that the land piece for us. There's an old saying in this industry that you've seen one airport, you've seen one airport, because every one of them has a different mission. A lot of them are similar. If you look at all the big hubs, obviously they have a focus of just moving people constantly. Our niche and our role here is to be a center of employment in the aerospace industry, and that's what our goal has been for a while. And in order to do that, land is key. And so, continuing to acquire land, especially in the face of very large users like Jet Zero, who is taking 700 acres, it's similar to what Toyota is taking, maybe not quite similar, but about halfway there, I guess. So I think that's really important for us, Marvin, to continue to grow, our assets of land.
No, absolutely. Tim, you were kind of giving an overview of, like, when I asked the question in regards to the executive that's looking to consider it, but let's take a little deeper dive, because Toyota right now is here and they've expanded and they're looking to grow more because you guys have plenty of land out there. What are the top 3 factors Toyota weighs in the expansion and the supplier site decisions?
Yeah. For the mega site in Toyota, number one was that access to the infrastructure. That's critical for us to move things both by rail, which we have a railhead. Secondly, through over-the-road transportation. The majority of our suppliers are providing us their raw materials through truck, so I have access to that readily accessible highway. And then also put that as well for the employees to get to work, reduce absenteeism, to get access to that 30-mile radius that we traditionally hire from Toyota in. Having access to roads and well-maintained roads is very critical for us.
Thank you for that. So Stephanie, when you think about some cities in the United States like Boston or Chicago or even in Austin, they're anchored by some major universities. So in our modern economy, universities are not amenities, they're economic engines. What would it take for Greensboro to be viewed nationally as a university-anchored innovation corridor?
Mm-hmm. Whenever I am presenting nationally, a lot of people will come up to me because they recognize the fact that just the state of North Carolina has a lot of universities here. The strength of the UNC system, the community college, and then also our private universities. And in particular, when I share with them that I'm from Greensboro, we always start talking about the number of universities that are just in our region alone. Whether I can tell them UNCG is 15 minutes up from A&T, or there's Winston-Salem State, there's GTCC, and so I think we're already on the path, and it's just a matter of educating people to let them know that here you have a lot of universities, community college partnerships that are very strong, and so then you have the workforce that is available for a company that wants to come here, in addition to the fact that it is a good city to be in, one that really has the draw for students to come to our universities, our community colleges, to be educated, and then a lot of students really want to stay in Greensboro or within North Carolina. I have often told people that we are a well-kept secret in Greensboro, so come and see us. In particular, just talking to our universities, because you can find the strength of a College of Engineering at North Carolina A&T or a College of Business. You can go to UNCG, and the provost was just here, and he shared a lot about what UNCG has to offer, and that's just the tip of the iceberg of just within probably a 20-mile radius of universities and community colleges that can contribute to any industry that wants to come. And so Greensboro definitely just needs to get out there, truly market and let people know the strength that we have here, especially in the universities.
I love that. So Tim, I want to transition back to you for just a second. Manufacturing productivity is not just about the machinery. It's about the people arriving reliably, consistently, and sustainably. How does transit access and worker mobility factor into the Toyota site and supplier evaluation?
So I was here since day one with the hiring process, and I can tell you that that was our critical step, was to analyze within that 30-mile radius of the mega site where people would be coming from, making that connection with NC Works and Guilford Works to make those inroads into the community to begin that hiring process. And having that infrastructure was critical for us to be able to attract and then retain those employees. I mentioned earlier about reducing absenteeism and having those reliable roads to transportation. That helps facilitate that, allows them to make that commute, get back to their families in time, and have a great productive day.
Absolutely. Hey, I want to walk around because I got my little cue cards. Y'all see what's going on. Good time with you. But, all right, Kevin, I want to have a conversation about the economy. We just had the State of the Union. We see the numbers. The question becomes alignment and resilience. It's not that the question is whether or not a downturn is going to happen in our economy. It's only a matter of when it will ever happen, because these things go up and down. My question is, how is PTI preparing to remain economically resilient if a major tenant or partner significantly reduces operations or relocates? What diversification strategy protects this region from that risk?
Yeah, it's really a great question, and you're exactly right. It's going to happen, right? There's going to be an economic downturn. There's just no question about it. It's just when. And there'll be another one later and another one, and you have to be, in this kind of business, you've got to be prepared for that to happen, and you've also got to be prepared for the real possibility that one of those big employers on the airport pulls up strings. They go out of business, whatever happens, and they're not here anymore. And what we've done with especially all of the newer ones is to make sure that any infrastructure that is being put in place to serve them, whether it's buildings, whether it's taxiways, roads, parking lots, whatever it might be, are all reusable from the perspective of some other user. And in fact, we've gone to the extent of making buildings that are designed and built for a specific purpose, like manufacturing. Okay, a building like that usually is long and narrow because you have an assembly line going down, right? But we have another use for a building like that where you can turn it into a hangar, for instance, and bring aircraft in from the side of the building and be able to have a number of aircraft in there that could be being maintained by a company like what is now AAR, the old HACO or TIMCO. So, every one of these projects, we're hedging is the way we look at it. We make sure that there's a backup plan and then a secondary backup plan, tertiary backup plan, because we know it's going to come. And when it comes, we want to be, instead of, crying and saying, oh gosh, what do? We want to be implementing the plan that's in place already to reuse those assets.
Thank you. So, Stephanie, alignment between research strengths and industry trajectory creates amazing potential impact. Are there some specific research strengths at North Carolina A&T State University that aligns directly with Toyota's future technology roadmap or aerospace growth around PTI?
Yeah, without a doubt. People are always pleasantly surprised when I share with them that we have over 26 programs at North Carolina A&T. 12 of those are undergraduate programs, of which we just launched the Bachelor's of Science in Artificial Intelligence, and then also the Bachelor of Science in Aerospace and Astronautical Engineering. In particular, we have electrical engineering, computer science, and industrial and system engineering. So all of those play into either the aerospace industry or the needs of Toyota battery. And when you're looking at how close we are to R1, we missed it by 2 PhDs. You have to have the research expenditures, but you must also produce 70 PhDs on an average of 3 years, and we were at 68. So just like UNCG, we are very close, and so the next round of review for becoming R1, we will be in that cycle. And when companies need to have high impact research and they do not necessarily want to do it on their own, it's very easy to come to an R1 or a R2 so that you can offload that research to a faculty member or graduate students or undergraduate students so that they can dig deep and quickly provide a solution at a lower cost than if a company were to try to do it on their own. Additionally, you have those expertise at these universities, and in particular A&T, so it allows for that true connection, and when the students end up doing the research, they can go to those companies and quickly hit the ground running, ready to contribute. And so investing in A&T in particular, which is my passion, and STEM, really makes a difference because it allows us to convince companies when they're coming in, yes, we have those areas that truly can impact either aerospace or Toyota battery or energy or solar supply chain. We have it because with the 12 undergraduate programs, the 9 graduate programs at the master's level, and the 5 PhDs, we truly hit a niche that helps the industry.
I love it. If only I could convince my daughter to go to A&T, I would be in a better situation. So, Tim, question for you. Regions rarely win by imitation. They win by owning a distinct lane in a competitive world. What distinct economic lane can Greensboro own relative to the Research Triangle in Charlotte?
I think that's not only a great question, but you guys have a market advantage twofold. Number one is you can be positioned as that district leader, that distinct leader, through, number one, positioning yourself with advanced manufacturing and combining that with this great logistics location. I think the innovative workforce here, affordable housing will make that competitive advantage a reality for you. So I take a look at Charlotte, which is known for financial and corporate headquarters. Look at Raleigh and Research Triangle Park and their focus. You guys already have a unique opportunity here to become really a nation leader with that combination of advanced manufacturing and its logistics hub here, and really create great jobs and a very sustainable future for this community.
I love it. We're probably going to edit that and turn it into a commercial. So, Kevin, some land use decisions create permanent opportunities. Others permanently closes doors. What land use decisions made today would be impossible to undo 20 years from now? And how should leaders think about that risk?
Yeah, another really great question, and I would kind of answer it in reverse and say that thank God the decisions were made 50, 60 years ago to acquire land around the airport, to grow it. If you come and look at the airport's master plan from the 50s and then look at the one in the 70s and look at it now and see the way the land has grown from 700 acres to 4,000 acres, I could go on, but you get the point. I think that where there have also, though, been some negative, bad decisions that were made along the way is a couple of housing developments that got constructed very close to the airport 40 years ago-ish. That has led to issues that have come out. Tim, you're smiling. There's noise issues, obviously. It blocks our future growth in those areas. I think, fortunately, we've managed to be a pretty good neighbor with these neighborhoods, and we get along pretty well with all of them. But, I think those kind of decisions, if a very large housing development were built somewhere near the airport now, my biggest concern isn't the noise. My concern, well, that's a concern, but my biggest concern is the fact that there goes 200, 500, whatever it is, acres that we won't be able to acquire at some point in the future. You all, this is amazing that you guys are doing this, and I think it's really good that you're all having this discussion, because there's going to come a time where you're getting pressured to grow and to build houses, and it's a need, right? We need houses. These 14,000 people from Jet Zero want to live somewhere, so we need to do that. But this all has to be carefully considered whenever you all are making decisions, and I know you'll make the best decisions you can, so thank you.
So, this is for Stephen. Few regions possess the combined assets of research, manufacturing, and aviation infrastructure like we've heard from Tim to talk about our competitive advantage. What is the Triad's unique advantage when combining a major research university, a global manufacturing base, and aviation hub from your subject matter expertise? What is that unique advantage?
So I think the unique advantage is if we look at what Greensboro offers. When you have a university or several universities within a region and you're able to take companies there so that they can talk to the faculty and the students and they see the excitement, people always are looking at, okay, how can I get the workforce? How can I get the dedicated people who want to come to my company? Is the area going to be viable for my employees to be happy? I know when I relocated to Greensboro, the thing that sold me was the fact that the educational system, was very good for my children. And so I've been here for at least 21 years. And when I share that story with companies, and then plus they look at what my university provides with our College of Engineering or other colleges, it really is a good draw to say, okay, well, here we have A&T, but then we also have UNCG. We have High Point. We have the close proximity to Raleigh and to Charlotte. And so companies really say, hey, there is a strength. And when we look at the engagement that we have with Jet Zero, I was really impressed with the fact that before we even knew it was a Jet Zero, all we knew there was a large company that was coming. They invited, I think, 5 different universities, and they needed 15,000 engineers, and they wanted us to talk about aerospace, and they just said, go. And so we were talking about our materials. We were talking about nanoengineering, nanoscience, aerospace, mechanical engineering, just in general, not even knowing what the company wanted. And the fact that they selected Greensboro, I think, is key in that they saw the strength at North Carolina A&T and the surrounding community. And when you look at a Toyota battery, the close proximity also allows us to impact curriculum, to work with other institutions so that we make sure that we're meeting the needs of the companies that want to come to the region. Just 2 weeks ago, Rockingham County's Chamber came to us and said that we have a mysterious company, once again, because we never know who they are until they arrive and we start talking about the research that's possible at A&T. And it's an energy company that's international, and they're planning on relocating to that region. And they just absolutely fell in love with Greensboro and the fact that they had a university so close to where they wanted to set up their company. And so in particular, they're an energy company, but being able to say, here's what A&T's strengths are in aerospace, here's what our strengths are in energy, and then the other areas that we tackle really makes a difference.
I love that. Tim, we were just talking about energy, and I think it would probably do us all some good to get an answer around you guys' supply chain. What supplier categories represent the greatest near-term opportunities for our region?
Yeah, for Toyota battery manufacturing, we do a lot of partnering with what we call on-site suppliers, people that are very close to us, that provide us the raw materials and then the finished good transportation. So one of our primary suppliers is Toyota Tusho, that provides us the raw materials. We also partner with Fujitsu, which provides us the actual cans that our batteries go into. Those are either located in close proximity or on our megasite campus. And again, that goes back to that whole infrastructure. If we're going to locate other manufacturing within a certain square mile radius of the plant, we've got to be able to have those accessibility, we've got to have the land, and then the workforce to develop it. You can't have one without the other. Both are very critical.
Thank you. So this is for the entire panel. We often talk about the triad as a region, but investment decisions are made based on how regions actually function, not how they're labeled. Where does that fragmentation most directly increase project costs, delays timelines, or reduce investment certainty in this community?
Can you read the first part of that again, Marvin, please?
We often talk about the triad as a region, but investment decisions are made based on how regions actually function and not how they're labeled. Where does that fragmentation most directly increase project costs, delay timelines, or reduce investment certainty in this community?
Yeah, so, the airport, of course, is a regional airport, and we're right in the middle of the 3 cities and 2 counties, really. And I think that, the cooperation, the change, positive change in cooperation between that entire region has been amazing to me over the last 25, 26 years of being here. At first, there was a lot of infighting, I would call it, between those regions, between those entities, that led to really, situations. Before Marvin, I can remember, projects being stolen by one community right out of another community, that kind of thing. And the way that things are now, the way that cooperation has improved so much, I think, over that period of time is necessary, at least for the airport, for us. And I often describe us as Switzerland because we're just out there in the middle of everyone, and we're everybody's airport. I think that is really, really necessary for us to be able to deliver these projects, to get the wins, to be able to have the employees that are necessary for these wins. Because as a triad, we're 1.8 million people. As just one city or one county, it's just some segment segment of that. So I think that it's not directly answering your question, I don't think, Marvin, but to me, from the airport's perspective, seeing regional cooperation like that is what's necessary for us to win, and then necessary for us to efficiently do what we need to do.
Oh, okay. We'll go to the next one.
It's a hard question.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I love a good hard-hitting question. So much, Kevin, I'm going to go back with another one.
Thanks a lot.
So, Kevin, leadership windows are short. Missed moments compound. If City Council could make one decision in the next 24 months that would most accelerate PTI's regional economic impact, what would it be, and what is the cost of them waiting?
Wow, one hard one after another is right. Nito Cobain once told me, tell your story and tell it often, right? And I think that it does come back to the land piece again. That is the place where this council and other municipal bodies around us can help or hurt the future of the airport. And I would just say that, decisions, whether it's over the next 24 months or whether it's over the next 10 years, decisions made by the city to help protect and preserve the growth of the airport in terms of literal growth, where we're just adding land and being able to have another 500 acres for company XYZ that maybe doesn't even exist right now. And then also protecting the airport from the perspective of not locating large centers of homes and even townhomes, that kind of thing, in places where there will be they'd be affected by noise from the airport. So I think those are the places where you all, and I would say also that all the success that we're having now really started back, well, again, I'll go back and say that we're standing on the shoulders of giants, right? And it goes back 50, 60, even further years. But the sort of narrow-focused, let's go win this aerospace world and bring them here kind of started in about 2010, 2011, and we had this $350 million plan to get everything ready, and I got laughed out of a lot of rooms in those days. But one of the pieces of that, though, was utilities, and making sure that we had utilities available at these far-flung sites that weren't right next to the terminal necessarily. And the city and the county, there was a joint water sewer authority at the time. Denise, you would know way better the details of that. You were involved in it and making this happen for us at that time. Really came together and spent just, it ended up to be, it's a lot of money, but it was just a few $1 million compared to $350 million. And that got water and sewer to these sites. And without that, that's just another thing that you'd have to do whenever the companies come along and say, we want to be ready to go in a year. These things take time. You all know it. I mean, putting that kind of infrastructure in takes time. So, that kind of assistance as well is going to be important going forward for sure. But the single biggest thing would be protecting the airport's ability to grow.
So, Tim, you're not off the hook. Hard question coming your way as well. And Stephanie, just get ready. Tim, when a company makes $1 billion decision, it is rarely about incentives alone. It's about confidence in its trajectory. What is one infrastructure or policy commitment that would most move the needle on Greensboro's competitiveness in your eyes?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the question. I think for Greensboro, it comes down to your continuing commitment to focus on moving the needle on affordable housing. And that's not only critical for attracting an important critical aspect of Toyota, which is our workforce, but it's also the retention of it. We want to retain that workforce by having that robust community here. So it goes with the shopping, the housing, the school system. That's what retains that workforce here, and that's going to be critical for us. So after we've attracted them here to the Greensboro area, we want to retain them, and that's going to be ultimately one of the large markers of success for Toyota in this mega site.
He's up next.
Okay, Stephanie, your turn. Last question. Long-term growth rarely hinges on many investments. It hinges sometimes on one transformational one. If regional leaders, you know what, let's change that. Not regional leaders, the leaders in this room can make one investment in partnership with North Carolina A&T that would most transform the long-term economic growth, what would it be and why?
I think if the leaders in this room approach A&T and say, how can we truly work together to advance the city in a strategic way, especially looking at advanced manufacturing, looking at autonomous systems, transportation, business. And I always like to say it's STEM plus, and that's science, technology, engineering, and math plus the needs of the city. And so if it's agriculture, if it's healthcare, if it is K through 12 education, coming to the table to say, how can we work together so that we can really quickly advance what we're doing in Greensboro in particular. The example that I can provide is the city of Pittsburgh works with the University of Pittsburgh quite a bit. And so when they wanted to revamp the transportation in the city, they worked with the researchers so that they could say, well, what are the signals that we need to have? If we want to have autonomous buses, what do we need to do? A&T has all of that. If you come to the table with us and say, here are our needs, what can we do? How can we troubleshoot? What's the research that's necessary? How can we implement? It's a really good partnership in advancing a city very quickly. And so I would say just inviting us to say, let's have a conversation. Here are 5 key areas that we want to advance in the city, and we just figure out how we can all work together. And it's always more than just, one university. It's all your universities in the area. It's all of the people that can invest at advancing the city. And I think starting with A&T would be key. If I were to ask for one key thing, just bring us to the table so we can talk about STEM plus, and that plus is whatever your needs are for the city.
Well, thank you guys so much. I want to make sure that we leave enough time to open it up for any questions that you have for myself or the panel. Yes, sir.
More of a comment than a question. Thank you all for being here. One of the things that I hope we can do as a council is look towards the future, kind of like the airport has done. Kevin has mentioned, and I was going to say this because I've heard you say it before, standing on the shoulders of giants, and that the reason that the airport in part is having some of the successes they're having now is because of the decisions that were made 10, 15, 20 years ago. The quote-unquote bridge to nowhere is a perfect example. We don't have a Jet Zero without that bridge. And I'm sure you caught flack for that, and others might have caught flack for that, but we're seeing the benefits of that now. So I'm hoping that we can think together, as not just on economic development, but on the decisions that we make now. What are we going to do now? It might not be a quick win, but it's going to set us up for that economic growth down the road, and thinking further than maybe just tomorrow. I'm also going to give up some of your spare free time because I know you have a ton of it. I went on a tour with Kevin of the airport. I hopped in his car. 8-year-old me loved it because he can talk to the tower. But it was about an hour-and-a-half tour of the airport facility, both what is existing and improvements that maybe need to be made, as well as the hangars and how they're adaptable. Going back to that comment about what if the tenant doesn't show up? Well, the building facilities that are adaptable to the next tenant in line, and then driving around the land that you don't have yet and where you envision that growth. It's really an eye-opening experience, and to get up on that bridge, which by the way is a lot bigger when you step out of the car and get on top of it than when you're driving under it. But it just shows that kind of the vision and where we were and where we're still going, and I think that is something we can learn from. So I'd encourage anybody to do that with Kevin if you haven't done it.
Yes. Yes, sir.
We talked a lot about what you all talked a lot about retention, and I just wanted to kind of expand that conversation to think about third spaces between work and home where community is built, and how we can better partner to kind of service that retention and to grow kind of the interest in businesses and how that lands with you.
So when you're looking at that partnership with the business and the community and how it all ties together, when I was driving with Gate City, I was just so impressed with the fact that UNCG now has the residence area on top of businesses. And it's that key partnership where now that is a hub where people are drawn to. You may have someone that is just in the area and they get inspired by talking to students that are at UNCG. Having that type of community work, education partnership, I think is really key. You see a lot of cities that are going towards that design. Whenever we are charged with the UNC system to educate North Carolinians, being able to say you get the full package in one area, I think is really key. And so I think if City of Greensboro thinks that way of how can you keep people within an area so that they're happy, so that they're fulfilled, they can work, they can live, they can thrive and play, I think that is key.
Councilwoman Crawford.
So we were at Toyota just, when was that, last week? Okay.
Week and a half ago?
Yeah. And I was speaking with a young lady there about the fact that there is a low percentage of women in advanced manufacturing. And you have a wonderful child care there that I think would be beneficial for more women coming on board. And I wonder, what is the educational pipeline for women in those kinds of positions look like, and how do we entice more women to be a part of advanced manufacturing, especially as we're talking about community economic growth and development. These kinds of jobs would uplift a family almost immediately. So how do we tap into that?
Do you mind if I go first?
You go first and I'll take over.
So I was the first local hire for Toyota, and I've been here since day one, and I can tell you that that has been, along with reaching into underserved areas of Greensboro, been one of our primary focus for hiring. So we've built a multi-channel approach to that. In fact, we've been so successful, we received the Governor's Impact Award just recently. And so I'm proud of the achievements we've made there. So I'll highlight just a couple of those. First is the Advanced Manufacturing Technology Program. We call it the FAME AMT program. That's with GTCC. We have a large, diverse population of students that, in fact, we'll have another graduating class in May. That'll be our second graduating class, where we're drawing straight from recent high school graduates, putting them into that 2-year program. That's been one of our successful venues as well. The second is our hiring approach for the adult workforce that's looking for advanced manufacturing. We started off with a philosophy that we're going to train everyone as though they have no knowledge of batteries. So we're not asking for any sort of baseline knowledge of battery technology to become an employee of ours. So part of that process is, when you sign on as an hourly worker for Toyota, you don't go to that production line for weeks. We're training on the Toyota values. We're training you on work skills. Then once you've graduated from that period, you then go to your fundamental skills training, which is to learn the basics of your job. We then take it a step further at Toyota. We have something called skills-based advancement, or SBA, and that allows for our workforce to develop their knowledge, skills, and abilities, but then also their pay. So they're not locked in by seniority or to just one wage rate to do their job. We want them to learn and grow. And attracting a diverse candidate pool, that's one of the ways that we are able to do that, is because we can offer that. That's a competitive advantage that very few other employers can offer.
for a long time, we've had issues with women wanting to pursue technical fields, in particular for us, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, which are key fields that would go into a Toyota battery type of environment. And women are leaving science, technology, engineering, and math at an alarming rate. They'll get trained, but then they choose not to pursue those careers because of childcare, because of the bias, because these disciplines are typically male-dominated, and it has to be attractive. So when you have companies that are thinking like Toyota Battery and saying, we value all the talent that can come to the table, and so if it's childcare that's necessary, if it's flexible leave for men and for women when they have children, or if they have a sick child, and trying to emphasize that it's important for companies to really think about the whole employee, I think that's key, and that could entice more women to stay and to contribute to the talent pool that we need and the workforce that we need. When companies really are myopic and they're still thinking about the old way of running their company without being more open to the fact that you may have someone who has additional accessibility needs, or you have someone who has family issues, that's key to make women in particular want to stay and work for companies like Toyota.
Thank you for that, Dean. That was really eye-opening. Actually, I've never heard of that and thought about what we were actually losing in that part of our workforce. So thank you for that point. I wanted to ask you to go back to the question that Marvin asked in terms of the one thing that we could do as a council to support A&T's mission and effort, and ask you to talk about the effort or what it means to be and sustain the R1 status. There's a lot, in my understanding, of infrastructure of support around the graduate students and the faculty that you will look to attract and retain to the school as a part of continuing an effort. So I think it would help us just as a community to understand how do we support that.
Okay, thank you, yes. And so getting to R1 is one phase, but then sustaining the R1 title is a different. And you're right, Denise, the key point is infrastructure and what are the resources that are being fed into your R1 institutions. You have to have housing that's available for graduate students, for faculty, for staff. You have to have affordable housing, number one. We have a lot of undergraduate students that want to stay on our campus, and so if we're landlocked, then we can't provide the housing that's necessary for undergraduates or graduates. Or if the city does not have affordable housing, then you don't have students that want to come to that particular university. The electrical, the plumbing, the steam lines, all of that lends well to things that the city of Greensboro can help us. Just make sure that we have the infrastructure that's in place so that we can support the research that's necessary, the laboratories, the power requirement. If there's a new area that we want to go into and we need to build a wind tunnel, we need to have the space, and being able to partner with the city really is key to make sure once we get R1 and UNCG gets R1, we have the support from the city that feeds into the university that says we're here for you and we want to make sure that you're successful, because when the universities are successful, the city is successful. Thank you.
Mayor Boozeway.
Yes, really more of a comment, but I want to thank everyone who has offered, and we've heard a lot of things today about the company, the education, the airport that is definitely a logistics area. But I did want to lift up, Mayor Pro Tem Yvonne Johnson always said we are not using our universities as we should. And, I don't know, I think a lot of times we have good intentions and then, we get busy, or it's a changeover in elected officials, or it's a changeover in staff. And I really don't want to see all that go to the wayside this time. I think that, I've ridden the autonomous vehicles that A&T, they originated there. They devised them, but then we found out that yes, they're autonomous, but according to North Carolina, you still have to have a driver. in the vehicle. So a lot of those things that come with autonomous, we need to be aware of, but that's something that the university can help with. Because when they rolled out that shuttle, it's amazing. And I envision seeing it going all over Greensboro, east, west, north, south, and holds, about 10, 12 people. And it can be really fast. So that goes into your rapid transit and your transportation and your regional. So all of those things that I think that the universities and the companies can help us with to see, how you can help us, but yet we can help you. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, and a great example. And if the city says, yes, we're interested in autonomy, we have to have a driver in there initially, but as we're working together and with the smart intersection that we're about to dedicate on March 11th, if we can prove that we have integrated what the city needs with the lights, with the buses, we could prove you no longer need to have a driver in there, and then that makes us fully integrated. But once again, to your point, working together so we can slowly advance or rapidly advance, I think is key. And it just requires that conversation and sitting at the table to engage.
Thank you.
Yes, question for Kevin. Based on our joint experience of noise cone and land use, do you have specific areas that you anticipate or would like to hold out for growth? We've got so many new buildings and complexes and things going up in the general airport area. I think it would be very helpful if we had some joint maps and parameters so that we could be thinking about, as we face rezoning decisions and annexation decisions, we can be thinking about your needs. If you have, and I'm guessing you already have those maps and those places planned out, it would be very helpful to me, and I'm guessing to our planning department and the city as a whole, for me to have more specificity on what those areas are that we need to be mindful of.
Yeah, sure, and it's really a two-part answer, right? So the one is the noise piece and prevention of those kind of impacts. And the place where noise around airports occur is on the approaches and departure paths. So you look at the runway on a map and just draw a line straight out in both directions. And we have worked, and most of this work is now 20 years ago. It was around the FedEx project, et cetera. But that document is a living document, the Part 150 study, which is a FAA-guided study of noise and its impacts. And I think that the city has done a really good job, particularly in protecting runway 23 left's approach. That's the one that's on the eastern side of the airfield, the older runway. And the other runway as well, to the extent that it was built even after there was already a neighborhood existing there, but continuing to protect it further out on that approach. When you get off of the side of that center line, the noise dissipates really quickly. Even if you're on the airport, I can look out my window, see a plane that's rolling past us, at 100 miles an hour and full engines, and it's not nearly as loud for me sitting there watching that as if I'm off the end of the runway and it's landing. So, protecting those runway corridors, really, really important, and I think the city has done a tremendous job in the airport overlay district, and those are the maps really that you're talking about from a noise perspective, right? And we work with High Point on the other end of that as well. But from an expansion perspective, yeah, we've got, I call it the global domination plan map, that it shows all of this land that we want to acquire, mainly on the north and west side of the airport, past Jet Zero, basically, and past Boom, out on that side. And unfortunately, we've got one development that's right there on Regional Road that is, there's 200 and some individually owned townhomes that are in there. That's going to be really hard to acquire. We'd have to negotiate with every single owner in there. That's the kind of thing we'd really like to try and avoid. And if you all do come out, I'll show you this 50, 100-year plan and show you, precisely how we'd love to see it protected. We get, because one of the things that happened 15 years ago when we started rolling all this out, because we show, the fact that we want to expand to the north and west, and a lot of the developers took me on and said, hey, you're laying this cloak of darkness over all of our land. out here and you're ruining our ability to grow. I said, no, we're not telling you not to develop it, but we are saying that that is where we have a long-term plan to grow, and to the extent that it can be developed wisely is really helpful. So I get that you guys are in a tough spot because you got developers and you got need for houses, et cetera, pulling you one direction, and then you've got the airport and its needs and other constituents pulling you the other direction. So I get it. It's hard.
I want to say thank you again to the panel. In closing, I want to make this last statement. There are 19,500 incorporated cities in the United States. They all want what we have. We have economic engines that are moving our community forward. So for me, I say all gas, no brakes. Let's keep it up. Let's give a round of applause to our panel.
All right, I'm standing between you all and lunch, and it's out there. Before I let them go, and Trey, I'm gonna do that thing that I like to do before I let them get out of here. #1 producer of African-American engineers in the country, and she is a woman, Councilman Parker. I just want to make sure we acknowledge that. I worked with Sean Suggs, and he told me that normally when you open a car plant, you spend about $1.2 billion on a plant. They spent 14 plants at one time. I want you to understand the investment level that is. This young man right here has had the most announcements of jobs any place in the Southeast in the last several years. You guys have incredible assets. So let's give them a hand again before we let them go. Lunch is outside, and we're going to convene again in 30 minutes. So we're going to go a little bit over. It'll be more like 1:05, 1:10 or so. And if you want to come up and meet them before they go, figure out how else you can help them. I'm sure they have a long list. By the way, the Mayor, you talked about the idea of the autonomous vehicles being on the streets. I hope that's part of your legislative agenda for Raleigh. Remember, I used to be Chief Deputy Secretary. I was involved. I was over those programs, and I'm telling you, the legislature wants to figure out how that works. Make that part of what you're talking about when you go to Raleigh. All right, let's go eat. Thank you.
So as we get started back in, a lot of what you've heard already, we talk about partnerships. And this next segment is going to be what I feel is one of our most important partners, and that is an update to you all from Oakview Group. Many of you know Scott Johnson. We're very fortunate that Scott, in the transition to us going with Oakview Group to manage our facilities, like our where you are now at our Coliseum complex, and then our Tanger Performing Arts Center. So Scott leads the Oakview Group here for our component. But one of the things Scott and I talked about was really lifting up just the value and what all the Coliseum and our Tanger Center and what Oakview Group brings to the city. One thing that I will tell you that he brings to the city is innovation. I don't know if anybody had a chance to go to the Jeezy Orchestra at the Tanger Center, but it was sold out and absolutely phenomenal. I think you said you got another nice act coming up in the fall around October. But I just love what Scott's doing, what his team's doing. So I'm gonna stop telling his story and get out of the way so he can talk to you all a little bit. So thank you, Scott.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak today. I know we got new members of council. Some of this information, some of you have seen. Others, it'll be new to you. There's a lot of information in here. It's all positive. Things are going very well with Oakview Group and the city. We see a lot of good things on the horizon we'll talk about here. First off, I want to point out that the Coliseum was built in 1959, and it was run as a city department for 65 years. We are presently doing 1,400 event days, is what we call them, and 1.8 million guests through all of our combined facilities. That includes the Tanger Center as well. We generate more than $80 million in ticket sales, concessions, parking, T-shirt sales in a given year, and generate $5.4 million in taxes. Now, how do we verify that? We hired Clemson University last year, along with the Greensboro Sports Foundation, to do an economic impact study on the Coliseum complex. We did a smaller version of this in 2012 that only focused on events the Convention and Visitors Bureau actually booked. This time we took a look at every single event we have, and the report came back and showed that more than $500 million, or $553 million in economic impact is generated by this facility and the Tanger Center in the course of an average year. This particular study was 2023-24. But what makes a strong Coliseum important is really the other things that it brings to the table. So along with the airport, it's ironic we followed them. The airport and the Coliseum are the two of the largest economic generators in the region. But we also produce jobs. On a given night where we have a major concert, we're going to employ 500 or more people in the Coliseum alone. When we have something at the Tanger Center, it's 150 people on a big night. So a lot of activity, a lot of contractors. We buy a lot of food. We buy a lot of alcohol. It's all driving the need for people to come out, have a great first-class experience, and then turn over money in the community. One of the things we really focus on, and I take great pride in it, is the diversity of events. Trey teed me up there, but I'm going to get to a list of some of the concert acts in a minute. But you'll see in this list, that is a primary focus of ours, is diversity. There are so many different groups in our community, from Indians to Hispanics to across the board. We look for events to try for everyone to have something to participate in. We improve the quality of life for our citizens. We'll show in our ticket sales that people want to come out, they want to go to shows, they want to stay in Greensboro, they don't want to drive to Raleigh and Charlotte, they don't want to do that hotel room for a night. And when they come out, they are spending more money than they ever have in the past. Now, we're going to talk at the very end. We're not immune to the economic challenges of what's going on today. National exposure for Greensboro. I shudder to think, I'm a native of Greensboro, but I don't know that the city would be as prominently known around the country without the Greensboro Coliseum having led the way since 1959. Our hosting of the 1974 Final Four was a big deal, and the numerous other nationally televised events we have really put us on the map. We're a business recruitment tool. We regularly work with the Chamber of Commerce on businesses that come in the community and what are the entertainment options we can provide for that business. Can they buy a suite? Can they become Broadway season ticket holders? We spent a lot of time with the wife of the executive on the Jet Zero project at the Tanger Center. She came down there 3 or 4 times to understand the dynamics of that event, and she was excited for it. And then lastly, we produce experiences of a lifetime. And what I mean by that is this is how we reach down and we touch everybody in our community. So you most likely, everyone you know, in some way, shape, or form has been impacted by the Coliseum. This will take you through sort of a timeline of life, but you probably saw your first children's event at the Coliseum or the Tanger Center. You know, Walt Disney's World on Ice was one of the very first events we had back in 1959. The circus played here for 60 years. Monster Trucks is our biggest event we host annually in January. Sesame Street, WWE Wrestling, some of the newer ones, Peppa the Pig, and Blippi. And then, of course, the Universe Soul Circus is also traditionally a big event that comes to us every 2 or 3 years. And then we have a week of symphony school concerts where local school children are engaged in the symphony for a full week at the Tanger Center. We do almost 20,000 people at that. But as you get a little older and your kids are in school, you start looking at youth sports opportunities. We do AAU basketball, gymnastics, the AAR Invitational, which used to be the HACO Championships, Atlantic Coast trampoline and tumbling, numerous cheerleading conventions or competitions. The state high school wrestling tournament was last weekend. We set a record in attendance for that. Regional volleyball. We're into esports. We're working closely with North Carolina A&T on robotics and STEM programs. And then, of course, the annual city swim meet is a big deal every July, and we cannot get rained out like it used to get rained out in the old pool. So then come to concerts, and as I mentioned, this is a focus area for Oakview Group, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. But we, through our history from 1959 to today, we've done everybody from Elvis to Elton John, and this is just a summary list of a few big acts, but Bad Bunny's played here several times. Paul McCartney, Bruce Springsteen, 2 of the biggest acts in the world. Beyonce. Tomorrow night, we have New Edition playing the Coliseum. Taylor Swift has been here 4 or 5 times. And some upcoming shows that are really going to be strong for us in these last 4 months of the fiscal are Romeo Santos, Megan Maroney, completely sold out. Eric Church is going to do 12,000 people next week. Journey is in May. Andrea Bocelli, that was last October, sold out, 13,000. Zach Brown Band is this fall, and then upcoming at the Tanger Center, we have John Legend and Yo-Yo Ma. So again, I want to point out the diversity of these acts is extremely important for us. And then as you kind of go a little bit through life, you get in and out of college, you start paying attention to sports, professional sports and other kind of sports, or your children do. So you probably saw your first ACC or NCAA tournament game here in Greensboro Coliseum. The Greensboro Gargoyles are now a home team for us. As likewise, we had the Monarchs and the Generals in the past. The Greensboro Swarm Basketball, which is the affiliate of the Charlotte Hornets, plays 24 games a year with us. UNCG basketball. We're starting a women's basketball league in May called Upshot League, and the Greensboro Groove are one of 4 teams in the initial season. They'll play in the field house. They'll play 18 games over a 3-month period. Another great opportunity for our youth to really come out and experience some of these professional sporting events. The ACC Gymnastics Championships is in about 2 weeks. We, of course, hosted 3 major U.S. figure skating championships. We would like to get back in the mix for that in the future. The Hornets play every other year with us. And then, of course, the tremendous number of national swim meets. If you notice next door, we have the Big 12 Swimming and Diving Championships. And an interesting fact here is the closest school to Greensboro in the Big 12 is West Virginia. So those folks came from a long way, and they came here because we're centrally located. We got a really fast pool. They know they're going to have a great experience, and it's economical to come to Greensboro versus a Chicago or Atlanta or whatnot. Consumer shows, again, as you get a little bit older in life, you may go to craft shows or holiday shows, or maybe you're in the market for that RV. But we host a number of consumer shows and trade shows. These are all annual events for us: boat show, holiday craft shows, food shows, RV show, jewelry shows, you name it. We have hosted it through the years, or we continue to host it today. But probably the one where everyone is touched is graduations. So we host all the college and all the high school graduations. So last May and December of this year, we hosted 12 ceremonies between UNCG, A&T, GTCC, and Randolph Community College. 12 ceremonies was almost 87,000 people coming to the facility to graduate or watch a graduate or watch a grandchild graduate. And then likewise, on the high school side of things, we host 22 ceremonies between both Guilford County Schools and Alamance Burlington County Schools for 59,695 people. So again, everyone in our community is touched by the Coliseum in some way. And then, of course, everyone knows the tremendous success of the Tanger Center and the Broadway shows that we bring. You should have all gotten an invitation to our announcement on Monday at noon. It'll be a luncheon at the Tanger Center to announce the next Broadway season for 2026-27. But this is just a sampling. And again, I want to point out the diversity of these events. These are the biggest Broadway shows that are out there, specifically The Lion King, Hamilton, and Wicked. Wicked is returning this year on the series, and that's already been announced. But we're also doing the newer shows, Tina Turner the musical, MJ, The Wiz we did back in November. And one of the shows that's going to be the best-selling show for us this year is the classic Sound of Music in a couple of weeks. So how does all this come together? Well, Oakview Group is now managing the facility, but the city, is that me or you? But the city ran the Coliseum for 65 years. I was a product of that, 35 years as the deputy director. And the Oakview Group came in with 3 real hallmark activities they want to focus on. The first is more concerts, which I talked about a few minutes ago. That takes a while to get into the pipeline. We had a slower first year, 2024-25. This year is much better. No one's back to pre-pandemic levels, but that's where we want to get to. And what was determined as important with Matt Brown's retirement was communities our size, what the industry would call a B community in terms of size, need a big brother in Los Angeles to help you go get bigger and more concerts. The other 2 aspects that Oakview Group wanted to focus on was sell the name and title of the Coliseum, which we actually did that in the first 3 months. It's $1.1 million a year with escalators for 10 years. And we just put the sign up last week. So it lights up at night from dusk to dawn. And then, of course, we're the home to the Greensboro Gargoyles. It's 36 events a year at East Coast Hockey League. We're an affiliate of the Carolina Hurricanes. We announced the fact that we were going to have a team on October 18th of 2024, and the team actually played its first game on October 18th of 2025 to 11,400 people. We're averaging about 3,700 people. We think that's a little down. We were hoping to average about 4,500, but I think with the way the current economy is, and we'll talk about it in a minute, people are holding on to their money a little longer these days. A unique fact about us is that we use community volunteer groups to sell concessions at the major events. So these are groups like the Page Band Boosters or the Smith High School Band Boosters or cheerleading or fraternities or sororities, and they raise money for whatever their cause is. We have probably bought half the uniforms for the bands around the communities, but we pay them a commission instead of an hourly rate. It works out to be more than an hourly rate. And we generated $387,238 back into the community volunteer groups in the 2024-25 year. And this is a pretty average year for us. I did want to give you a heads up. We are in negotiations for a name and title type of sponsor on the Aquatic Center. The prior council wanted to maintain the Greensboro Aquatic Center above the line, and any sponsorship that we sold would go below the line, feeling like Greensboro's name needed to be out there on this particular facility. So we have a major sponsor engaged here. We're exchanging documents. It's approximately $200,000 a year that would go towards this sponsorship, and it would always be the Greensboro Aquatic Center, brought to you by X sponsor or presented by or powered by, however that shakes out. But this is something we hope to get done before the end of the fiscal year. And then, of course, just a quick update on our $20 million in capital improvements the prior council started. So we've bid out a number of these, probably about 65 to 70% of them are bid or being bid. They include renovations to the Coliseum backstage, the concourses, the bathrooms, and a number of other aspects of the main Coliseum itself. We're renovating the Special Events Center lobby, which will start here in the next few weeks. We bought a seating riser in the Special Event Center. If you had time, I could take you in places and show you 1959 and 1972 cabling around our facility. So we're having a massive cabling and infrastructure upgrade. And then, of course, Wi-Fi is extremely important. All the major events require us to have a public Wi-Fi system, and ours is about 6 years old, so we're updating that. Then, of course, we're doing some work on the exterior. We have a brand new sound system planned for the Coliseum. All these will total about $20 million. We're right on budget. We're probably a little bit ahead at this point, but there's still some big projects to bid. And then some other projects we have underway is the offices for the Greensboro Gargoyles are on the second story of the Convention and Visitors Bureau building. Those funds came from dollars that OVG committed to the city. So technically those are OVG private dollars to build those offices out. And the team will move over there in the late spring. As everyone knows, with the success of the Tanger Center, we wore the carpet out in the first 3.5 years in the seating area. So because of the success, and we generally have profited almost $6 million over the first 4 years of operation, we've reinvested about $1 million of that. Roughly $230,000 in the carpet, and then we're building a new Founders Lounge. Just as a reminder, this community did something exceptional by raising $43 million in private contributions. So it's a true win-win when none of the dollars on the city side are coming from the property tax. And of course, why are we doing all these things? We're getting ready for the next round of major events. The ACC men's basketball tournament returns next year in 2027 and then again in 2029. That's our community Super Bowl. We used to host it more regularly than anyone else. Times have changed. The ACC decided to move to Charlotte. but we have it for 2 more opportunities. We hope to earn another one after that, but we've got to get ready, and these $20 million worth of improvements, we hope to get as much of that done as possible. We have the 2027, 28, 29 ACC Swimming and Diving Championships, the 2026 and 27 ACC Gymnastics. The Big 12, which you saw the sign, they are coming back. They announced yesterday they'll be back in 2027, and we think they'll come back in 2028. If you haven't heard much about the World University Games, you will. It's a massive event that is coming to the state. A good number of the large events are here in Greensboro at both North Carolina A&T Track and, of course, the Coliseum and Special Events Center. And just a number of other things, and these are, major economic events for our community. So, again, we're not immune to the economy and what's going on. We are seeing that people are holding on to their money longer. They're making that decision that I saw a new edition 2 years ago. Do I need to go back again tomorrow night? And they're weighing and they're weighing that decision. Or I went to Disney on Ice the last 3 years with my kids. Do I need to go again this year? So we're following that. We're seeing people hold on to their money. They're making decisions to buy later, like in the last 10 days to 2 weeks for an event. But interestingly enough, when they come to the events, they are spending more dollars on T-shirts and beer and drinks and food than ever before. And it's really been a great positive to see that. So it's a true reflection of if the people come, we're all going to do really well, and we're going to continue to generate significant economic impact. Any questions? I got none last year either. So we think.
We just voted, so we were already examining your economic contribution and what was needed.
Wonderful.
We recently voted on the 20.
Yes, thank you. Well, we appreciate your time today. Again, if you have any questions, you can reach out to me. Hugh is our liaison on the War Memorial Commission. We meet monthly, and we're happy to share any information you might like. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. How was lunch? Are you guys asleep? Or you just really didn't have questions? I'm not used to you guys not having questions. Okay, we awake? Because I'm going to ask you to do some private work for about 15 minutes, so I don't need you to go to sleep at the table while you're doing it. All right, so we're going to transition and start another part of the conversation, and that is going back and looking at what we did this morning to synthesize what we heard. So that means I need you to do some work. If you give me 1 second. Of course, it's gone now. But essentially, right at your table, you have a pad, the D. Wilson agency pad. I'm going to ask you to pull that out because we're going to use that for just a little bit. So we're going to spend about 15 minutes, you by yourself, going through what you think you heard. Going through what you heard, going through kind of rethinking about this morning. You had incredible presentations, and we want to kind of go back and think about what we heard. And after we do that for about 15 minutes, we're going to have you get up so you don't go to sleep on us. And we're going to actually divide you in groups of 3 and actually kind of put you around the room because we want you to then talk to your colleagues about what you heard. And then we will go from there. Do you have it? So this is what you're going to do while you're doing this by yourself. I need you to think about one insight that challenge or shift your thinking. And we're talking about these panels. Did you guys enjoy the panels? Yes. Insightful, right? So out of what you heard this morning from the panelists and what you've been hearing from Trey and from your own conversations when we did this, all of it, one insight that challenged or shifted your thinking. All right? One question that is now sharper and more urgent to you individually. One question that is now sharper or more urgent to you as an individual. Two more. One connection to another session they noticed. Give me a connection between the sessions that you noticed that you didn't realize before. And then at the bottom, what is the single most important thing Greensboro needs to get right to make sure these systems work together? Do I need to clarify any of those?
Read them again.
All right, I'm going to go through them quick. One insight that challenged a shift in your thinking. Two, what question is now sharper or more urgent than when you heard the presentations? She has an Apple, and I don't do Apple, so hold on 1 second for me. Yeah. All right. The third one connection to another session that they noticed, kind of two things that may be connected you didn't realize. And then at the bottom of the section, what is the single most important thing Greensboro needs to get right to make these systems all work together? So 15 minutes start. Hugh has a question on his face. I'm getting used to your face, Hugh.
No, just that number 3 is a connection between sessions.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Gotcha. Irvin, so what are the young folks using?
Oh, yeah, and by the way,
Not using Apple.
Hugh, it's individual work. Okay. Well, no cell phones, no talking for 15 minutes, and I promise you're going to get time. We're actually going to spend about 90 minutes on this whole thing, so you're going to have plenty of time to talk. This is your time to do the work. Take care of him, Councilmember Black. All right? And get caffeine. Don't go to sleep during this time. This is not nap time. This is work time. lost control of this group. I said don't talk, they kept talking. Don't throw stuff, they throwing stuff. All right, so we're going to break up now into 3 groups, and this will work better with rounds, but I'm going to just point, right? So group 1, these 3 seats. Group 2, stay where you are. Group 3, come back here. So you guys will have to do a little walking around this table. So group 1 is going to be Mayor Pro Tem Roth, Adam and Cece. I'm sorry, I'm trying to use y'all's council names, but if I can just use your first names, it'd be helpful. So Denise, Adam, and Cece over here.
Okay.
Group 1. Stay at the table. Group 2 is going to be Hugh, Crystal, and the mayor. And then over here is going to be Tammy, April, and Irvin. All right?
I'm sorry, we can't.
Crystal was in that first group. No, the Crystal was in the last group. Tammy, Crystal, and Irvin over here. 3. All right, let's do it again. 1, 2, 3.
Crystal, Hugh, and the mayor.
That's what I'm going to do it. So, nope.
I mean, I know I'm loved, but just one.
Group 1, Denise, Adam, and Cece.
Okay. Right.
I don't see Cece.
She's in the ladies' room.
At the table, Hugh, Crystal, and the mayor.
Yeah.
And then the rest of you guys, Tammy, April.
April, that's probably what you meant.
Yeah. What did I say?
Crystal. You
Okay.
said Crystal.
I like them both so much. You guys got it?
Got it.
And what you're doing is actually you're taking what you guys wrote and you're looking for common themes, you're looking for things you agree on, you're looking for tension points. Now, you're not trying to solve the problems, but you're looking for things that you guys agreed on. And just like before, we're going to report out after, okay? And you have probably about 20 minutes to do this, so don't rush, take your time.
Report out. I'm done with reporting out.
So number 1, the insight that challenged or shift my.
It's the same questions we had before, we're doing it together. They're making a list together, and you're talking about tension, the surprise, and all that. Don't try to solve it.
Identify.
Just acknowledge it. Don't try to come up with a solution. I think workflow is the future.
Yes.
All right?
Yeah, that kind of hit me too with what Kevin was saying. We're good. We're good. We're good. You see the lead.
You ready?
We got a C and a CID. CID.
Yes, ma'am. Sir. And the office keeps dropping, so she can correct her.
That means like we do that now, it may not fit with the developer coming in, and it just be an advantage land.
Right.
So how do we navigate around that? And I think that's how 20, 30, 40 years down the line, is thinking about that development.
What might go in that area and what the future looks like.
But that's one thing that came to me also. In the system, in the sessions that I noticed, industry that
was my thought.
that's what I got. That we used to make a follow along with people, I skipped one way relay, then I'm more sharp
different places, the same thing. The challenging, the thing that makes me think more comes from more of what Kevin was talking about. You know, we're riding the wave of those previous decisions of the mega sites. And I find myself kind of looking, okay, what do we have and what are we going to do with what we have? But we do need to look down the road. We need to plant a seed for someone else 30 years from now. So what's the next mega site? It sounds crazy, but they sounded crazy 20 years ago talking about a mega site. We need to start investing or start looking and seeing what we can do and where it's going to be. You know, is it in East Greensboro, Southeast Greensboro, 4.1, all that neglected area? Is that where another mega site of sorts is going to be? What's the next growth area that we can do?
Don't I need to respond to Holly?
Yeah, and could be there. You're right.
Don't I need to respond to Holly?
All right. Yeah, could be. But for me, it was mega site. Next was what came into motion. It's a sharper focus. And we talked about this before, but it's the college students. It's better leveraging the students and the universities where they attend, incorporating, partnering, collaborating with. Because it drives people. I mean, once people outside here, the Greensboro is a place that's going to wrap its arms around you as a student, and then they're constantly looking to bring in these new jobs and the partnerships, internships, externships. All of a sudden, this juggernaut just gets stronger and stronger. The connectivity between sessions for me was I heard transportation a lot. I heard transportation from Dr. Clark talking about how do I get close to the Cameron campus. I heard Tim Stanton talk about Toyota and transportation out to their community, not only where they are, but also the logistics of the roadways and the railways and that. And then someone else also mentioned that, but just transportation in general. That's why I saw a lot of connectivity. And then the single most important for me is that how we're going to pay for all this growth, how we're going to support all this growth. It comes back to the thing we talked about before, it's water and sewer. If we don't build the extra capacity, then we'll hang anywhere to grow. We talked about North Carolina being the 10th most populous, going to the 7th most populous. And this community, this crossroads in the center of the state with the roadways, being a focus point where people want to come. Well, they want to come, but we can't afford to be here because there's not enough water, there's not enough growth, then we'll die on the vine.
So mine were basically, one insight that I hear that shifted my thinking. Part of it was what Kevin said that kind of hit me about the airport. We need to be very careful about future developments because of the noise and because of the airport. That was not thought out very well when the Cardinals did. That was a lot of people were for it, a lot of people were against it, but there's a lot of people who are, and many of them are having the issues with the noise. The other thing along those lines was, I'm thinking, it's almost like we need any available land to build housing, but that's what shifted my thinking. We need to be able to look. So if there's opportunities for mega sites out at the airport, or what as the urban loop opened up, there's something that could be a mega site because they thought it would never get finished. That's something to consider too. What is sharper or a more urgent need? Of course, we know the attainable housing. That keeps coming up, and I think it was one of the first comments made. But we've got to be intentional about where the affordable, attainable, mid-level housing goes. We've been through all that. We know that, and that has to be equitable. One connection to another session that I noticed, it was mentioned several things about the R1.
Oh, yeah.
And that was kind of what I got, that the R1, when it's finally announced, that's going to attract more businesses, more talent, more students, all of the things that we want, but we've got to be able to have the housing for them. The single most important thing that Greensboro needs, and I'm glad you're coming on Park Board, you go here a lot, the because I think it's transit and transportation, because it's great if we have all these students, it's great if we have all this housing, it's great if we have all these companies, but people can't get to where they need to go. I like the idea of these activities. I do too. Let me tell you what happened. I think that we're not taking so the plot twist is and nobody knows that. Only the county only the county employees know. Or it has a place where they get on, I can't remember exactly, you're going to learn a lot about that. There's a lot of duplication in things that CART and GTA do, and we've actually requested a study on that. So maybe A&T can do that. Maybe A&T can do something like that. We don't need duplication. That's the problem. The buses have a stigma.
one too.
down so they can see everybody's first. Everybody, let me get your attention. Don't sit back down. Go back to your group, April. Go back to your group. Councilmember Parker, go back to your group. All right, so what we're going to do now, before we do the gallery walk, is actually do some report out. I would like for you to stand up, whoever's going to talk on your behalf. I'm sure it'll be the person that wrote. Tell us what you got, and remember what you're trying to tell us is what you heard in the first sessions, this first half of the day, what connections between the panels that you found, and then those things that you think council can do actually to make a difference in those areas, or in the tensions that you think you felt on the subjects. So why don't we start with 2, because I'm right here, and then we'll go 1 and then 3. And I'm going to give you the microphone.
For number 1, I don't have the question. Oh, hello. Mic check. For number 1, we talked about, I don't know what the questions are, but we talked about development.
What did you learn? What were the tensions? What were the connections between all the things you heard? And then what can Greensboro do about it?
We talked about development and how we needed to be intentional about future development. That resonated from the conversation about the airport and kind of the housing that was positioned around the airport and the residual problems that came with that. And how can we be intentional with just our land use policy when we're talking about development. What came to mind was where could future megasites be, and then also what does that airport expansion look like. I think for me, when you're always talking about the one particular thing around development, which mine was the concentration of affordable housing, it had me to think broader about there are other impacts around development that we also need to consider. So how can we as a council, when we are supporting development, because I think we all do, but how we can be smart about that in thinking 20, 30, and 40 years out like they did with that development with the airport. Number 2, what was the question? My teammate. See how my teammate ain't with me? Thank you, Tammy. So we thought better collaborations with universities and leveraging or engaging students. We also talked about equitable transportation. So the way that transportation seems to kind of be designed currently is to get people from here to there and not being intentional about how we are reaching some of those industry spaces, getting them people out to the airport, how we're working on getting them to the mega site, how we're getting them to those universities, the GTCC campuses, and how we can be more intentional about that. Because I think that's what brings this seamless partnership with our industries and our universities. We weren't tense, believe it or not. We weren't tense. Yeah. Universities and to industries, I think that was the one that we found the most important, if that's right for that question, and just how they really are connected. We talk about the cradle to career, which is very important, but right now the universities and industries really need to be in lockstep in how we can support that so that it's seamless. And again, the transportation and additional transit support to the educational institutions. And then last, what can Greensboro do? I think we can solidify that cradle to career pipeline because it kind of folds everybody into one conversation. And how we can also scale, look, I put instruction, you tell I'm in school. Scale infrastructure and how transportation can be streamlined. So really all of our comments were aligned, maybe in different numbers, but we all picked up on how we develop, how smart we develop, and how transportation can be thought of in a broader manner other than just kind of a here to there transportation. That's us. Thank you. Set the bar high.
That's all right. You know what you got over here.
Always. All right, David, I don't know that we fully did all of your questions, but we'll see where we get. Okay, so first for this shift in thinking, we focused on and picked up on the significance of the assets we already have here as a city and our need to really brand that and ensure that there is a appreciation for what we have here. There was also the appreciation for the growth of manufacturing and how we're in a space of advanced manufacturing. It's not your grandma's manufacturing. It is a new way. We thought about core technologies, right? That is an advanced manufacturing entity in Toyota where it doesn't look anything like the old assembly lines. Number two? Okay, number two, sharper focus. Sharper focus for us was in the space of the context of the students, really thinking about what it means to be cradle to grave, career to grave. Good, cradle to career, cradle to career, cradle to career. God, right? We got you. Whatever you need. But the truth of the matter is all children are not created equal in terms of their context. And so the theme here was No Child Left Behind. And where are the areas that we can help overcome some of the gaps that are realities, from housing to food insecurities to access, just, transportation or otherwise, but recognizing that that career path, that path of cradle to career can be disrupted in a number of ways, and some of them just being very practical. In the role that the city can play in helping to overcome or remove those obstacles. And then we have here and picked up on the attainable workforce and graduate student housing. A number of the panelists talked about the need for housing. We really picked up on them talking about attainable housing, workforce housing, of course, affordable housing, but for different family structures or individuals, so needing a diversity of housing type as well as a housing price point. For the third one, the connecting the sessions, we picked up on the networking between the colleges and universities and industry. They were very thematic in terms of what mattered to them, and we came with the recognition of the need for workforce readiness plan. For both sides of those panels, they were talking about how they either access that future workforce, how they train that future workforce, how they have proximity to that future workforce. So there's a number of alignment pieces there. And then the fourth one, in terms of the single most important item, and even though we came to it from different ways, I think they all have a same synergy. We talked about the need for infrastructure readiness, growth planning overall, which is thinking about how we're going to grow and place infrastructure around, and then just long-term visioning and planning. So we were very aligned and in sync across all of our responses, actually.
Let's give them a hand, y'all.
Thank you.
You kind of joked and said cradle to grave, but as a council, you do have to care about that, because it is as your population gets older, there's a step beyond that. You want them to stay here. You want them to prosper here. So there is something there, too. We're not talking about that this morning, because everything was about workforce and getting ready for industry. But what that quality of life is after is an important part of it, too. Part of the findings was about the age in place conversation. So I'm going to help you with that one. That was a good one. Thank you. Thank you.
Right. I did not write this, but I'm going to read it. So our challenges that we talked about, first, meeting the financial need, especially around the infrastructure that we need as we grow and develop. Where are we going to find those revenue sources? We talked about resilient strategies, so not only just waiting for impactful things to happen and responding to them, but how are we planning for them so that we are not having to focus on recovery, but focusing on how we're continuing to grow and support our residents. We talked about the importance of bringing our universities to the table and the assets that kind of theme through everything about them being our most valuable assets. Well, they need to be at every table and used as our resource. What was sharpened or more urgent? We talked about, and this was a bit of contention, but we got to a place of resolution where we talked about how we can support, influence, and impact the economic infrastructure of childcare in our city. We had some points about childcare not necessarily being our purview, but how it underlines our workforce and everything that we need to be successful. So we do have to impact that and influence it, and focus on strategies and what is it? Comprehensive actionable plans. Rather than projects. So stop being project focused and making sure that we are relying on holistic strategy to be impactful in all of these things. And then for connections, we're talking about linking into what is historic and what is now. So we talked about a lot of the assets that Charlotte is jealous of us for having, and how we can rely on those to perform not only historically, but being innovative about bringing those new steps into the future. Relating the success of our universities and that R1 status to housing, and how folks not only need housing around living and working and going to school, but also receiving that higher level of education, and how we can integrate that into our plans. Internal and external silos was a connection that we saw of how we've been operating in different silos, and how we can do better in bringing more people to the table so that we can take advantage of our resources. And I guess we were the only folks with a second page. Single most important themes that we saw and what we can do is to be better at communicating with our residents, but also with the business communities that are looking to relocate here, to let them know we're open for business. Eliminating the silos that we talked about, so bringing our universities to the table with our private sector and our nonprofit sector to create holistic approaches, and to be strategic in all things that we do. And then housing was a through line that we saw as well that we have to meet.
So I'm gonna take 5 minutes and try to tease out what I think I see as potential tensions that you guys can use going forward. So I think the growth around the airport is airport master planning, is zoning around the airport. Am I getting that right? Those are things council controls. As long as it's not on the airport, but helping to make sure that you're kind of helping them do everything they can do to help them with the land that they need, the zoning that they need. Am I hearing that right? All right. All of the groups, this idea that there's a role to help the universities, one, better utilizing them as an economic development engine and tool, but it's also maybe leaning in to see how you can help them with their needs. I'm hearing over here this idea of them needing housing to make sure people can stay. We heard affordable housing, and everybody's kind of talked about that. Affordable housing different, attainable, but a little different, because unlike cities like Charlotte where we don't have the big student population needs, you guys kind of have this transient population that comes in and out, and you got to figure out that housing piece. So council, when you're talking about housing, leaning into that maybe. Am I wrong on that? I'm looking for head nods. If I'm getting it wrong, tell me wrong. It's a whole diverse. I mean, it's a spectrum that you guys have that's a little different than other cities that you got to lean into. And then this whole idea of, and I don't know how to say this the right way, but helping the universities get the R1. That's something that's different than a lot of cities. I mean, the idea that is an economic development driver for the future of the city, and maybe helping them figure that out. I learned terms doing this research I didn't know about, wet labs and stuff that they need to achieve that. I mean, maybe leaning into that. Even earlier, I think I heard maybe adding to your legislative agenda for Raleigh, the whole idea of the autonomous and the streets and the cameras and the stuff that A&T was talking about. And then over here, flip back for me real quick. If I'm getting these tensions wrong, speak up. And then over here, I'm hearing the word I heard that really stood out for me was the strategic approach. In fact, you came to Charlotte, you heard the word intentional a lot. So an intentional strategic approach. And then the other thing, the silos. You guys were the first ones that talked about the silos. And am I wrong? There are quite a few silos, like any city in Greensboro. Things are very determined by who's ever in the room. Am I saying that wrong? There's some tensions there to try to make sure you solve some of that, even inside of the city, outside the city, siloed. Correct. And it's definitely not just this city. Charlotte, every city out there, have the same silo. Yeah, tell me I'm wrong. That's what I'm doing.
No, it's not that you're wrong. I'm just going to acknowledge that while there's different rooms, they're having the same discussions. Like, this list isn't changing regardless of the rooms. And I think that puts us half the way there. It's a matter of how we sync up those strategies.
Oh, here, talk. Here. I'm getting them.
Notably, I think it was in the Vision 36 plan that the internal employees were speaking about, we can increase our, capacity if we weren't operating in silos across the departments as well. So that was an internal and external echo.
And then are we doing just one or all of them?
No.
First question or all of them?
It was all of them.
Okay. So some other through lines were the cradle to career, innovation and advanced manufacturing. A lot of you talked about collaboration and networking. Again, breaking down silos, shifting thinking, more strategic thinking, long-term planning. I think was the same thing. I love the thought about infrastructure and thinking about land use. I think we've already told you we already know where you own land. We've been watching your maps for that reason. I think those were I wrote a lot of things down, but I think those were the common threads.
Just because Irv didn't do what I wanted him to do. No, it was okay. No, not at all. When we say that we want to lean into what his historic, shout out to Peoples and Culture also in the back, gave me the link. Greensboro, City of Greensboro is a model employer, I would argue, and then Guilford County Schools is also a third largest employer, and so are universities and colleges. And so while we are welcoming and thinking about how to support these new industries, I do want to also say we have to also couple it with support of our model employers and our historic employers that have really gotten us where we need to be, and they're our continued partners.
I was out walking in that hall, and they had all the universities in Guilford County, and I always forget about High Point University really being in Guilford County as well. So you really have 8 higher ed that you can get a 4-year degree. Not anywhere else. Raleigh, Durham, they don't have that. They don't have it. So, I mean, you guys have something really special in your universities. So this idea of leaning into that is great. So anything else before we break for just a few minutes? We're going to do 10 minutes, not 15 minutes. I don't want you guys to disappear. Anything else? Any takeaways before we leave this conversation? This is the work. This is the part of the retreat that's all about you all. So anything else that we forgot?
I think the only other thing that's permeated all of this is the need to be strategic and to really focus. Our role has to be to focus on the strategy. And how we want to move forward, and then get out of the way and have the city make it happen.
Just one little. As a newly elected, I just wanted to be maybe a little bit revealing. Thank you. I want to talk about where I'm at in this process. No. When I was on the campaign trail, and still my understanding was that the health of a city was determined by its zip codes. And over this course of time and learning some of what is notable as economic drivers. And so I know that our mission statement is equity, and we want to pair that. I know that it's about job creation. I'm just saying, like, I might have not thought about economic drivers as they have existed before this process or before I became on council. So I kind of wanted to reveal that I'm learning about that. But I also am saying, like, I'm curious as we go into the next portions of, like, the fact that we have so much working for us, we still have some challenges. And so this is really exciting to think about where we're going in 10 years, but also maybe to kind of hold where exactly we are when it comes to some of the disparities and the inequities that currently exist in the city. I'm still curious about.
And then I'm going to let you go. In fact, when you go to break, I want you to still go by, take your little stickies, and anything you agree with, I want to say agree with this time, not disagree with, please put a sticky by it. Because we want to get you guys to see where your attention and your interest is. You got stickies. Any aha moments? Anybody, any order? The whole day so far.
Like from your own individual reflections, were there any things that were surprising to you, that were really exciting, aha moments, concerning?
Scary, tensions.
Yeah, I would say that from this exercise, and I'll go to this one, is that as we began to share our questions 1, 2, 3, 4, and Crystal said this, but it was really interesting that we were aligned in what we thought was important. We just had it in a different bucket. So it was just exciting to see that in a sense we are aligned. And if you keep talking about it more and more, you'll probably end up, okay, well, I agree with you being a 2 instead of a 1. But it was just nice to see that we're focusing and thinking about and strategizing on the same long-term issues. Exactly.
And we talked to a lot of people over the last couple of months. I mean, actually, you guys are a lot more aligned than you know.
So, and after having done the disc, we had a C and an I and a D in ours, and we pretty much came up through, although it was under different numbers, we came up with the same things. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Adam, did I see your hand? Oh, I saw your hand, Crystal. Okay. I'll come over there.
I think one of the larger takeaways that I kind of wasn't in my purview of thinking was around thinking outside of how we obtain our educational experiences. The night school really resonated with me, and having those opportunities for all people to be able to get certifications or earn that second degree, and what kind of opportunities are we intentionally putting in place for our residents to be able to take advantage of. So I haven't thought through that, but I would like to take away that and thinking of how we can be broader with that.
Yeah, what I like about what you say is you guys really do have a knowledge economy. You got some of the smartest people probably in the state because of all of the universities. How do you take advantage of that is the key, I think.
I think there's a real opportunity for branding and marketing of Greensboro and I was born here. I've never seen really for Greensboro, especially in leaning into the advanced manufacturing with the universities, how those two things play together. We think of Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill with RTP, and how that is really a innovation quarter where companies are looking to relocate. If we can brand this city and lean into the things that we have, I think that will bring more of the things that we want.
I think I shared with you through our research, we were talking about the region. And how did it go? Winston-Salem researches it, High Point designs it, and Greensboro makes it, builds it. And I think because of the universities, pretty soon it's going to be Greensboro researches with Winston. I mean, there's a chance to really even be bigger here in the whole area than RTP, in my mind. Have to brand it, market, and pull the synergies together.
Yeah. I don't want to leave out the Aerotropolis, the fact that that is huge and growing. Not only like Raleigh, they have a really huge airport, and it is an airport, but ours is also bringing in industry. Yeah, so I don't want to leave that out.
Yeah, Charlotte's not doing it yet either, by the way. We're trying to get there, but we're not doing it yet.
No, y'all just got an airport.
Yeah, we just got, well, it's a big one, but we just got an airport. Yes, ma'am.
And in conversation with business community too, there was also real recognition as it relates to branding that often the region goes to market together and share resources, and if there's not land in one county, you refer to the other, which I think is also beautiful. So I think that's something you also have to consider as you think about branding, for Greensboro, that it is a unique identity for Greensboro, but so also in the with the perspective on the region as well. Any aha moments from this group?
Any aha moments?
I just wanted to bring up maybe what I noticed that was missing. We spoke a lot about business, a lot about academia and development, but I think the everyday people make up the city, and so folks that are leaving the workforce that aren't necessarily looking for those things, folks that are experiencing kind of the impact from the growing cost of living and the experience of the everyday people that are growing in Greensboro and what they are seeing, what their perception is of the city and where we need to go. And I don't know if there's like a panel that we can be designed to hear from that, but I'm looking forward to it. Absolutely.
You don't want people that live, who grew up here, to be treated different than people that came here for school and stayed. You want the opportunity to be the same no matter what, and then see the same paths. That's what I think you're talking about. I mean, one of the interesting tensions, and I'm going to let Trey have the last word before you go to break, is, yes, you're one of the cheaper places in the state when it comes to cost of living, but your incomes are not going up at the same rate as construction rates. And if you look at those two different dynamics, of course you're going to have a housing problem because you're not seeing the incomes go up at the same time. No cheaper than any place else. A brick costs the same thing to build here as it costs any place else. So that's one of the issues. I mean, it's a great thing the cost of living is low, but you do need to do things like what we're talking about to make sure that those incomes start to go up. And who said it? Cece said it, that, you know, a job in one of these places changes everybody's life and their family. Just one job. Not everybody. So, Trey, last word on this session, and then we are going to do a break.
Thank you, David, and thank you, everybody. Just for me, a couple things that I heard. One, I love the synergy and the approach as we navigate it from the space of the different personalities and what everybody brings to the table. The other thing that I heard is that I won't get a vacation until the fall, probably. Maybe not then. Maybe no, I don't know about weekends. But that's a really good thing, because what I heard is this eagerness to do a lot of work, a lot of policy making. There's a few highlights that I'm excited about as we navigate through the remainder of our time, this next day and a half, the rest of the half that we have. When we talk about branding, I love the fact that we're leaning into this cross-section of the different institutions that really make up this ecosystem that's Greensboro. Tomorrow, David, I may ask you to do your four-legged stool comparison and the dynamics of the advantage that we have here. But again, thank you, everybody, and let's go to a break.
Walk around after you get whatever's outside for a break, a soda, and do your stickies on the boards, please. We're weighing, so do your stickies.
so I put both.
Hello. All right, everybody, this is your 2-minute warning. You can be back in your seats in the next 2 minutes. Ready to go. Go get your snacks.
Pasta with the red plate stuff.
All right, everybody. Are we ready to get started? We're in the home stretch. All right, you guys went around and did the stickies. Thank you. Did everybody get around a chance to do that? All right. We're going to take that as the way you feel about each one of those. Well, some people did. I mean, I didn't tell them not to, so. Well, then that means you did your homework, so that's just the way that works. All right, I'm giving it to Diava.
So this is, we are on here. Yeah, let me get rid of this. As you know, as I said when we started this morning, the day builds on itself, and so we've had great conversations today, and we really appreciate your insight and feedback up to this point, and the alignment is just really encouraging and exciting, actually, to see. I hope you feel that way, too. We're going to get into the framework now. Really excited about it. We've had so much fun just thinking about the possibilities for Greensboro. And I know some of you have seen this before, and it is a framework, it's a model, it's a starting place, it's a baseline. It's yours. It's well-informed. It's baked in data, market analysis, feedback from the community, feedback from you all, industry best practices, our own experiences and things that we know. But we've got you to a really good starting place, and now we have to facilitate you guys now to make it your own. We're going to show you some things today. We want your feedback on it, your thoughts, lots of discussion throughout. I would say that if we get to a place where you're comfortable tomorrow and you say, yep, this is it, that's great. We can go from there. If you say we need more work, that's great too. So it's all fine. It is really presented for your feedback at this point based on everything that you've seen. You saw the summary findings. We put a lot of work into that. Thank you for those of you who read it. We really appreciate that, the feedback on that information. But you'll see a lot of that in here. Based on what you've seen, and a lot of what we've talked about today certainly is reflected as well. So I'll jump in really quickly. There we go. So this is Greensboro's framework for intentional growth, opportunity, and regional leadership through 2036. Bottom line, I think that aligns very well with what you all talked about and what you understand our assignment to be. Executive summary here I don't think is a surprise to you all. 307,000 people, and this is from the latest census data that was just published not too long ago. I won't go through the details around the challenges. I think they're well baked. We talked about those, I think, at every turn. But one of the things that came out in a different way today that is called out here is the 29% of the students that remain here post-graduation. We want to get that number closer to 45%. I think averages for the cities of your size is somewhere around 30 to 35% or something like that. 30 to 30. And so you want to get that number up. And we feel like everything that we've done or heard or understand that is possible to this point certainly leads to that, in making Greensboro a place that not only people want to stay and live and grow, but they also want to move here. So how do you make this more attractive? Which is why we lean in so heavily to everything that's happening at the Aerotropolis, all the other industry that's here, and certainly the R1 institutions that are coming online, because people come here to study, research. They bring their families, they bring their wives who need jobs, or their husbands who need jobs. They raise families here, young families here, and end up staying here. So these are all good things for us.
And start companies here.
And start companies here. Yes, so innovation did not come up a lot today by name, but certainly baked here pretty significantly for us. Oh, I'm not sure what's happening with that slide. That is not what I'm seeing. Anyway, so we'll go through it. The first bucket, there's coordinated gaps in siloed operations. Just some critical findings. I think, again, sum it up what you've already seen, so I won't spend a lot of time here because I do want to get into the actual framework. The fact that you have world-class assets operating in parallel. We talked about siloed, right? So the need to integrate a lot of that. Critical talent retention challenge. I hope you guys were as excited as I was about the conversation, the innovation conversation this morning with the K-12 and universities and Shift Ed. That was just so powerful, and that's just the ecosystem in and of itself that's just primed to be supported and lifted and elevated, really, and tied throughout everything that you do. And then structurally, the middle income is thin here. And so really strengthening middle income, and we talked about this a minute, which is the best thing that we could do from that perspective, and that segment is to strengthen the businesses here and build an economic engines and strengthen economic engines so that people can have gainful employment and actually increase their wages, salary, living wage, and also be able to support their income. So that's really an economic mobility play.
And if you increase the retention rate and you get them with those high-paying jobs, you start to help that area. I mean, that's just kind of the way that you feel in that middle.
And housing.
People are kind of here early in their career, then they leave, and then they stay here, you know, and then you have the older population, and you're missing that infusion that you get from people staying here and being in those high-paying jobs.
Mm-hmm. People are leaving for high-paying jobs, which you all know. And then, of course, the geographic disparities popped out across districts, and that's not lost on us as well. But it is a matter of how do you prioritize and where do you focus first to give opportunities to people in areas where they need them.
Some of the same stuff.
Yep. I won't go through anything here.
I mean, you kind of know all of these, and we've talked about them over and over, so. Again, you kind of heard the weaknesses, and then opportunities are ones we're going to continue to talk about through this. Probably the one that we should point out is annexation. This whole idea that a lot of the big economic development projects are going outside of the city of Greensboro, right on the other side of the line, but not part of your tax base. So figure out how to get as much new development inside the city limits, but maybe even look at, you know, how do you negotiate with Jet Zero, who's right over the line? Is there some benefits to coming into the city so you get the tax base as well? So just a strategy, an opportunity. Q, I know that look now, that's a question. So what's that look, Q?
You're there. I want to be a little defensive here, and tell me if my defensiveness is not correct. So the analysis is that 29% of our graduates remain 1 to 5 years. Target other communities is 45%. But we also talked earlier today about how we are rich. We're so rich when it comes to those 8 colleges and universities in our community. Is our 29% as a number, is it still stronger than the 45% of the others? In other words, we have more to lose. So is
It goes compared to the college
but they may have just the one right. We have much more of an opportunity.
But it was really more what the trend is. But I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
You graduated at a higher level, so maybe that factors in. I think all we were trying to get into to say is that if you can keep more than 29% here, period, I don't care if it's comparison to anywhere, you help that middle income level, and you feel those jobs that we're talking about.
Right.
So I mean, I'm comparing it loosely, but you're right. I did not factor in for how many people they graduate every year, you know, what is that commonality? We did just look at the college towns.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, that's a fair point.
And didn't look at the sheer number. I will say, though, that the other point here is that number changes when we give people a reason to stay. When the jobs and the opportunities are here, then people stay. Interest. No, but you're right. Mm-hmm. Percentage instead of the sheer number. Again, we've talked about this at Coliseum as well. Airtropolis and all the industry here just ripe for building on that. A lot of panelists talked about it today, which is to leverage the assets that you have today and build on that. So there's a great story here. There's several assets here. There's a lot to build on here. So we're not starting from scratch by any stretch of the imagination. We're really building on what's already great.
And the biggest number up there to me, and I said it a while ago, and I hope you caught it, to build a new plant any place in the country, everybody wants a new car plant. 1.2 billion to build one, 14 billion in one swoop. I mean, that's the equivalent of 6 plants at one time. And the state of North Carolina's been trying to get one most of my life. So just understand how big a deal that investment is and what Toyota's doing.
I'm gonna jump to the. Oh, I'm sorry, Trey.
Can you just? I don't want to sidetrack us too much, but the reality of an aerotropolis. I know that conversation shows that the word itself has been swirling around in our ecosystem. I think we think of it because of the work that's being done. I'm asking this question kind of comparatively because other cities or communities that have done it could be a measure base as well, like Atlanta or a few others. Can you talk very briefly about the definition of what that means and just the fact that we're in a position to be able to identify with it?
Sure. So I speak from this from the standpoint that when I was Chief Deputy Secretary of NCDOT, I was chair of something called Global Transpark over in Kinston. Everybody know about Global Transpark? Okay. The state decided about 30 years ago to invest in this concept called Aerotropolis that a professor at Chapel Hill actually came up with. He wrote a book called Aerotropolis, if you want to go find it. It's Dr. Kassar. And the whole idea was kind of what's happening right now with Amazon. He thought that at some point, you move stuff by truck, by train, but at some point people were going to want things quicker and they would start using aerospace to do it quicker. I mean, really, he thought of Amazon 30 years before Amazon came to be. And it's this whole idea that when you have the right assets around the airport, and in that situation out in Kinston, they have the longest airstrip in the southeast outside of Atlanta and someplace else is wrong. With the idea of the big jets being able to land and bring more stuff to distribute. So this idea that you can actually have industry that is aviation supported around your airport to actually make the airport more of an economic engine than just an airport. Who said that earlier? You said that earlier. It's not just an airport. You guys have an economic engine. Now Atlanta's trying to do both. Because they have so many runways and they have capacity, they're trying to take advantage of the land. Because essentially when you have to buy all the land around you because of noise, you got to do something with it or it's at stake. So you want to find, you heard this in Charlotte, compatible uses for the airport. That's what Aerotropolis is. What are those compatible uses so you take advantage of that land? People don't care about noise. Light industry doesn't care about noise, and you're missing an opportunity to fully activate all of that land.
And David, talk a little bit about the ecosystem that develops organically around that supply chain.
It's everything that's needed with it, right? I mean, if you can get it out faster, then the supply chain, just like with Toyota, starts to center around it. All the things that actually make that ecosystem run start to work. I mean, one of the things you'll hear us talk about at some point is the whole idea, do you build on that, not just from the ecosystem of the companies, but where does the universities fit in that? How do you be more efficient? How does A&T and UNCG lean into that to be an R&D component of what we're talking about Greensboro can do? I mean, so it's a whole ecosystem. It's not just what happens around the airport. It could be what happens in Greensboro. Is that enough? It's probably too much. Sorry, Trey. No, good.
And the last thing I would say is that anytime we're talking about an ecosystem supply chain, that also means new small businesses and the ability for families to feed and support themselves.
Who said that?
So it still gets back to economic mobility.
So somebody spoke about it in one of the sessions, this idea that out of that innovation comes venture capital following it because small businesses come out of it. I mean, I don't know if you know the story of SAS and Green and RTP, but it grew out of UNC out of state. It was an idea back in the 70s that spun on itself, and now it's one of the biggest, computer data
in the world.
In the world. And it grew out of a university. Well, the mayor's has her hand.
Yes, two things. It's always interesting about the small business. I know when we had our textile companies, all the small businesses were thriving. I had one actually, and then when things got a little slower, so this can bring it all back up. But David said something interesting earlier that I want to clarify, because you mentioned about the revenue from the airport, the Jet Zeros and the booms, but we don't get revenue from that. We only get revenue from residential that would be in Greensboro.
That's what the annexation idea came in, whether or not it was worth going back to have a conversation with them and say, you're right on, and I don't know if it has to be continuous connected properties. I know in Charlotte it does. I mean, that's a state statute. But is there a conversation to be had about the ones that you could annex to say you would get city service and city water? Maybe there's some advantages to them being in the city. And what we're saying is, I don't know if I would just say leave them alone, leave them out there if there is a possibility.
But there's also the reason why. That's also why at the appropriate time we also look at land uses and what the needs are in various districts, because you also begin to build around them. You've heard us talk about 15-minute cities. So regardless, certainly they don't, you've heard us say this many times,
all that investment is not hitting your tax base, right? But it's important when people come here, they're still coming to Greensboro to spend. So you want to give them, that's where the quality of life piece comes in, because you want to give people the opportunity to come here and spend with your businesses and entertain themselves, educate themselves, et cetera. So you do get it that way. But another way to do that is we talk about innovation districts and small businesses and job centers and those kinds of things. What can you build in and around those areas that are within the city limits but still serve a use for them, right? So, yes.
Sorry, not to interrupt the conversation, but I do think it's worth acknowledging that the investment that occurred, it was with the understanding of what we're talking about right now. So there was this expectation. We knew that the mega center, the mega site, was, you know, almost 40 minutes down the road in Randolph, but there was an intentional understanding that it was the closest place to amass that level of sites. But there was the follow-on that needed to happen as well, which is the moment we're in now, understanding that the jobs that would come, the supply base that would come, the students and future families, as well as those that were here today, needed to benefit. And so we have to, in our moment right now, is building the plan around and the strategy around how do we get the benefit of that investment that we intentionally made. And the same was true for the airport. We all have different levels of knowledge around that, and I know we have cameras, so I just want to recognize that there was an intention, an understanding, I guess.
Thank you for the history on that, though, because I think that's how things are built, right? So that's where the land is, that's where it was, but Greensboro's a larger city, so when they're recruiting people, they're likely going to be looking for homes, and the families are going to live here. They want to shop and play here. Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's why we need to pay attention to the growth.
Yeah.
But
being intentional about your decision making, right? So now you do look at the lines with some of the other things that you continue to build and the support systems around it, because you are in the moment now.
And where do you rezone and get ready for that development? What we know is those 5,000 people that work down there are not going to keep driving 45 minutes to go to work.
Right.
You know, and it stays there for decades. Where do you develop those communities closest to that line that you can in Greensboro, and which you can annex to Greensboro, so you take advantage of the tax base? Because if I'm not mistaken, you guys invested in Toyota too?
Oh yeah, big investment.
You put money in others, but you need to take advantage of it back in. You want many of those people to shop and live right there on that line.
Quality of life.
Planning is. So it's a decent point.
It's coming back, intentionality. That's why this is the moment that we're in. Yes, Tammy? Sorry.
I wanted to add that I think the same intentionality and planning of infrastructure that we're talking about for industry, where we can't annex the airport, where boom and zoom, or at least that's not readily available to annex. I think there is area that we can be intentional about our investments in infrastructure around housing and how we approach the infrastructure for that is currently outside of our area. But there's lots of property between hither and yon that we could annex and could grow the tax base. So I think we have to think of this strategic growth not just in terms of housing, but how do we help invest and in not just in corporate and jobs, but in housing and some of the proposed ideas that are out there that would give us an opportunity to invest in areas that we could annex.
Ending those 15 minutes. On which tour did somebody say strip?
Say what?
That was April that talked about the strip malls. Stripping. That's what okay, we're on camera. I'm going to take that back. But the point is not to let those areas develop without some planning.
Right.
I mean, to be intentional about what happens so that development communities just do what it does because it can. I mean, some intentionality around it so you don't continue that same pattern that you guys have said you don't want. Because it's going to happen close to it. That's just the way it happens. You can't have 5,000 people come and they not want to live close to where they were. Same with Jet Zero, same with, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm gonna skip this one because that was what the panel was about this morning. Okay. Commitment to equitable growth, really looking at.
I don't know what happened to that fund.
I don't know. So, geographic equity, understanding that all districts are not created equal, they're not all the same, and really serving up what is needed for that district. Some need sidewalks, some need jobs. So it's different, but understanding that lens as we grow. Equity review panels are some ideas, district specific strategies, and then measurable outcomes are all in line. Connected infrastructure, the connected city advantage, someone talked about it today, and I think he said it was the strongest highway system in the nation, one of the strongest highway systems in the nation. Is we certainly talk about that as well a good bit on our end. But multimodal transportation is just because of your highway structure, because of Aerotropolis being so easily. One of the things that resonated also was your greenways and the quality of life opportunities there. So we get excited about, oriented development around your greenways. How do you continue to build on that for people who appreciate that? 15-minute neighborhoods is also important.
And you remember in Charlotte where we showed you the railway and how development was now making it its front door. I mean, I don't know where that could happen on the Greenway, but it seems like somebody should look at it. If it's really that strong an asset in Greensboro, how do you, God, I'm saying the wrong way, not monetize it, but take leverage. How do you leverage it? How do you leverage it? Thank you, Tim.
And this notion of 15-minute neighborhoods, I really like, really for all districts. The walkability, but then you're also talking about where are there food deserts? Where can you talk about food co-ops and those kinds of things? We know that it's really hard to recruit grocery stores in areas where the income doesn't support it, but how do you begin to intentionally be creative about solving some of that need and making sure that within 15 minutes that's there? You can look at job centers. I've been in your industrial area. I was like, oh, what about this? But really thinking about how do you begin to leverage and build some of these things around job centers also, where there are collections of jobs, where there are mega sites and those kinds of things, so that it increases quality of life for people, but it also provides that level of community and ease for people to have, to be able to live better. And then, of course, digital asset.
We started the conversation with Russ and his team in planning. We were trying to get you some maps to show you what some of your land was compared to some of the plans you already have on the table. We just couldn't get it done before today. But just know that your planning department has some ideas about how you do that in certain places, given the assets you already own.
You guys already know how we feel about urban cores as a catalyst for growth, right? So we appreciate again for doing that. And I guess we have a panel coming up today to talk about that. So that as we get into tomorrow, you'll have more insights, ask all the questions. We invited Michael Smith to come up so you guys can spend more time with him. I know you guys wanted to do that, and ask him questions directly. And then, of course, we have some of your local experts here as well. But downtown revitalization is really important for a number of reasons in terms of focusing on urban core. Tourism and culture, we had the Oakwood group earlier, just so many beautiful things that are happening here that can be packaged and promoted and leveraged again. Arts and creative sector, parks and recreation. We've dreamed about things that could even happen at the Battleground District with the ward in the back, and there's just so much possibility here over the long term with intentionality that could really be built out and grown so that Greensboro continues to grow and evolve for the future, because not only are you have to think about retaining people here, you also have to remember that you need to make sure that it's comfortable for people to age in place here as well. So again, we talk about the spectrum of housing, the spectrum of needs, all of those things come into play, and that's really the lens, the broad lens you have to have as we think about narrowing some of these decisions with you all.
And that's why, if you remember, the folks that got to see the River District in Charlotte, that's kind of both things. It's battleground and what it could be, but it was also showing you what can happen outside of those noise contours around the airport. Because I think sometimes you put a pin in the middle of the airport and go all the way around and say there are no opportunities to do anything other than industry, and that's not true. You have to work at Kevin, but I mean, I think right outside of those noise contours, maybe you put some housing or something that is more residential so it serves the airport. So just thinking about that's that whole conversation around the airport, not just 2/3 of it.
And I have to admit that we certainly are cheating because we talked about, this is not about projects. We keep throwing out these ideas because it's so easy to do that, and we do have a lot of them. Sorry, April.
This is something very small. God bless the National Civil Rights Museum and Center. I also just, in the last few weeks, notably, we've increased our National Historic Landmarks, and so I just wanted to, it just said one, but I thought it was pretty important that we've just increased it. We're growing in history, yeah.
So as we think about economic engines, we're working on this. This is a pretty elementary diagram here. But if you start at the center here with your economic engines, you begin to attract businesses. Businesses then have revenue growth, talent attraction and retention, local customer base grows, and those supply chain ecosystems that we talked about, which then increase your tax revenue, which gives you the ability to do more for your community and your residents. So it's an economic stimulus for you as a city, tax base growth, better support and services for your community. Then we're providing more jobs for your residents. Sorry.
We tried to change it 20 times.
I've changed it personally myself. Thank you for pointing it out, David. Just let it go. Thank you.
It irritates me when you did. I'm sorry.
Higher income, middle class growth, and quality of life for your residents, which then attracts more people. When you have quality of life, and you guys know this, when people are being recruited here, they're very interested in can they bring their employees with them, or do they need to start over? So they're always looking at the community, arts and culture, education system, quality of life to say, can I decide to live here, and will my people come, and will they stay from an employee standpoint? So this is really important in terms of attracting people overall. David, were you going to add something?
No. No, I mean, it's in the statement at the bottom. So.
Yeah, so this is kind of the frame that we're dealing with here. You've heard us talk about, and then structure, of course, workforce, reverse talent drain, business, I won't go there, fostering economic vitality through coordinated support for innovation, entrepreneurship, strategic industry growth, leveraging investments from Toyota, et cetera. That's what the morning was really about today. And then communities, someone said earlier they didn't see communities. I was like, nope, communities is very much top of mind for us because really all of this is for community. All of this is for people, not only for a better quality of life, but economic mobility and the ability to grow and invest, potentially own a home one day, and those types of things.
Because if you do this right, and it's not a word that we heard a lot talking to you all over the last 3 months, but what happens is that you start to grow. So there's a whole nother conversation about growth and what that means. You're going to attract more people here, so the hesitation that comes with people not wanting people to move here is something that I think you got to work through.
And so I'm going to flip through this quickly as well because I do want to get to some of the other slides. These are some of the things, obviously, we talked about already that are just, when we talk about your strategic position, these are the things that stand out very clearly for us, as is affordability, because that's something that you'll be able to leverage pretty quickly once these things take off. Obviously, the cost of living here will grow as well as the city grows, but you get to leverage that right now in terms of attracting people here.
Before you move that one, the one that's kind of obvious that we hadn't talked about is also your position with rail. We talked about aviation, we talked about some of the other ones, but having almost a direct line to North and Southern, I think I shared with you guys before, that is a big asset that I didn't hear come up a lot. It's almost like I think you guys have been here so long, you just kind of take it for granted, and you don't realize that it is a big deal, but it is. You kind of have all of it here. You have it all here. What's that?
No.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. That was an exactly look.
Okay.
So you've heard us talk about our 7 cornerstones model, 7 cornerstones of a great city. We studied 5 of them as it relates to this particular project in phase 1, economic engines and competitiveness, urban form and quality of place, mobility, transportation and connectivity, governance and policy and institutional strength, inclusion, talent, and resilience. We did not consider, nor did we consider.
It's up we didn't do governance, but we did do global.
No, we didn't do, okay. We didn't do governance and inclusion, so we haven't looked internal, the organization. This is all external to community. Thank you. I think we're repeating ourselves here. Mixed-use districts, greenways and urban spine, 15-minute neighborhoods. Doesn't that just sound beautiful? And it's so accessible because the core is here. The spine is already here. The infrastructure is here. We just need the intentionality and the plans and the partnerships. And long-term thinking, multimodal infrastructure. I mean, just even where downtown, where your trains port now. I know there's always the planning department and transportation are doing a great job in terms of bus. What do you call it? Not headways and thoroughfares for the bus. But the whole connected city piece is really important, and you have the opportunity to build also with that lens as you're growing in different areas. Car optional places through targeted walkability, and you get that with your 15-minute cities. I'm trying to go back. All right. Cultural livability and social infrastructure. Cultural livability improves quality of place and talent as a strategy, meaning basically quality of place attracts talent to Greensboro. People want to live here.
Social infrastructure is your community foundation and your nonprofits that are leaning into the space to try to help people with all these issues.
And then global engagement and mega regional positioning, again, because of your positioning. Literally, someone said this morning, it was a stat I had not seen, which is that you're central to 90% of the state. Certainly, we knew that you were central, but didn't know about that from connectivity standpoint. But the ability to collaborate and plan from a Piedmont Triad perspective, and even long-term, when you think about commuter rail and those things, opportunities to connect to Raleigh and Charlotte long-term, or commuter rail are just really exciting possibilities once you begin to build and grow here as well.
And only thing I'll add about the global and that mega region, because some of you guys had questions on the summary of findings. Mega region is a planning statement that the feds use. And it's kind of what you think about the corridor between Washington and Atlanta. The fact that 85 kind of ties us all together. We become dependent on each other. That's a mega region. It's not just the broader Greensboro region. And how you play into that conversation as people move and gather into those urban areas. I think like 80% of our population live in urban areas now in the country. So they're predicting that there's going to be a lot of trade and different things going on there. And then from a global standpoint, not only did Toyota invest the largest amount of $14 billion, what I know about that is that it's the only place that they're doing batteries in the world. They never invested that much in one place at any one time. Jet Zero is talking about a new type of plane. If it takes off, it'll be global. If Boom Supersonic does what it's talking about, it'll be internationally, you'll be building a plane that's going international. So there's a global conversation about where Greensboro fits into the global conversation too that I don't want you to sleep on.
And then there are 34 indicators that support the 7 cornerstones. I'm going to go through these again really quickly and open up for discussion, but just to understand what you'd be evaluating on, because we're going to ask you to score yourselves likely tomorrow at this point. Economic engines, the indicators there are major infrastructure assets. You got that capital investment capacity, anchor institutions, you have that, industry clusters, yep, innovation platforms, building. Strong there. Urban form, strong urban core, connected communities, public realm and walkability, housing affordability. Mobility, multimodal mobility, regional connectivity, smart and future mobility. Cultural livability is ranked by your strength of arts and culture, sports identity, environmental quality, public health, public safety, and social infrastructure. Want to skip governance since we didn't doing those too. And then global positioning, mega regional alignment, FDI strategy, international partnerships, and global brand strength.
FDI. Federal direct investment. Foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment. I'm sorry. Foreign direct investment.
Because it's global.
That's global.
Mm-hmm. And so this is just a view of this all together and what it looks like. It's all connected. And it is a starting place, but from a cornerstone standpoint, if you think about focusing on specific cornerstones, it makes it easier to digest and also prioritize in terms of what you do. So we wanted to just lay this out to you from this perspective and to have some conversations about it. We get a little bit deeper in that in terms of thinking about decision-making criteria that you might want to consider and things of that nature. But I'm going to pause now just for reactions.
reactions up to this point. So we ran through all that really quick. So framework is just kind of around these 7 cornerstones, and you saw the indicators. So just feedback on what we said so far. Those are contemplating faces.
It's a lot to digest.
It was a lot. It was a
In a
lot.
very short time.
It was a lot.
It was even some refinements, but in the front, and so it was a long way away from a lot of the detail. And again, no decisions here, just reactions. So this comes but as you think about growth, decisions, prioritization, and areas of focus, it's just a construct that you can consider as you think about ways to go and areas of focus.
Really good point. We skipped over this morning. In your book, actually, if you look right after the agenda, there's something called the Great City Framework. That's what we just went through. So more detail about what that was and a lot of what you just saw. And we're going to let you score, and then we may talk about how we saw some of that. And then you go right into a policy analysis of kind of where some of the strong points are, just real quick. And then there were a couple of white papers in there. One about increasing your tax base, which you heard us talk a lot about because we think it's important. And then there's one in here about kind of the R1 and what you do with all that going forward, and kind of how you compare to other cities, just so you know what's in the reader head that we sent, if you had a chance to look at any of it. So some of this has been there already.
So a couple program questions. Is anything missing? Is anything that you have thought about in terms of Greensboro growing that you don't see covered, that we haven't talked about, or you don't see included in either the cornerstones or indicators?
Nothing that's not covered. I don't know if, I think you're about to make the leap, so I don't want to get ahead, but having seen, but what strikes me is everything that we have been talking about sort of up to now, we as a group and individuals, and then today, really does touch on these different pieces. And I know that you have used this, you collectively have used this with other cities that have sort of become those high-performing cities. And so it's reassuring to know that touching these various areas and sort of doubling down on them, building strategy around them, support them, putting our resources towards them is the key part that then gets us to that next place that we're headed to. And so I don't know if it's so much that we're not with you as much as like waiting for that next
I know it's so
stage.
much.
Yeah,
it's so much. And what I'm going to ask you guys to do now is just to spend some time with it together.
Yeah.
Honestly, maybe double up and take each one of these and just begin to think about it and just kind of sit with it for a little bit, because this is a framework. It is not a strategy. It is not a comp plan. It's just really a framework for decision making. And I will jump here because you think about how do you make decisions around some of these things. Here's some categories to make it a little bit simpler, right? So if these are the things that you think are important and they align with your larger priorities. And because I think somewhere we did look at priorities, your current priorities from last year, and mapped them over here. I don't think we have them today for you, though. I'm sorry, Mayor?
I just wanted to say, I realize it is a lot, and we've touched on, but, I'd like to dig down deeper someday about small business and entrepreneurship. So we have touched on it, and I know it's, included in a lot of this, but, I think it's very important to a lot of our residents.
Absolutely. When we think about small businesses, it's your largest employer.
Right. And so
I mentioned that earlier, yes.
It has to be. I'm sorry.
I think where I'm stuck is next steps. So I combine the framework, and I'm just trying to figure out what's next. And that's why I'm quiet, because I'm sitting here trying to figure out, okay, what do we do with that now that we have that?
I think we wanted to get you thinking after you're kind of halfway through what you heard. It's probably too early to say that yet, because you got still 2 more presentations. So tomorrow's housing, and this afternoon, just a little bit, you're going to talk about urban core a little bit. I think we're home. So tomorrow's afternoon is kind of your time to talk. I mean, this is the time to give you stuff to think about. So when you go home tonight and you're thinking about where did some of this stuff fit that you guys have on your board, you start to think where it is. I mean, so when you're thinking about the budget, you start to think about the budget from this standpoint. Because you're right, Denise, if you touch these things, you're probably going in the right direction for any city. You know, so it's kind of grading where you are. That's what we'll do tomorrow. Because you don't start from zero on all these by any means. I mean, by any means. From an economic entity standpoint, you probably from one being, 5 being the top and 1 being low, you're probably 4, easy. You know, so what do you do with it next? Because then Mayor is smart, there's an ecosystem, throws out small business opportunities. That becomes a quality of life issue. That becomes kind of how you deal with making sure you touch a number of those cornerstones, to be honest with you. There's a lot of overlap. This is really just to give you a framework to start to think about it. If we gave it to you this morning, you wouldn't have heard some of the stuff you heard. So we're kind of halfway through to say, now filter that through this and see where you go. We went back and forth trying to figure out which we introduced this. But I mean, you know, we figured maybe in the middle would be good, because then you can, oh, I heard this fits here, and then when you get the rest of it, oh, it fits here.
And then we have about 2.5 hours tomorrow to dig a little bit. We're going to end the day with this. Trey?
If I could paint just a beautiful picture and everything, the world was perfect. Tammy, to your point, you know, my thought is that we land in a place that systems and processes are what we plug in everything to. And this is going to be a tremendous culture shift, both for the organization as well, because we got to get to that place. I mean, Denise made a comment earlier about a longer range decision that was made. And for me, what I want to see us get in a position to do that every one of our decisions are made with that kind of thought in mind, like not what we see right in front of us, but how we're going to impact Greensboro into the future. I mean, we talk about, and your Vision 36 is for the next 10 years, but I mean, the reality is this work we're doing now is really going to impact Greensboro for the next 50 to 100 years. And so that's why I eat healthy, so I can live that long to see. But no, I mean, it really is about the true systems and process that the organization operates by. And so just so you know, simultaneously, this is going to be a real paradigm shift for the organization as well, to make sure that we're lining up as council, you know, develop this framework for the organization to continue to move and go. And so we're charting a completely different course.
What we heard from you guys over and over again, all of the time, this good time, which is that you want to do it different. So we were kind of hesitant about how much to give you. In fact, she knows I wanted to give you a lot more. But, you know, we wanted to make sure we gave it to you in bites so that you can start to see the real potential. I mean, those sessions today were designed so you could see the real potential.
And then I think, you know, if you think about immediate next steps, one is if you are comfortable with this framework from an exploration standpoint, because these are not projects. These are just, it's a framework. And if you think about it in terms of a lighthouse, and that in a filter, that anything you do as an organization should map back to one of these things, that's basically what this is. That's how it lives and breathes and how it's to be used. Immediate next steps, though, would be really working with the team to begin feasibility studies, understanding what's there today, what map to where the opportunities are. I think there's some low-hanging fruit from even some of the panels and the activity that's already happening, because a lot of these things are already happening. The city's not always plugged into them. So we have a whole list of things that the city can do to support the bids for R1 and to support really the infrastructure from an innovation standpoint. And we've gone down that path, but we're not there yet. It's not vetted. It would be irresponsible. We can talk through them, but it's certainly not a recommendation. I think we're a long way away from recommendations in terms of that. You have to run financial models and all those kinds of things. But with you governing policy and setting vision for the city, we want to understand what your visions are as it relates to some of the larger initiatives around that. So what are your priorities in terms of that? We've heard a lot of things in terms of priority. Through lines that I've heard across the board is really just economic mobility. From an education standpoint, from a workforce standpoint, housing standpoint, really creating spaces that businesses can grow and thrive here as well. Businesses want to come here. I think we've talked about this before as well. What this framework also does for you, and we're going to talk about identity in a minute, but what this framework also does for you is put you in the position of being proactive in terms of what you want. So instead of people coming to you with ideas, you begin to flip that and issue RFPs and have a different level of conversation about can bring us some plans back around what is possible here, and you become a lot more competitive. And the quality that begins to come back to you also changes because you're going to have more options there because you've been clear. And you're also going to be able to attract different developers too because you do have a level of certainty around that. It'll give you some clarity around maybe some more flexibility and things you can do from a planning and zoning standpoint as well. We've heard that a little bit to make it easier to work within the city, but that really comes from having a vision, right? So you know where you're going, then it's easier to map back to that, and it's much easier to make decisions because it either aligns or it does not align. But when you don't have a vision, then kind of everything's okay. You try to try it, but when you have a clear vision and path and you have a decision-making matrix, it's pretty easy for this to live with staff, and then therefore the decisions funnel through there. And so then you get to have some assurances about things that come before you as well for decisions.
And to be intentional, we asked you about connections earlier. I mean, you're going to hear about connections in the next panel. I mean, this idea that we believe you need to lean into the urban core. Urban core is kind of important to any metropolitan area. And this idea of leaning into the R1. You guys all saw the Pearl in Charlotte. You saw the urban context that it was in. One of the folks that led that development with Wexford. Mr. Miller's here. He's going to be in the next panel to talk about what they thought about when they did that, when they did the one over in Winston and some of the other ones they're doing around the country. So you can see, how do you marry your urban core with this R1 conversation and maybe get something out of it at the same time? I mean, there are connections across the board. Yes, ma'am.
Can I lean into my seat? I'm just going to be open
Yes,
about my...
Your seat. Process.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So from the standpoint, I'm trying to acknowledge my truth. So the part of our reality at the moment, and I appreciate what you're pointing out in terms of the work that needs to be done to for us to get to that strategy and it's sort of adopting an approach and such. We are at this place where, going into the spring, we're going to define a budget for next year. And we have different concepts of investment concepts that are on the table now that are being researched and will be put on the table, maybe in the budget, maybe separate. I'm not quite sure how they'll evolve. But I have, I don't know what the word is. Concerns too strong. But I would love to see us have a more logical framework in which we are making decisions about investment in this broader context that we've been talking about today. We've sort of acknowledged that there's a number of things that we need to and want to work on that are connected. And so starting sort of in the middle before we have the overall intention feels disjointed for me. And thereby, do we run the risk of running out of resources, investing in a place that may not have the right level of impact in the ways that we want to have impact for not having had the full picture before we start that investment and such. So I'm just, the order and sequence isn't working for me at this moment.
Well, I think this is not just here.
Yes.
For I understand, you guys have been getting presentations from your staff before now, because you want this to be bigger picture from what we were kind of gathering from talking to you. So a lot of this is not about the next budget year, to your point. I mean, I thought a lot of that would come out of the presentations you guys were getting, and as you lean into your budget process, you'll figure out the next year, next 2 years. But without having these bigger goals in mind, because you eat an elephant one bite at a time, we wanted you to see, maybe we should start this part of it now, this part of it, so that it is a continuum from this point on. So no, I don't think we ever intended to say you're going to get all this done in the next 5 years. No. But it needs to be some North Stars to say, as we start to invest this year, next year, we'll do this piece of it this year, this piece of it this year, this piece of it.
And I guess, David, this is actually probably more for my colleagues as opposed to you all, and I appreciate what you're giving us. And so what I would really love for us to do either over the next couple of days or at some point is to talk about how we want to approach, as you're pointing out, some things that we can do now that will feed into the future, and what does that look and feel like for us? What can most of us get behind in terms of that investment direction in resources and such?
I think, and we've noticed that some of us plan in different ways or see the path in different viewpoints. And I think we need to decide what are our short-term goals, and what do those goals lead up to the long-term goal. And of course, I hear 50 years, but like, if we said in 10 years, we want a thriving hub at the airport, we want business districts, we want a sports district, we want a cultural district, like, we can lay out what we want to see as our final, like, what does our vision look like, and then work our way backwards, and then breaking that up, like, starting in the middle is, yes, definitely very confusing. But I think we have to have a shared vision, or at least as close as possible, and then figure out how far out for that shared vision, and then work our way back. That'll help us with our budget, right? Seeing what we can and can't do, setting goals, thinking about which budgets that'll come out of, phasing things in. But for me, it would be easier if I knew where we're trying to get to, and then thinking of how we get to that.
Agreed.
If that makes sense.
That's, yeah.
Yeah, and transparently, I'm a little unsure about what being walked through our first budget season even looks like. Just to be honest, I don't know exactly what that looks like right now, so it looks like 1, 2, so that's a little unclear.
Keep going at the table.
I just wanted to, I do agree that to have a shared vision, but I also don't want to miss the fact that you do have inequities, and that those inequities have to be a priority for us as well, because if we are thinking 30 years out, we don't want to still be an inequitable city. And so we have to, when we're looking at prioritizing and addressing how we grow, we might have to reach back down and look at where we need to lift up to bring to elevated status in certain areas. So I do agree, though, that having this overall shared vision is going to kind of keep us guided and not off the rails of where we're going, because I think all of us can be very innovative in different ways. But this kind of keeps us steadfast on what we kind of agreed to. In education, we call it community agreements. And so that would be our agreement that we stick to, and we can always go back and say, hey, is it on this strategic plan? But when we look at, across the city district-wise, we do know that we're not. I can do it. And so we have to have, and that's what I mean by
start before we sort of have the agreements, then we can start somewhere that doesn't even address that agreement. It's like, oh yeah, if we thought about that 6 months ago, maybe we would have waited and would still have that funding or that choice to be made. But that's where the inequities can come in.
Equity is at the front of most of our conversations.
Should be.
Well,
Should be.
Okay.
But
yes.
there's plans in play, and I think that there's some things that I'm trying to read through the book. We don't know where we live or this lives in 2040, or Vision 35. You know what I'm saying? There's just plans that predate us, and I'm curious about where our understanding lives in the plans that are already forward motion.
Yes.
So is that an update you might need at the budget meeting?
I think it would be nice budget meeting, or where it applies, maybe. Where does this interject in there?
Because it could be that a plan that already been decided doesn't fit within the framework that we're trying to guide ourselves to. I think as new council, we're kind of thrown off when we see kind of a plan happen that's kind of forward motion without us really engaging in what the plan is, and it doesn't always align with exactly what our thinking is.
That's right.
And so I think having at least an idea of what has been already decided on, in case it needs to be tweaked or maybe scrapped.
Or pivot, yeah.
Or maybe it's right on point, and it's like, okay, that one's good. Let's lift that one up, and that's the thing.
Or it's in line and you need to elevate it. based on your vision. So
Can I
think
make
you'll
a
see
comment on
yes.
what you just, I want to capture that, because I will, I wrote a note down to bring it back. But one thing we noted, and it was in some of the language I sent, this is not meant to replace, but synergize. One of the deliverables or the action items that were captured is that we have a lot of plans. We got a whole page of plans. Some good and some could be improved. But the reality is all those plans don't talk to each other. And kind of, I'm gonna bring it right back. I mean, ultimately, we speak to how we make budget decisions, whether small or longer range budget decisions, whether we make investments. And so if we are going to move in a strategic way, then all of those plans have got to either speak to each other or have some type of synergistic feeling toward them. So.
How would that be audited though? Like how would that process look?
Well, if the city of Charlotte adopts a vision and a framework, city of Greensboro adopts a framework and a vision, then you share that. But this should be a community vision. It should not be in isolation. So we invite all those stakeholders back to the table. It will be the same if we move to phase 2. You guys decide to move to phase 2, and we want to start exploring some of the catalyst projects that we're talking about. We have to invite those same people back to the table. We have not done full public engagement, so we still need to do public engagement and hear from the broader community and people that we talked about from that. But this framework is intended to serve as an umbrella and a vision that the city of Greensboro will move forward with, and we want to make sure that all our partners are coming along as well. So
I think my question was more along the lines of like, city manager, are you all going to like take this framework and then do kind of like an audit of like GSO 2040? How does that kind of align, the alignment of it? Would that live with you all?
Yes, that will be an internal approach as we go into the next phase.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all. I just do I need my highlighter? I just thank you.
Discussion, thank you.
I'm sorry, I was going to point out that she has, Councilmember Parker has open in front of her the policy actions for the next 1 to 3 years. I didn't know if those were meant to be representative. I think they're thought-provoking and wasn't sure where those fit in our discussion. This page? Yes.
Oh, yes. So what we wanted to do is just do a matrix to say what could be touched. So we have done nothing other than identify those things. But those will be some of the next ones to really dig deep, and we really have to work more closely with the staff up to this point. But we always like to do a policy analysis to see what's out there and what gets touched. Absolutely. Any other thoughts, questions, or reactions?
I found the page about policy alignment where you list out the policies and then say whether it's in alignment, not alignment in each of the categories. I found that very interesting and informative. And I think that was helpful to me when looking at all the different policies that are currently out there. Now we may want to tweak them and we may want to change them, but just for right now, does it fit into these frameworks? And it was interesting that generally speaking, most of them are at least partway there.
Because it's an umbrella.
Yes.
It's not a comp plan.
It's a lot.
But it is a lot.
And on the record, nobody's trying to come in and throw out all of the chess pieces off the chessboard. I don't think that that's the intention. I just want us to make sure that we are not 5-year or a 1-term rather into our work and then nothing necessarily materializes or we don't see the fruit. And so.
So there's a lot of great work happening here that you continue. Do you have any break? We can take 5 minutes and we'll actually, if there are no other questions, we'll pull the panel forward for 5 minutes.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Great discussion. Thank you.
Everybody's ready? I don't know. They still enjoying themselves over here. I'm going to wait.
Ready to go.
Ready? All right, I'm going to let Trey kick us off.
All right, well, thank you all, council. If we can go, the last session of today is going to be a panel on our urban core. In just a moment, I'm going to turn it back over to David to recognize our guests, but I want to take a moment to recognize a hometown person for us, and I'm going to look over at our DGI president, Zach Matheny, who's here as our guest. So thank you, Zach, for being here, and I'm going to kick it back over to David for the last one of the day.
Man, you knew you grew up in the 70s if you just sang that one. Irvin, you know what that song was? I'm just joking with you. You know, welcome back, Carter. All right. Shut up, David. Let's get going. All right. The last session of the day is Urban Core Multiplier, Catalyst Districts, and Concentrated Growth. This is going to build on part what you saw in Charlotte with the sub-districts and part what we've been talking about all day with innovation. Again, connections, trying to connect two of those cornerstones that we talked about earlier, economic engine and strong urban core. I have some prepared questions, but because I know this one's so greatly, I'm going to stick to some of them, and then I'm going to let the conversation go where it wants to go. Today, who we have on the panel is, starting from my left to right, Marvin Price, who was up here earlier from the Chamber, so you know him. I'm the Vice President of Economic Development for the Chamber of Commerce. Executive Vice President. Executive Vice President. Ooh. Marvin, you did not have to call me out like that. Marvin, go home. I was just joking. All right, so next up is my good friend from Charlotte, who most of you guys met. I think the last group missed meeting Michael Smith. He's the CEO of Center City Partners in Charlotte, our downtown booster district. What do we call it?
What's the word booster, David?
What's the word, Michael?
Economic and community development.
That's the word. I was going to say compared to what Zach does here. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry, Michael. Okay, I'm 0-2 right now on this one. Maybe I'll just introduce you, Dennis Miller, and not try to say anything other than he's Executive Vice President for Wexford Science and Technology. I got that right? Senior. Of course I got it wrong.
And market executive.
It's not on here. I'm reading what I got, so I'm just going on what I got. First of all, thank you all for being here. This is an exciting conversation for me. I think you all know from the time you spent with me in Charlotte and the time you spent with me here that I think urban cores are very important because that's kind of the center of the wheel. That's where a lot of the action and the attention goes. It's a lot of what people, when they're recruiting, actually look for when they're actually coming to an urban district. And again, I won't go way into that one, but I'm going to start by, Marvin, asking you a question about that. And that is when you're actually recruiting, how does a thriving downtown environment increase investor confidence and reduce perceived risk of investing capital? And you can, the microphones are working now, y'all. Yep, you can pick them up.
Okay. Well, let me start off by saying I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk to you guys. Number one, being a representative for this community, but also having seen different communities, having spent 5 years in the Charlotte market representing the Charlotte region, and also being in Birmingham and representing the Birmingham region. And one thing that I found in common in that perspective is that having a thriving downtown brings about a sense of confidence. When you see winners, you expect them to continue to win. It's a perceived perception of someone else has already done the dirty work, if you will, to do the due diligence. It's an old time saying, but if you want to find a Burger King, look for a McDonald's. Because Burger King wants to be where McDonald's is because they've already done the research. So when you see a thriving downtown with companies, with restaurants already there, it's a telltale sign of what the economy looks like, that it's vibrant, that people have done the credit risk analysis around that this community is growing and thriving. And from an economic development standpoint, if you were an executive looking to have a corporate headquarters anywhere in the country. I literally said to you guys earlier that there's over 19,000 incorporated communities in the United States. So if I'm the CEO of a community or a company and I am looking for 500 engineers and I go to a downtown and you don't have a restaurant, I go to downtown and you don't have anywhere for me to function or thrive, would you want to invest in that? Probably not. So I think when you look at that and you have those telltale signs that you see in other communities, I think it breeds about a level of confidence that goes standard, but also is validation in the market. It's a proven test case, if you will.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And in front of you guys, the ones that came to Charlotte, you got a chance to see the new hot off the press Center City plan from Charlotte, and you have your own books now. Thank you, Michael, for bringing those. But Michael, I'm going to go back a little bit. So I am a Charlottean, born and raised there. I remember when we had the Final Four in Charlotte, and we had to create an experience for people downtown Charlotte. In fact, I'll let you tell them what we had to do. But the real question is, how do we go from a stagnant urban core to what we experience now? What did it take? And I know you weren't there the whole time, but you can talk about a good part of it.
Thank you, David. Great to be with you all again. I don't know. Let me see.
Yes, sir.
You guys can hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I would begin by applauding your focus on the value of downtowns. And what I would share is that there's never one move that gets this done. And the reason I applaud the work is great communities are built on the foundation of vibrant downtowns. It's rinse and repeat. The great cities of the world, you find it over and over again. And there's a lot of reasons that's the case. A lot of it is the way the city was built. When you look at city building, they began with a place probably pre-automobile. And it was a tight grid in that downtown, and then it was built from there out. So the infrastructure is there. It is the center of your neighborhoods. It is the most connected by your roads, by your bus system, in many cities by rapid transit. And because of all the infrastructure that's there, you can put use on top of use on top of use using the same infrastructure. So you don't have to do utility extensions, new sewer, new roads, new curb. It's all there. And the way the model's worked well for Charlotte is we've now had 5 decades of a dedicated plan to create a complete place that has great jobs, that has a great neighborhood, that is a great destination, that's also a good campus. I mean, you can just put layer on top of layer, and it's the most egalitarian part of your community. It is the most easily accessed by all. It can have having it be welcome is the key to success of great downtowns. And it's each generation kind of playing that role and trying to create this walkable park once kind of environment where you can do many different things. And Charlotte is not big enough to have more than one main downtown. So I can tell you that Greensboro is not big enough either. So every time you spread things out, you're stretching your tax dollars further. You're losing opportunities for people to have experiences where they get to stay one more day or, add on 2 more hours to go get a bite to eat. There's a magic with urbanity, and it's a great place to be able to express the values of a community. And I think that's a powerful part of urban development.
To talk about what Charlotte was, though, give them that example, that Final Four thing, and how we had to start to turn it around.
1994, we won and were able to host the Final Four. And we built our Coliseum out towards the airport on Tyvola Road. And it was a highly disputed thing. And Mr. McCall, who rolled up Bank of America, fought to have it in downtown, and he'll tell you it's one of the few that he lost. And it was built out there. But we knew people would be staying in downtown, so we didn't have an entertainment district, but we had a bunch of empty storefront. And we literally created what we called the Street of Champion, and took a bunch of empty storefronts and quickly created bars and restaurants and just quickly permitted them and opened it up. So we had somebody that came back 4 weeks later to go back to the Street of Champions, and it wasn't there. We had rolled it up. It was done. But it was a trigger for proof of concept. And then we had others that came in and created Bar Alley and more restaurants and more entrepreneurs that wanted to be a part of it.
And you saw that. If you remember Ladder Arcade, that's the Bar Alley. So you saw some of that when we were walking through downtown. Last thing for Michael, then I'm going over to Dennis, is explain your connection to Greensboro, because not everybody got to hear it. Some of you guys missed him. I think the last group did not get to meet him in person. So
I'm a Worley, class of '87. Good to be back in Greensboro. Love your city. Love its commitment to parks, its universities. I think it's one of those cities where its best days are ahead of it. And it was a great place to be from and to grow up. So good to be back.
So Dennis with Wexford. We did a lot of talking this morning about the universities. So there are 8 in the county. 7 of them are in the city, all higher ed. And just talking about what that means for Greensboro. Not necessarily talking about the urban core just yet, but just Greensboro. So why don't you tell us first what your company does? They're the developers of the Pearl. Everybody here saw the Pearl. We wrote through it, didn't get to go in it. Maybe he can get us in it, so if you want to go back. In fact, he has an announcement, a big ribbon cutting tomorrow. So why don't you talk about what it is, what you guys do, and then I want to lean in on this R1 and what it means for Greensboro.
Absolutely. So first, thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak to you all. And thanks for your interest as well as your commitment to vision. So Wexford Science and Technology, we are developers, but not your traditional developers. We're developers of ecosystems. And our strategy is that if you build an ecosystem that is creating a value, that value will be a benefit to the municipality from job creation, from additional ratables from the real estate that's there, from attraction and retention of talent. And those are the components that are really important. And then the next piece of it will be, if you have a district which has all those components, you're also going to have a research innovation component, and that's what we focus on, that will allow innovation, commercialization, and candidly create positive impacts on humanity as you're beginning to make new discoveries and pushing them out. We build these innovation districts, these mixed-use districts throughout the country, so we're a national company. And in reference to the big announcement that we have, one part of building innovation districts and ecosystems is it has to be a full ecosystem. You will find, and I guess in some environments, a very small ecosystem has merits, but we believe that larger ecosystems are essential. And the reason it's essential is because when you do attract talent, you want to be able to keep that talent in place. And as talent grows, they need to be in an environment that has scale. So what we traditionally do and what we're doing in Charlotte and announcing tomorrow, so you're getting a little bit of a precursor here, is we're going to have a grand opening for what we call our Wexford Connect Labs. And our Wexford Connect Labs, that's really how you enter the ecosystem. What we do is we build out space, which is dry lab, wet lab, office space, shared equipment, conference locations. So if you have that young entrepreneur, that young researcher who just received funding, and what they really need is just a single bench, we present those opportunities for them. They don't have to then take the funding that they have and invest in building out the space or invest in equipment, because they're able to utilize the shared equipment that we provide. And then create a continuum of services around them to help them navigate the system. So that's what we're going to be celebrating tomorrow.
I want to lean into what a full ecosystem is, but I'll give you a minute on that one. You guys heard Wet Labs this morning, if you remember. It was UNCG mentioned Wet Labs and the need for it to get to R1. So tell me what R1 means with a city, especially a city that is within 3 years of having 2 R1s. What does that mean?
Opportunity. I mean, that's quite impressive. We have 2 of them in close proximity here. So they're really creating thought leaders. They're also going to be kind of head of the class from a perspective of receiving funding. They will have great opportunities to collaborate with industry, and that's really essential. When you take those components, greater funding, they're creating researchers, they're creating opportunities to collaborate with industry. When you bring all that together, what you're able to do is create a real economic boon for the metropolitan area that you're in. So I think finding ways to focus on the centers of excellence of those research universities, and every university will say that they're specializing in multiple things, but there's usually 2 or 3 centers of excellence where they're investing more resources. They have world-renowned researchers, and those are the areas you want to find out how can you pull that out and commercialize that, and you do that in innovation districts. So you have a great opportunity to have 2 of them in this market so close, as well as all the other universities that are here.
So as you can tell, we're talking about 2 different parts of urban core. There's the economic development part, but I want to come back to the housing part. And Marvin, if you could, help me by help me understand how investments in the center city, in the downtown, actually spill over into neighborhoods and commercial corridors. What does that spill over? And then, Michael, I'm coming straight to you to talk about how it did it in Charlotte. So what does it do for you when you're recruiting when it spills out right from downtown?
Well, it's an amazing situation because when you look at it, well, number one, when you think about a downtown and you think about that investment, as Michael was kind of talking about from a density standpoint, it makes up, if you look at the International Downtown Association, one of their executive summaries from 2023 really talks about that, where essentially you're looking at a small piece of land that has a level of density that has the opportunity to bring in and create those jobs. But also when you think about when you're having that spillover, when you're leaving from a downtown Greensboro and you're headed to Friendly or you're on Market or you're going anywhere in this community, for that matter, that spillover is that opportunity to stop at that grocery store, to stop at that pub. And when you're looking at that growth, it's the multiplier effect. You're looking at real opportunities, so that concentration, the more people that we bring down into our center city, that gives an opportunity for those other neighborhoods to have more development as well. So when we talk about it from an economic development standpoint, again, anything that is bringing more visibility and vibrancy to this community is going to make our job easier. So it's not just a downtown. Think about when you're on Bryan Boulevard and you're coming into the city. That's our gateway. So if you're having that spillover from downtown into other markets as well, that creates a synergy that people need to see. People need to feel good. No different than when I lived in Charlotte and I would drive up Tryon and then you see South End. Or if you're coming a different direction from the University City area and you're driving in and you see Camp North End. So that spillover has real meaning and an opportunity to create housing, diversification. So I love it. I think it's something that we can do.
Michael, I'm tempted. Will you look in there and find that map that shows it right around downtown? I want you to look at it in your books. It was in your summary of findings, but it is on
this one,
the one with downtown. Showing the airport. It was in the book. It was in your summary of findings. Yes, the very first one.
Page 2.
If you look at that real quick, the reason why I wanted you to look at that one that homes in like just a little bit more is that a lot of those neighborhoods right around downtown we visited when you came for the tour. So, Michael, talk about how downtown actually was a catalyst for those neighborhoods right around downtown and what it meant for downtown to have that expansion and that help with housing and economic development.
So you're building a city when you're doing downtown development work, and we were only in Uptown for decades, and we've finally bridged over our inner loop 277.
Literally.
And those neighborhoods have become more and more a part of our center city ecosystem. We've got office that is bridged across. We've got, I mean, the South End has incredible nightlife. A lot of talent wants to live there. But my counsel would be keep it as tight as possible as long as you can so that you don't have missing teeth. Because when you walk a block and the next block falls off and there's nothing there and there's, closed storefronts and you feel unease, you turn right around. It ends it. So then it's impossible to do the next thing. And I know that DGI preaches this, but the tighter the better. That good infrastructure, bikeways, connect. Greensboro has such great bike paths through the city, and connecting that all in through downtown is vital.
What we know and what we've heard is that you guys have a younger population on average than Charlotte or Raleigh. So what does that look like, and this is for anybody, for the young people that you want to keep, their retention? I'm going to jump ahead. In Charlotte, we're seeing they want to live in South End. So, talk about that.
To me, that, when I came out of college, my peers were all going to Atlanta, D.C., and New York. And when I came back to North Carolina, I was in Dallas, I was in Chicago, and then came to Charlotte. It was starting to change, but when it really changed was when our downtown took off. We've got 157 people a day moving to the region. If they're just graduating from college, they're first going to look in these inner ring of neighborhoods. And to me, for Greensboro, doing things that allow you to keep your best and your brightest that you raise here. And what do you have, like 50,000 students in universities? Make sure you get more than your fair share of them to stay here and join the community and begin in downtown and then move to the split levels and the more suburban options. But to me, that's the thing that spins the wheel for economic development is talent first. And you've got so many universities. We would kill to have the university infrastructure.
I've been telling all day, we would kill to have 3 more universities all day.
And your Elm Street, we would kill to have your Elm Street because it's preserved. I mean, it's an unbelievable asset. With the charm of it, it tells a story.
Yeah, when you mentioned something, Michael, in regards to the university and the students. So on average, we credential and graduate over 25,000 students every single year from all of our local colleges and universities. Yes. So one of the interesting dynamics of that, if we're able to retain just a fraction of that, think about that again, multiplier effect that goes into retail follows the rooftops. So when people are in the community and saying that they want a Wegmans or they want more different amenities, that creates that opportunity because people are following the demographics. Also, when I first moved here, I lived downtown because I like downtowns. So when you think about the kind of community that we want, what we're saying that we want to do to create that vibrancy, to have people that want to be here, that creates that, right? But then it also, as Michael was talking about, the spillover to see other neighborhoods where individuals are going to want to live by downtown. Maybe I don't want to live in one of the condos or one of the townhomes. Maybe I want a small cottage, right? That's next to downtown. So it spurs that opportunity for other neighborhoods to be able to build off of that connectivity.
Yeah, I want to speak a little bit about this importance of smart development, downtown development. So from a developer's perspective, when we're coming into a market and we're assessing the market, we are wondering how will we get talent to come to this particular market and stay in the market. And part of it is the young talent, they're looking for amenities. They're looking for a vibrant environment. And at one time, everything was really designed based on vehicles. But now what we're finding, especially with the millennials, we're finding that things being compact, that is more intriguing to them. And what it's really doing is just taking this more compact environment that they had in a collegial environment when they were on campuses, and they're actually moving that to the next phase of their lives. So when they become young professionals, when you think of the South End, they're young professionals. If you go in that community, everyone's 20 and 30 years old, and it's a lot of ground level activation, there's a lot of running, there's pathways, there's parks, so all that feels very comfortable for that talent base. So when we are looking at building these innovation districts, what we're looking at is, well, of course there's many successful innovation districts that were based on vehicles, but what we look for is really creating compact environments. And we think once you have a compact environment, what takes place is that you have that energy that's in an entire ecosystem. And people are actually able to move, for example, from, you've been to the Pearl, from one building to another building versus getting in a car, driving from one lab to another lab. Because when you do that, you lose a little bit of your energy. So I think that, making wise investments in reference to building off of a center core of development and keep expanding out from that, that really allows your growth to be centralized, and you can then direct your growth versus having sprawl. And I think with the sprawl, what happens is the talent base that you're pursuing, that becomes a more suburban environment, and we have found that the talent base is not necessarily seeking that environment at this time.
This whole point of this panel is not just talk about urban core, it's to show you the connections. This is actually a strategy for retention and how you develop and how you keep the people here. It's not just the jobs, it's how they live too. Denise, you spoke about that earlier from your group when you were talking about it's a housing spectrum we need to be talking about in Greensboro, just not one type, one place, one district. And actually the immediate opportunities are right around downtown if you're talking about retention. So it's a part of that conversation. Dennis, back to you real quick. Michael and I both had an opportunity to go to Barcelona and actually see what I think is probably one of the best, and you probably will disagree with it, innovation districts that I've seen. Just because it's so, it's very intentional. It's very, very, very intentional. So what is the ecosystem? What are the components of an ecosystem for innovation district? Because I'd love for them to get a checklist, if you will, while you're going down the list and say, yep, we got that, we got that, we got that, we got that. Because the obvious connection here is there an opportunity for an innovation district in your center city? Obviously, by now you understand where I'm going with this conversation. So, what is the components of a good ecosystem for an innovation district?
Sure. So actually, I heard this comment earlier, and it is the first thing is you have to have a unified vision. Because if you don't have a unified vision, anything you have, you're going to view it to be, a great innovation district, a great ecosystem, and that's not necessarily the case. So first, a unified vision, and that unified vision really needs to be amongst the key stakeholders. So of course, the municipality, industry, and academia. You really need to come together with a strategy. That strategy should not be a short-term strategy. It should be a long-term strategy, because these things don't happen in a year. It takes time to make this happen. Then once you have that commitment, and you begin to think about the actual planning process of it, you have to figure out what industry is leading with. What is industry, what is academia leading with? We talked about the number of students that you have. I heard your comment of 25,000 students are graduating. It's inevitable that those students who are graduating have certain areas of concentration. So those areas of concentration that the university says, this is where we're investing our dollars, these are the students we want to keep in this community, then how do you translate that investment when they're in college to that same investment to keep them into the cities, the city cores? So that alignment's going to be really essential. Then after doing that, it's really easy to focus on the built environment, but what I'd say is that what you want to do is you want to focus on a more flexible approach. Meaning from a municipality perspective, you want to create enabling opportunities. So from a zoning perspective, things are friendly and they encourage. Your design standards, they are focused on creating ground level activation, vibrant streets. It's focused on giving the pedestrian control versus giving the vehicle control. Now you're beginning to create the framework that you can build up from. when you begin to build up from those things, what's going to happen is that's when you really need those partners to begin to lean in to state, we're going to look outward. And our outward look means that we're going to make certain investments. We're going to have a presence. And our presence is going to become that flywheel that allows us to pull others into this location. I think those are some of the key components for an ecosystem. And then the other piece I'd say is you really should plan big. You should plan big. Because this is not an endeavor that's going to be a year or 5 years. This will be an endeavor that takes a decade, 2 decades. And you need to plan big, and it needs to be fluid enough that can adapt as the market change.
I mean, just to overplay a euphemism, it is a place where you can live, work, and play. And that's what the young people are looking to do. And you saw South End. You saw that's what they're obviously doing in South End. Marvin, tell me what you think the business community's role is in this. I mean, the Chamber's doing a lot to recruit people here. But, what do you think the business community's role beyond City Council would be to make sure that the urban core, some of these things we're talking about, happens?
I think it's to move in solidarity, to have a unified front. I think one of the things that you've seen in Charlotte and other communities where they've have vibrant downtowns is that the business community leans in, and I think we do have businesses currently leaning in. I would dare say Contour is a company that's leaning in heavily into downtown. I would dare say ArchMI, I would dare say Lincoln Financial. They're all making a concentrated effort to lean in. The question becomes, from a privatized side with the public, what does that investment look like? Right? What is that opportunity for a joint partnership, a P3 partnership? And it's not just from the companies, but if we're looking for privatized dollars coming in from a development standpoint, the question becomes, how do we work collectively to create that unified vision? When you think about, or we talk about a Charlotte and see what they've been able to do, it's because they have been unified in that front, be it good, bad, and indifferent. When you look at a corridor of opportunity coming from Freedom Boulevard, Wilkinson Boulevard, Tryon, it doesn't matter. They've all made the decision that, hey, this flywheel approach, we want people to come in, we want them to enjoy it, but it's not just from a public dollar standpoint. They made it worth their while. You prime the ground, right? You fertilize the soil to make sure when they plant these seeds, they're gonna have a return. But moving in lockstep, I think is something that has to happen from the business community, and I think they're willing to lean in.
So, well, I got a question for you too, Michael.
I'd love to build on that.
Sure.
So, I think what Marvin just shared is gigantic. That for communities to win, you have to have city government, county government, academics, and the business community all pulling in one direction. And trust me, outsiders coming in and considering investing in your community or growing jobs here are going to see it immediately. And if they don't see that alignment, you get delisted. You just move right on. Because if they're a newcomer, they need to be able to understand quickly the way what a community values and what it's trying to achieve. And if it's at odds with itself, Charlotte's done that really well, where there's one table where business executives and elected officials and academics sit together. We weren't always as good at academics, so that's a new thing for us. We've got one group in Charlotte that was organized recently called the CELC, the Charlotte Executive Leadership Council, and it's 45 CEOs from across our MSA, kind of more macro. And that group works really well with the things we're trying to do as a community. And because to me, the best thing government, one of the best things government can do for economic development is when it makes investments that stimulates and shapes and inspires private investment, because then it's a big multiplier.
So one of the things, and I forget which council member said it when we were talking about the framework, I don't remember, it was talking about the fact that you guys kind of have an innovation district that was started already in Greensboro, and this idea that you can have more than one. So, Michael, talk about the second one that we're working on in Charlotte. The one, at least, we probably got more than one, but we're calling it Innovation District with the whole goal of creating the ecosystem.
Yeah, so we have a more nascent version that is in a separate lane that is our North Tryon Tech Hub. And it's a partnership with UNC Charlotte, and we've had just great dedication from our chancellor to help drive this, and we're seeking to be the intersection of entrepreneurship, corporate innovation, and academics around technology. So the things that we did an inventory of the things that UNC Charlotte had a right to win and immediate commercialization value, and we identified cybersecurity, critical infrastructure, and machine learning AI, and that's where we're beginning. And we've stood up a CoLab, which is a Center for Entrepreneurship. The university's created new academic coursework for that. They created a new one around AI, and they're now setting up a new lab in 8,000 square feet in downtown, where we're going to be able to get industry and academics to come together and have a safe testing environment around those three issues. But it's early days, but you got to have day zero.
I'm sitting here thinking, D'Alva and Michael, there was a council member that actually started a conversation about smart cities and innovation districts back in the... Why are y'all laughing? It was me. Yeah, I did. But my point is that one of the first people to start talking about, I actually invited him to go to Barcelona because I was so enamored with what I saw. I would encourage you as council members, get out and go see this stuff. I'm not messing with Trey's budget, but I'm just saying.
What David taught us there, too, that I loved was when you choose your industry, go at it in all ways. Try to get changes in legislation, recruit businesses, have a convention strategy that supports it. I mean, this is all the stuff Barcelona was doing, and stuff that they did not have the right to win, but they just raised the flag, and it was a big enough global city that they pulled a lot of it off.
And I actually took 9 business leaders with me to Barcelona for the Smart City Expo. I'm just telling you, as a city council member, you do have the possibility of changing the conversations.
We also took some organizers that became council members, like Ada Colau in Barcelona, that changed the landscape of...
And I agree with you, but it took, I'm trying to say you can make this change. Waiting on business alone is not how it works. Taking some lead on this and having some vision. I started this conversation about smart cities, and I don't take credit for the pearl, but I kind of take credit for the pearl. So I think I do, right? It's not like I do.
We appreciate all the legwork that has happened. We appreciate what you did to make it happen there.
All right, okay, off of me. Let's keep going. Let's talk about downtown again. Let's talk about the urban core and residential. I'm sorry I'm jumping back and forth. But in a lot of ways, the one word you heard us talk about when we were going around those communities right around downtown is how organic that was. And how it benefited. When downtown kind of reached a certain point, it started to have that spillover into those sub-districts, and how that helps each one of your districts. So who wants to maybe take on that question of how it starts to affect even beyond the urban core when you have these special opportunities that spill over from downtown? You kind of talked about it, but anybody want to chime in on how important that is to the districts around it and the economic development to the areas right around downtown?
So I'm just going to be kind of blunt about it. If your district isn't benefiting from the growth and the spillover from downtown, people are going to feel like it's not equitable economic development. They're not going to feel that their voices are being heard if they don't see from downtown the spur of growth going towards their community. And that's what we are trying to do in this community, and I think that growth is going to happen. But it has to be intentional. Everything that we're talking about is not going to happen overnight, and to be completely honest, it's probably not going to happen in your terms. Yeah. But the reality is that you have to plant the seeds and be willing to do it. I give this example all of the time when you talk about a strategy and making something happen. The city of Huntsville made the decision a long time ago that it wanted to become the largest city in the state of Alabama. Birmingham was the #1 largest city.
I was shocked. It's not Birmingham or Montgomery. It's
Huntsville, Alabama.
That shocked me.
Yeah, so, but what they did, they were strategic. They came up with a strategy and they stuck to it. They didn't deviate from it. They said, hey, we want to be the Rocket City. We're going to lean into it. Hey, we have one of the corniest lines I've ever heard someone say from Huntsville that I found out was actually true. You could literally throw a rock and hit a rocket scientist. They truly believed in it, and they doubled down on it. They leaned into Alabama A&M, the University of Alabama Huntsville from an engineering standpoint. So the city partnered with the university. They also made sure that they made those investments in their downtown to make it a point to say, hey, this is the catalyst that we're willing to invest in to get that growth. But going back to what you're saying to land this plane, David, if we are strategic and we make those investments into downtown, every last community that breaches or flies off of downtown is going to reap the benefits of it. It's not just for downtown, it is for their communities. Because truly, once it reaches that capacity, we've seen it too many times. Think about Atlanta. Think about Chicago. Think about Nashville. If I'm saying think about Birmingham, you can look at Avondale, you can look at Northwood, you can, and I go back to Birmingham not just because I live there, but we're literally 3 times the size of that city. So if they could dare to be great, why can't we have some audacious goals, right?
I want to keep pulling on that thread there. So, for example, take Charlotte. Charlotte, wonderful city. As identified here by Mike, there's a 50-year strategy. The city was blossoming, it was growing. It became a real destination. The airport helped. There was an assessment, and the assessment was that Charlotte didn't have a medical school. Charlotte, home of the 3rd largest health system, but there's no medical school. And the strategy was, well, we need to go out and we need to find a medical school and we need to bring a medical school here. That took place, and that took place because of leadership in the business community and leadership from Atrium Health, Gene Woods. And as a consequence of that leadership, Wake Forest opened their 2nd medical school in Charlotte. Well, then that became an opportunity to say, okay, we checked that box. We're now a large city with a medical school, but how do we do more? And the strategy around that was, how do we leverage that? And the leverage was, let's focus on our specialties, and that's around healthcare. That's around innovation related to health. That's around closing health disparity and improving the human condition. Well, how do you do that with the medical school? Well, you do it with the medical school because studies have shown that if you're educating a doctor, that doctor stays in the region. There's a greater probability. But then, if you're able to leverage that student population and bring industry around it so they can begin to collaborate and focus also on healthcare, well, now you're beginning to create this economic boon that we keep talking about. But this happened as a result of, first, the city had the momentum. The city had momentum. It became a place. And when the city became a place, you just continue to grow on that. So it is really about that focus, that center core, finding your momentum and continuing to grow off of that momentum.
So I like David's question because I understand that there has to be some provincial thinking about your districts. But if that's the focus, you're not going to stay to the strategy. You're going to sway off of it because there's going to be ebbs and flows. But in Charlotte, 1% of our land is our center city, and it creates 34% of the GDP for our community. It creates over $1 billion.
Say that again.
Okay, 1% of the land creates 34% of our county-wide gross domestic product. We have people commuting in from hundreds of thousands from all the surrounding counties. So it is regional in nature, and it creates so many jobs, and it creates $1 billion a year in tax proceeds for the city, the county, and the state. That one little area. And that's the engine for our community. That's the engine for our vibrancy. Like, there would be no University City, there would be no Ballantyne, there would be no airport district without having that core as healthy as it is. And it's each council, it's each elected official. And the way we've done it is, and I know you guys do planning this way too, Zach, is every 10 years we do a 20-year downtown plan. And we just keep doing it. And it's co-owned by Center City Partners, the city and the county. And then it's adopted by the city. And those plans are co-owned by the business community and by government. And then we fulfill it. But it's a discipline. It's shared vision and collective action.
I think it's really important because we talk so much about airport and other things today that we make clear, and Michael asked a question to you, that you can actually have multiple strong districts.
100%.
Because, I mean, I don't want you to think that we're pitting one against the other. I think you can do both. It takes a lot of coordination, to Michael's point, but the airport needs what we talked about today. Downtown needs what we talked about today, because what you're doing is actually, in fact, do that for me real quick. You're actually framing growth.
Our purpose is to have a thriving center city that is the foundation of a vibrant regional economy.
And
So
by managing growth downtown, you cut down on the need for extra infrastructure investment. You cut down on the road maintenance because people are all using the same things. You're actually maximizing your infrastructure.
It's easier to secure, so it's easier for police as well.
Denise, I saw a question mark on your face.
I wanted you to explain that more, how it's maximizing.
It's really optimizing.
Optimizing. Maybe that's a better word.
Just using it more.
You're using it more. You get more use out of it because it's already there.
Got it.
I'm sorry, optimizing is a better word.
Got it. Thank
Okay.
you, sir.
Questions, because we are actually almost at the end of our time. So why don't we, so I have Tammy first, and then April has a question mark all over her face. So Tammy first.
Michael, can you talk to us a little bit about the role that Charlotte Center City Partners has in downtown? Are they the economic recruiter? Are they the planner? Are they the safety valve? Are they in charge of street maintenance and sidewalks? All of the above, none of the above? Can you talk about your group as an entity? Because I think, at least in Greensboro, we've fragmented DGI so much that it feels like we're asking them to be two very, very different organizations at the same time. And I feel like it's like when you do that, you're not good at anything. But can you share with us what your organization is?
Sure. So downtown groups are a best practice of the greatest cities in the world. I mean, there's now, I think, 5,000 of these organizations around the world. And each is different. And it depends on how you resource them. So we have $8 million a year in like tax proceeds, a dedicated MSD, and then we go out and raise other money. And some years we're a $13 million organization, some years we're a $23 million organization. The core of what we do, and there's 25 employees. It's a different scale than DGI. What are you guys? 7. So we have 34 ambassadors. We have 25 staff members. We also operate a business incubator that's a market, the 7th Street Public Market. We have a team that does urban design and planning. We're a professional services organization. This kind of funding does not do CapEx well because it's a small number. So if you put it behind a bond, it's gone. So then you either have to go raise the millage again or you just lose the capacity. Our organizations like ours, our superpowers, are convening people, creating planning, trying to create some accountability so that plans are implemented, creating implementation strategies. We produce the major events in downtown. We own the narrative, the storytelling, the marketing, the social media, and then economic development. So, but the role we play in that is like our chamber develops the lead, brings the leads in. The city and county are a part of it. We're the expert witnesses for downtown. So we know all the spaces, we know the shadow vacancy, like it's the same model, I think, as DGI in that.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a commercial, but you saw downtown what happened. Without their influence, none of that could have happened. No parks, those 2 parks we got, no Pearl probably wouldn't have happened without Michael talking about Innovation District for years. The baseball stadium absolutely wouldn't happen. I mean, there's things that you saw that they influenced, so their influence is multiples of that budget that he just talked about.
And organizations like ours can work on things for 10 years. And that's a period where...
You've been working on that bridge for how long?
Nobody's dumb enough to work on something much longer.
How long you been working on the bridge?
10 years.
And it's being constructed today. Come on, Mark.
So I just wanted to make sure. So I worked for the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance. So when he's talking about the expert witness, when we were, I'm sorry to Winston-Salem, when we recruited Krispy Kremes to Charlotte, they were a part of the conversation. So when we went to Camp North End, which was very rough at that point in time, they looked at South End, but they also went to the west side of town as well. So being able to have those nodes around the downtown, they love the South End area. But being able to have a partner like that at the table to be able to say, hey, you might want to look at this, but take it from not just the Krispy Kreme, they were a part of the Honeywell situation as well. To be able to have someone at the table that has that expertise is always going to be a benefit and partner.
In fact, I will say that you saw South End. It's kind of southwest. It's actually more west than south, actually. And it's, West Charlotte is equivalent of East Greensboro. So, I mean, it's on the edge of kind of that problem area, but it still has now started to help the west side kind of coming down West Boulevard, which is very much your east side. It's your Market Street. Yes, Hugh?
Yes, we've talked about council taking the bull by the horns and setting the vision plan. And so for Michael, with your organization, how does your organization maintain alignment with the council's vision and intentionality?
So we try to have very close relationships. We try to understand, each member of council's passion, but we try to serve as we're the expert witness for downtown. So our role to city council is to advise them on what direction we should be steering our downtown development. And then we bring in a third-party consultant that does this all around the world, and we use the same group that you guys used, MIG. And we then go out and listen to the community to understand their aspirations for their downtown and the challenges. And then we create a strategy. And sometimes that strategy is about land use. Sometimes it's about, like, what do we do with this block or this area or something that's owned by the city or by a university or the state. And then other times it's about programs. Where are we going to put the stadium? What are we going to do with our convention center? It could be about transportation systems. And each of them has had a different flavor, through the decades.
So I imagine that there are obviously meetings, conversations, strategies,
and hopefully that process creates an alignment that gets a majority of votes.
Has there been a time when there hasn't been alignment, but there's been action?
Yeah, and we work through it. Like if we find there's not alignment, it generally gets pulled from the plan, because we don't want to get to the end of a plan that we worked on for 12 or 18 months and then have it voted down. So there'll be things that are pulled off, and we say, well, that one may have to be next cycle. Like that might be, like we need in Charlotte a Piedmont Park. Everybody know Piedmont Park in Atlanta?
Yeah.
How about it? We need something within walking distance like that. And that made it into our last plan, but there was a little bit of friction about it because it was non-linear how we were going to get it done, because it's owned by the railroads where we wanted to put it.
In fact, let me give expert witness on that one, Hugh. One of the things that helped on council when I was there is that we were very much part of that plan. So, I mean, unlike, I don't know who else, but I mean, that became an area plan for us. So we adopted it. You heard him say it goes to city council, we adopted. That means that we were invited to the community meetings. He made sure he went to the districts right around downtown so people got bought into it, and it was adopted by city council. So it was not just his plan, it became the city's plan.
And we go out to all the regional libraries, like we go way out. We went into the transportation center and talked to the teens, like really tried to get everybody's voice.
And just so you know, the one that probably stood out to me, Michael, was the baseball stadium. Baseball stadium was not an easy one, and I was on council when we did that, and I think it passed by 1 vote, 2 votes. It was tight because, I mean, you know, we were coming out of it.
We took Harvey Gantt came in that night to testify.
Yeah, I think, anyway, I won't say I was a determining vote, but I think it was. But I mean, my point there is that, no, everything's not flowers and butterflies. No, not even close. But it does help that we're actually agreeing on the plan together. So I saw a hand back here. Yes, April.
Yeah, this was great. My face is in contortion because I'm really just trying to focus on what everybody's saying, and it's been a long day, but this is lovely and brilliant. I really appreciate it. But I got to take some wins back in the meanwhile, right? Like, I think as a newly elect, we are ambitiously looking towards the future, and my grandchildren's grandchildren will be in downtown Greensboro prayerfully. But for the meanwhile, while we're like, we know we're going to be focusing on housing, and I know that he said something about amenities. And I know we kind of talk a lot about the next big thing, but I'm curious as downtown also expands into where, like neighborhood, like where people are actually living and we expand residents of downtown, where does functionality live? Because I know that a student, you know, might force, if we're gonna encourage walkability of downtown residents, what does that kind of look like when they're downtown? Like dry cleaning, I don't know if they're going dry cleaning, but you know, a grocery store or just functionality things like a laundromat, you know what I'm saying? I'm just really curious if we're going into the future, forsaking cars, walkability, more residents, we're entering the road to 10K and really focusing downtown. Where's the neighborhood vibe to downtown when you know, the urban core of it all?
We can take it both. You want to? So I'll start. I think, you know, from your seats, I think one piece that's really important is to require ground level activation. So when you think about residential, there has to be ground level activation. But I will say that there's a balance. And the balance is that, you know, based on your density from a residential perspective, not all of that ground level activation is going to work. So you do have to kind of figure out what the measure is, what's the balance to make it work. So that dry cleaner that you use, for example, if you have some 10-story, 20-story residential building, lower level should have some activation there. And then right next to that, because if you're in a mixed-use district, which downtowns are, right, you know, if you have an industry building, what will take place is that street doesn't just go dark at 6 o'clock because you have these different uses there. So I'd say that that's a real important component. But it is also important to have flexibility, because if you mandate too much, it makes, and I'm giving you this from a developer's perspective, if you mandate too much at the ground level that doesn't correspond with the density for the area, it begins to make that whole development more difficult. But municipalities, leadership who understand that, and they lean in because they're looking at the long-term horizon, then there's ways to achieve that.
Denise?
I noticed in this book, I think it was page 15, that no, 14, it's showing the growth over time. Sometimes office was ahead of residential or hotel room. I was just curious if you wouldn't mind commenting about how that growth occurred, how much of it was, like, did one type stimulate the other? Is there something you were going for first before then? And it seemed that office has a pretty steady flow, consistent, and then the others were catching up to it, but just was curious about that.
So this chart, I love the fact that you went to this, because this tells the story better than probably anything else in the book. And you're right on. It's great downtowns are employment centers first. It's everything, because you have to have the job. So I talked about make sure you keep your talent and you keep the kids that you're graduating. Well, step number 2 is You got to grow jobs, and you can't recruit jobs if you don't have office space. And so Charlotte's model has been every decade building, millions and millions of square feet of office in its downtown, one step ahead of demand. It's just that flywheel. It's talent, it's space, so therefore it's jobs, and then it's housing, and it just keeps spinning the economic development wheel. But if it's only an employment center, it's quiet at night, it's unsafe, it's not interesting, and that's not the modern approach. So the grocery stores, the bodegas, the new music venue you have in downtown Greensboro, we would kill to have that. And that was like little entrepreneurial move. Make sure you guys are supporting stuff like that and making it easy for stuff like that to happen in adaptive reuse. Do you guys know that venue?
Yes.
You go on Friday night when it opens?
Mm-hmm.
Pearl. You coming back?
I wish. I'll be back another time.
Any other questions
That was a
before?
classmate of mine who helped create that, by the way.
Any last questions before I give them their last question? All right, so last question is the fun one, right? Blue sky. What is it that the city can do, specifically maybe the city council's policymakers, to do some of the stuff we're talking about? Marvin, you from a recruitment of business standpoint. Michael, you from keeping a downtown vibrant and being an engine for economic development. And Dennis, if they were interested in going into this innovation district area, what is it that they could do to help with that? So why don't we start with you, Marvin?
Yeah, so number one, Dennis is going to probably do development here. He doesn't know it yet, but we're going to speak it into an existence.
This is not a sales pitch, so stop.
But it could be.
But I made clear, I told him we're not selling, we're just giving examples.
So
the next conversation is on y'all. I wasn't doing that.
So for me, blue sky idea that city council could do is really unlock what North Carolina A&T and UNCG is doing. And if you guys have heard me talk in our individual one-on-ones, I've mentioned life sciences ad nauseum. The reality is this: Charlotte, Raleigh has wet and dry lab space. They have research capabilities. They have the venues. They have the avenues to be able to do that. These companies that want to be here and want to partner with these universities need that opportunity. But if you did it somewhere downtown potentially, that creates that economic engine, that job hub that we're talking about, that then spurs that opportunity for people to have housing, but retail will follow said housing. Once you have that retail, now you have more jobs. More jobs equals more housing, more opportunities. So for me, I would want you guys to look at some of the land that you currently have, where it can be concentrated, and let's look at an opportunity to do a P3 partnership. I think it is a viable option, but everything that we're saying right now is not new under the sun. This is a real viable chance. Other communities are doing it every single day, and I think it's our day to do something unique.
And to that point, you will see both of those things on our catalyst project list that we
Yeah, Cal, that project list, you keep saying, where is it? Where is it? It's on there. We just didn't want to bring it up because we wanted you guys to have your own conversations.
So you saying my ideal is consulting worthy? I can send you a check. Don't worry about it.
No, Britt not gonna say that I heard that. I said that, so I'm starting that one. Michael.
So I think it's exciting what you guys are looking at and considering. I would lean in on places where you can do public-private partnerships, where you are bringing fresh capital to your community. Charlotte, when we built the light rail line to the south, before we did that, we had very little institutional capital. So think pension funds and insurance companies coming to town and developing our housing and our office. It was mostly locally owned and developed. And when you create things that open up and you become more attractive to institutional capital, it lights your community up. It expands the tax base. That's the way the rest of the world spins and capitalizes projects. So we've got to become more attractive to those kinds of things. And I think some big public-private partnership moves on land that you guys control, where you're able to bring, it can be a local developer. It could be bringing new folks to town. Like when we developed what happened in the South End, it was a lot of investors from Florida and Texas. Now, once we developed that base and we extended the blue line to the north, the local developers said, you know what, I think we can do more of this, and they brought some of their own institutional capital, and it was more local developers. And I like the idea of Greensboro deciding, you know, what are the industry areas that you guys have the right to win. I mean, I immediately think of the things that you're doing around aerospace, the things that are occurring with automotive, with Toyota, but I would do what we did. We had a private equity local investor go out and interview every dean at UNC Charlotte and identify what were the things that had immediate commercialization value that could be done locally. And that allowed us to be smarter about what's inside the universities, because they're not set up to take it out. I mean, I think, but $25,000 a year, that's a superpower.
We are pretty much saying the same things in different ways, but so I'd say first, solidify your vision, and the process for solidifying the vision is that you need to engage, and you would engage the universities, engage the industry, engage the community, because the vision has to be authentic. The second, I would say, is once you've solidified that vision, to communicate the vision so the greater market understands the vision, that you're beginning to market that vision, because you will be wanting investors. Then I'd say also there has to be some level of investment in the infrastructure, in the sense that you're going to facilitate. And I don't necessarily mean infrastructure in the most traditional way, but you're creating the environment where people will come in, they will make an investment in a predictable environment. So that's the infrastructure that I'm referring to. And then I would also say, overarching, I would continue to think about smart growth, how to be compact, how to build off of what you have versus starting brand new, kind of from a greenfield development perspective. You may have holes within the urban fabric that you want to close in. So maybe those are areas that you focus on, because adjacent to that, there's real momentum, and all you need to do is close that hole of the donut. So those would be my comments.
So Trey said I was going to share something tomorrow, but I'm going to do it right now to close this part out for the day. And Michael, I'm going to test this on you because this is a Davidism. Charlotte works because we have a three-legged stool. Almost equally business, almost equally government, almost equally community. When we work well together in Charlotte and get anything done, those things are working well together. Agree on that?
Completely.
In fact, I told you when you were in Charlotte, whenever one is weak, one of the other ones will step up. Whenever one gets out of whack, government's doing the wrong thing, we'll hear from business, we'll hear from community. I mean, there's a three-legged stool for sure. As I share with you all, I think you guys have a four-legged stool because you have academia here. I don't know if you guys think that they're an equal partner in the stool or not, but I mean, you know, I think what you're hearing is that they should be. And I think Greensboro works better when all four of those are doing the same thing that I was describing to you. I'm going to test something on everybody, too. Go for it.
Let me throw one thing in. The beauty of bringing academia to the table, you guys have two universities here that the General Assembly and the Board of Governors care about. When you agree with things with Raleigh, get out of the way. I mean, it's unbelievable what's possible.
I forgot about the Raleigh part. And I'm going to test this on you. This will be my last thing. So Charlotte leaned into downtown, and we developed around the banking industry, right? Financial industry. Isn't knowledge and innovation you all's industry? So wouldn't that make sense to lean into that when it comes to your urban core and your development? So just something to think about. So, all right, with that, let's give them a hand. And the hour's coming up here to wrap us up.
quickly.
Pleasure. Thanks.
Look forward to being together.
Same here.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Gotta say, man, it's always nice to me and Charlotte. I really appreciate it.
You know what?
Seriously.
It's because I like you.
Gentlemen, thank you again for being here. And council, thank you so much for hanging in there. I know it was a long day. It was a lot of information, but you guys are remarkable. You're troopers, and we really appreciate your engagement today. I'm going to send you home with some homework, and that's your DISC team report. It's really exciting reading, so you're going to come in enlightened in the morning. We'll start with that before we jump in today, so we're going to have some fun in the morning. Have a great night, and thank you all so much.
Y'all come get Dennis. Don't let him out the room.
Turn this off.